Here it comes again. Easily, I don't know if you're still here, but that sounds like fun, and I wish I was hanging out with you. We could go hide somewhere and just take edibles. Good morning, Pepper. I gotta get my shit going here, huh? I forgot to turn my my soundboard on, so I don't even know if like you can hear the music. I'm kind of hoping you can, but I don't even think. Skiddly-doopy-doo. Skibbly-doopy-doo. Okay, we have 2 people viewing, so I'm gonna go ahead and play the intro video. Cue intro. Oops, never mind. Hey. Oh. Why isn't it playing? Hold on. Oh, I know. Wait, hold on. Hi. I know. I just really want to figure this out because, well, never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Another failed brutal attempt at trying to do something. I'm in a piss and vinegar mood this morning, as my mother would have called it. Good morning, Cash App. Yeah, I'm just making friends all over the internet because I'm in a mood. Incels beware. I'm going to tell you right now. I am in a very good spot. Oh my God, butt ass hoes. Yeah, completely. And they deserve all of it. I'm sorry. Fuck them. I don't, you know, the thing is I don't always share my opinion, right? I mean, obviously I do. But when I go into chats, I don't normally go into a lot of chats, right? Like I just don't. I don't spend a lot of time worrying about that. But sometimes, you know, I'm just in a mood and I'm just like, well, I'm going to go in and say what I've been wanting to say, but I just didn't say it. So sometimes, I mean, I probably shouldn't, but I don't know. Somehow I don't care. Yeah, there it is. There it is. I think it's called age. Good morning, Jay Rance, my loving friend. I love you so much. I do. Let me find this fucking thing though, because I think I'm like a little. I went live without even having my soundboard. I'm kind of a stupid morning. Kind of a stupid morning. Anyway, speaking of stupid, the Judiciary Committee is prepared to report on how bad Merrick Garland is. So we're gonna take a listen to what Jimmy Jordan and the Judiciary junkies have to say about Merrick Garland. Mindy, Mindy's been helping me as like a little associate producer-y kind of role. She's been sending me things. Thank you so much, Mindy. Thank you. So Mindy is part of the lounge team. And feeding information. And I'm just really grateful. Thank you, Mindy, for being there. You're such a love. You're having a stupid morning. Yay! Let's have stupid mornings together. Let's have stupid mornings on the same. It's Stupid Morning Thursday, and we're gonna have something to talk about. Oh, I love you. That's my... Mindy and I are reclaiming the color pink for everyone, just so you know. I really appreciate it, Mindy. I really, really do. I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful. Thank you. Let's see. So it's Thursday. Oh, it's Thursday. That means just one more day till Friday. Oh, look, I want to show you my shirt. Okay, so I got this. You guys got to go to Urban Outfitters and get this shirt. I'm sorry. I don't care who you are. He, she, they. Please go and get this shirt, okay? Because it's at Urban Outfitters. It's not that expensive. Just go fucking get it. Hold on. I'm going to stand up and show you my shirt. Oops. Look. Oops. It says, fuck you. Do you fucking love that? I fucking love this. I fucking love this shirt so much. I get so many compliments on this shirt. So please, I don't know if you, I hope you saw it, but it's the best shirt. It's at Urban Outfitters right now. It's just a t-shirt. It's so great. It's the perfect summer wear. I wish I had invented it. And it's like those old shirts from the 70s. Pepper! Yes! Yes! The juice box shirt! You got some major, like, limited edition stuff there, Pepper. Let me tell you. Oh, I have a website. It's called loloslounge.com. It's literally a real website. Oh, Jay, I will get you a juice box shirt. Listen, I will bring that design back. Let me show you what I had made because I wanted it. Ah, I dropped everything. Oh wait, it's over here, I think. Yeah. Okay. Oh, it's all dusty. It's got cat hair on it, but ignore the cat hair. Ignore the cat hair. Oops, let me move this. So it's this on the front. It's a hoodie. It's this on the front. And then on the back, it says media literacy. Can you see it? That's what it says on the back. Isn't that cute? Oh my God. Isn't that cute? Yes, there's merch. Just a few things because I want them. It's not because of anything else. I'm not making, and actually I priced them, so I don't make any money on them. Okay, they're not, oh yeah. They're not, I'm not making money off of these. I'm just doing it at whatever their cost is. Or, you know, what they're charging. It's the ghost AI picture that, I think, J Rance, did you make this AI picture or did Gal? I can't remember who made this AI picture. And it says Lolo's Lounge. It's a nice, I ordered one because I wanted to see what the quality was. It's nice. Oh, Gal made that one. Okay. Yeah. No, I like that one too. It's a nice, like, straight up hoodie. Blop, blop. Yeah, I like the font. Yeah, the font. Yeah. That came out on the... So yeah, go to loloslounge.com all the way down. Well, there's a little shop button, I think. Anyway, I'm starting to build out that website and see what I can do with that website. Because I'm... So it's really just like a holding... It's in a little bit of a holding pattern right now. But, yeah. Yeah. Fun. I just like fun stuff, right? I just like fun stuff. Oh, look at me figuring out I got to turn up the shit. Well, aren't I special? Anyway, yeah. I don't know. I merch for me is just more like my own fun stuff that I want to have something that, that is fun. That's all. So yeah, there's also a blanket. Oh my God. I know this is so dumb, but I'm going to do it anyway. There's also a throw on there. It's so soft. I don't know if it washes well. I'm going to wash it and see if it washes well. But it's the logo. Oops. On a blanket. On a throw. Isn't that cute? Isn't that cute? I know. Yeah, so I'll bring back the juice box design because that was a great one. Ted did that one for me. Such a beautiful design. And GP did the trivia one. That one was pretty too. Loungy on the lounge blanket. I don't know. Why not? I don't think they're gonna not everyone needs one, but I wanted one, so that was a yes. That was a yes from me. Anyway, let's see what's happening this morning. Oh, you know what I have? I know this is spicy, okay? I understand it. So please don't get mad at me. Please don't get mad at me, okay? I'm trying to bring you the latest and the greatest information. I did end up getting an online, we're all at your website now. You're so cute. I did go to, wait, what was I going to say? Good morning, Paulina. I haven't seen you in so long. I missed you. Paulina, welcome. Welcome back. We missed you. We missed you. What was I going to say? I can't remember. It's not really important. What's going on with this fucking... why does Jim Jordan never start? Aww. But I do see your tweets, Paulina. I do see your tweets. You know who else I miss is Adriana. I hope she's okay. You were going to lay down some spice. Oh, spicy takes on... I don't know. It'll come back. It wasn't important. I can guarantee that. I can guarantee you it wasn't important. But yeah, let's see. Well, just a normal Thursday. Let's see. Tomorrow's the lounge. Trivia. And let's see what else. Gosh, I don't. Oh, I wanted to do a movie night with Zoom, but I don't really know how to organize it because I feel like if I pick a day, that's fine, right? But I really want everyone to I want people to be there. So I don't know. I feel like I want someone to tell me what date a movie night should be, but I'll figure it out. But I do have the Zoom so that we can have a private movie session and not be bothered by YouTube. And I also bought the Bad Faith documentary on Amazon Prime. I know. I'm supporting all the bad people. I'm sorry. Oh, that's what it was, spicy. Yeah. So I ended up purchasing a New York Times subscription for the digital. I'm sorry. I apologize because I know we hate the New York Times. Can I do a poll with a couple of dates? That's a good idea. No, I think that's a really good idea. I should just do that. I'll do that, Jay. You're right. And then we'll just go from there. I know, I really want to see it. Butterflies, welcome. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. It's great to stay up late. Good morning. Good morning to you. Good morning. Good morning. It's great to stay up late in the morning. Good morning to you. Little singing in the rain for you this morning. Let's see. I have not had enough coffee yet. Can I just say that? I haven't had any weed. What? Oh, yay. I'm glad, butterflies. I'm glad. That's the goal. Man, that is the goal. Number one. Numero uno. We had a great space last night with Jim Stewartson and Gal Suburban. That account made her appearance after a long time away from Twitter. And Jay Rance co-hosted. And, it just was a great space to talk about how we got here or how Jim got here and, hear his story. I thought it was a great space. And I thought it was a space of who, I think there's a beauty in kindness that just makes other people, it is such to me, it is such an attracting force, right? This kind of, because I'm not always kind. I'm not. I know that about myself. So to be surrounded by, I know these people and that kindness is really like legit. And so it was just great. I don't know. I really, it's been a rough road on social media for me, and I'm sure for some of you too. And when people kind of stay through the madness, right? And because it's all just madness. It's all just it's just a wild tea party. They're not real. It's not real. This is real. So, I just think it was a reminder of that, people can be kind and people can be funny and people can be imperfect and people can be, but what I know about people is that they continue to persevere. They really continue to just persevere despite any obstacles. You did a great job directing traffic during the Q&A. Yes, well done. Here, Mindy. I agree. Phenomenal job. It's not easy to co-host a space. It's not easy to host a space and not easy to, manage hands and interruptions and, hurt feelings and all the rest of the stuff that naturally comes with hosting a space. So I think it really, it was phenomenal. It was phenomenal. Finding common ground with our fellow Americans is so important. Most people are reasonable in real life. I feel like that is, and I need help on that, right? I'm like one of the prime offenders of, going at, getting really mad at MAGA or whatever and dismissing, So I need to really think a lot about how I, try to, temper. I'm trying to just be still and listen a little more right now. That's what I mean, not obviously right this second because here I am blabbing my mouth, but I'm trying to just like well, I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to do. But I think it's important. I always feel like it's a pull, like it's pulling me into like feeling being a better person in some ways. Not to be dramatic, but just to really kind of get that to hear someone, because I think people want to be heard, right? That's a very human
Committee
thing.
will come to order without objection. The chair is authorized to declare a
Here we
recess at
go.
any time pursuant to Committee Rule 2 and House Rule 11, Clause 2. The chair may postpone further proceedings today on the question of approving any measure or matter
Oh,
or
really?
adopting an amendment
really?
for which a recorded vote is ordered.
Oh, really?
Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Buzza, 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 buzza. Here we go. Oh, no. Oops, I didn't want to do that. Oops. Oh, damn it. I'm not good on this timing.
So to notice, I call up the report recommending the House of Representatives
thanks,
cite United
Paulina.
States Attorney General
Thank you,
Merrick B.
thank you.
Garland for contempt of Congress.
It's all
and move that the
good.
committee report
Media
it to
literacy
the
in a more
House.
perfect union.
The clerk
Yeah.
will report the report.
Resolution
Okay, I'm gonna be quiet
recommending
now.
that the House of
Without
Representatives.
objection, the report will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. The chair now recognizes himself for an opening statement. Special counsel Robert Hur stated on page 1 of his report, quote, "Our investigation uncovered evidence that President Biden willfully retained and disclosed classified materials after his vice presidency
Okay,
when he
that's
was
what we're
a
doing.
private citizen.
Okay.
Joe Biden not only kept information
Okay,
he wasn't
we
allowed
got
to
it.
keep, he shared it with people who weren't allowed to see it. He shared that information with his ghostwriter. Special counsel Hur said that President Biden had strong motivations to do so and to ignore the rules of properly handling the classified information in his notebooks. In fact, he had 8 million reasons to ignore the rules. Joe Biden shared some of the
Yeah.
classified materials he kept with his ghostwriter, who was writing a book for
Wow.
which Joe Biden received
Wow.
an $8 million
Are these Biden's
advance.
boxes, Jimmy?
So we have motive,
Are those Biden's
$8
boxes?
million motive, and we have the elements of the crime.
Are those-
knowingly
are those
keeping,
Biden's?
knowingly disclosing
Are those Biden's?
classified
Those are Biden's?
information. But all this,
Are those
and Special
Biden
Counsel Hur
boxes?
declines to
Are
prosecute
those boxes
Joe
from?
Biden
Are those boxes
because
from
he
Biden?
is, quote, a sympathetic,
Here we go.
well-meaning, elderly man with a poor
Ah!
memory. And that brings us to today. Following the release of Special Counsel Hur's report, we subpoenaed the transcript and audio recordings of Special Counsel Hur's interviews with President Biden and his ghostwriter, Mark Zwanitzer. To date, Attorney General Garland has failed to produce the audio tapes. To determine whether Special Counsel Hur appropriately
just gonna
carried
leave
out
that up there.
justice
We're just
by
gonna
not
leave it up there.
prosecuting, not
That's right.
recommending for prosecution the
We're
president.
gonna leave that motherfucker
The
up there.
recordings are necessary.
That's right.
Transcripts alone are not
Waste
sufficient
more
evidence of the
taxpayer
state
funds.
of the president's memory.
Correct, butterflies.
Frankly, because the White House has a track
Co-fucking
record
wrecked.
of altering the transcripts. Just weeks ago, during a public speech, President Biden read a teleprompter instruction to pause. He stated, "Imagine what we could do next, 4 more years, pause." But when the White House put out the transcript, it didn't include the word pause. In that case, and in this case as well, the video and the audio recording is the best evidence of the words that President Biden actually spoke.
Right, Mindy?
Department's refusal to produce the
Hi,
audio
Deidre.
recordings of Special
Welcome
Counsel
back.
Hur's
It's good to
interviews
see you.
with President Biden
Welcome.
amounts to a demand that the committee trust that the department created and produced interview transcripts are actually accurate and complete. Transcripts that the White House and President Biden's personal counsel likely had access to before they were finalized. The department has a legal obligation to turn over the requested materials pursuant to the subpoena.
That's what I have to
Attorney
say.
General
Good to
Garland's
see
willful
you.
refusal to comply with our
What a
subpoena
tool.
constitutes contempt of Congress. Now today, this morning, we get an 11th hour invocation of executive privilege. President Biden is asserting executive privilege for the same reason we need the audio recordings.
Called the right of the
They
president.
offer a unique perspective. This last-minute invocation
Because we know
does
what
not
you want to
change the
do with
fact
them.
that the
You
Attorney
have
General
you're not
has not
genuine. This is
complied
disingenuous.
with our subpoena.
I wouldn't want to comply with a
With that, I would
disingenuous
recognize the ranking
subpoena
member for
either.
an opening statement.
You fucking idiot.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 20 million taxpayer dollars. Chairman Jordan, who consistently opposes government spending on everything from feeding children to education and health care, has spent 20 million taxpayer dollars of this Congress to investigate his various conspiracy theories. And what exactly has he delivered to the American people on their $20 million investment? Exactly nothing. No evidence that the
I
conspiracies
believe
are
the word
true.
you're searching for is
No
bupkis,
indictments,
Mr.
No
Nadler.
impeachment, no wins of any significance. If the chairman of a board of directors took $20 million from the shareholders of a company and delivered nothing, he'd be fired at the next board meeting. And the chairman knows that if he doesn't come up with something to show for
Jen's
the
here.
$20 million he spent,
Good
the MAGA
morning,
political base may
Jen.
stay home next November. So he and Chairman Comer are scrambling in a desperate attempt to look like they have accomplished something. The chairman wants to make it seem like he uncovered some wrongdoing by the Attorney General. In reality,
opening
the Attorney General and DOJ have been fully responsive
It's so cold
to this
here, Lee.
committee
It's so
in every
cold.
way that might be material to their long-dead impeachment inquiry. Sometimes they've been too responsive, in
That's
my
it,
opinion,
butterflies. Red meat.
given the
Red
obvious
meat.
bad faith
Red
of the
meat.
MAGA majority. The chairman was desperately hoping that Special Counsel Hur would indict President Biden for mishandling classified documents, so that the chairman could attack President Biden and misdirect the American people away from Trump's treacherous handling of classified information. In reality, the special counsel cleared
Right there.
Mr. Biden of wrongdoing.
Right there.
The chairman
Right
hoped
there.
he could intimidate
Right there.
prosecutors
Right there.
out of
Those are
indicting
the
Donald
boxes.
Trump for his crimes.
Those aren't Biden
But Donald
boxes.
Trump has been charged with 88 felonies. The list goes on and on. The chairman digs and searches and intimidates, but there's just no there. So what do our Republican friends do when an investigation turns up short? Simply put, they engage in fantasy. That's what they are doing here today. They accuse the Attorney General of withholding key evidence, but the Attorney General has substantially complied with their every request. DOJ has produced 92,000 pages of documents this Congress alone and made dozens of witnesses available for interviews, hearings, and briefings before the committee. That's more pages of documents and more witnesses than the Trump Justice Department produced to this committee in 4 years. With respect to the February 27th, 2024 subpoena, the department turned over all the information Republicans asked for. There's been no obstruction, only cooperation. This morning, the president exerted executive privilege over the audio files at issue. In the letter informing
No
the committee
shit,
of
Jen.
this assertion, the Department of Justice noted that producing the audio recordings would, quote, raise an unacceptable risk of undermining the department's ability to conduct high-profile criminal investigations. In particular, investigations with the voluntary cooperation of the White House officials is exceedingly important, close quote. Chairman Jordan claims that he needs this records to understand the pauses, pace, and tone of the conversation. This is absurd and clearly pretextual, and in any event does not outweigh the substantial concerns
It is absurd.
expressed by the president.
Thank
and the
you. That's a good
department.
word.
Moreover,
The word of the day,
with
kids,
respect to
is
the recording at issue in this
absurd.
report,
I know,
a
aren't they
complete
fun,
transcript
Paulina?
has already been provided to the committee.
Hopefully I
The
don't
only thing that
overdo
has
it.
not been produced is the recording itself, which can be easily manipulated. This is not an
Welcome
idle
to all the
concern.
viewers on Twitter,
Last year, a
too.
witness
Come on over to
testifying in a closed-door
YouTube,
deposition
Lolo.
told us that she was
But
the
thank you
victim
for viewing
of
on
a
Twitter.
manipulated
Share,
video
share. Thank
amplified by
you.
Republicans on this committee, and that it contributed to a flood of death threats against her. This isn't really about a policy disagreement with the DOJ. This is about feeding the MAGA base and getting Donald Trump reelected. But don't take my word for it. Take it from the chairman's mouth. Quote, I'm busting my tail to get Donald Trump reelected. Quote, we need to make sure Donald Trump wins. Quote, it's so important that we stay engaged and help Donald Trump get
I
back
don't think
in the
that's
White
really,
House. Close
yeah,
quote.
whatever.
Clearly, Donald Trump needs the chairman's help to win the White House. Because Trump has been indicted 4 times. Right at this very moment, he faces 34 charges in a New York State court for falsifying business records and making hush money payments to catch and kill information that could be harmful to Trump's reelection campaign. He faces 40 charges in a federal court in Florida for his mishandling and withholding of classified documents that put national security at severe risk. 4 charges in a federal court in Washington, D.C. for his attempts to overturn the 2020 election results and fueling the insurrection on January 6, 2021 at the United States Capitol. 10 charges in Georgia State Court for attempts to intimidate and force officials to overturn the lawful election results in the 2020 presidential election.
I thought this was
That's
about
not
Merrick
all.
Garland.
You're going to hear a lot about President Biden's memory today.
Am I wrong?
Republicans
what
won't
did I-
mention that Biden has
Oh.
been ranked as one of the most successful
Okay, yeah, it's because
presidents
of
of our time.
not
They won't
releasing the
mention
her
once
stuff.
in a
Okay,
generation
sorry. Now
transformative
my brain is caught
legislation
up.
he has ushered into law. They won't mention Special Counsel Hur's comments to President Biden about his, quote, photographic, unquote, memory. They'll just go on and on about a couple of gratuitous, widely contradicted comments in the Hur report that suggest the president has a poor memory. What Republicans won't show you is the mounting evidence that Trump is mentally incompetent to hold the office of the president. The late, great Hannibal Lecter. I can't even begin to understand how Republicans have chosen this man as their champion, but they have. And now House Republicans are paying for it by flocking to the sidelines of his criminal trial, sacrificing their integrity to defend him against, frankly, indefensible acts. Almost everybody who worked for the former president seems to know that Trump is unfit for office and that these acts of public humiliation on his behalf are wrong. What more evidence do my colleagues need? Trump once said that he could shoot someone standing on Fifth Avenue and would still keep his supporters. Well, at least in this chamber, that's obviously true, and it truly saddens me. I've been in this body for many years, and although we've always had our disagreements, I've never seen members of Congress so readily turn on democracy itself in service to one man. I never in my life thought I'd see members of Congress readily attack law enforcement officers to protect a criminal. I never thought I'd see members of Congress defend and minimize a coup attempt, as if the rioters who stormed this building and the Trump associates who led them here were somehow patriots. But here we are. I think Chairman Jordan knows that this markup will amount to nothing. Like most of the bill's House Republicans have pushed on purely partisan lines.
Okay, that's
this
true.
Contempt resolution will do very
This
little,
isn't gonna go
other than
anywhere.
smear the reputation of Merrick
He
Garland,
is, yeah.
who will remain a
And
good and
like
decent
a
public servant,
Jerry.
no matter what they say about him today. This markup may give Donald Trump something to watch on Fox when he gets home from his criminal
I
trial
almost started
tonight.
singing with this.
But it will
I
almost
shall
certainly
sing
not
with
convince the Department of Justice
Let's give
to
him
produce the one
something
remaining
to
file in
talk
question.
about.
Like the broader impeachment effort before it, this contempt resolution will have been a partisan stunt destined to fail from the very start. It is a total waste of time. The American people actually need us to do important work, to fund the government, to secure affordable health care, to reduce inflation and housing costs, to help them take care of their children and families, and to keep our nation safe. I'm tired of these
Paul,
games.
you're right,
And so are the
yet
American
again.
people. I urge my colleagues
The
to
do
oppose
nothing
this measure,
118.
and I yield back.
That's what I call him.
Yields
The
back.
do
Chair
nothing
recognizes himself for the purpose
118.
of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee report.
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute will be considered as read and shall be considered base text for the purposes of amendment. The chair now recognizes himself to explain the amendment. This amendment makes a small grammatical change on page 10 of the report. It does not affect the substance of the report. I yield back. Who seeks recognition? Question?
Can somebody?
Please,
Gentleman from North
put your fucking
Carolina is
microphones on.
recognized.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a very simple matter. There is no ground whatsoever to withhold the audio tape. That tape must be quite simple.
Well, there's this thing called
If the,
executive privilege, and that's what's been invoked.
If the administration,
and
if the president
so
has decided
maybe
to assert
that's just the way
executive
it is.
privilege to keep it from the committee in the course of an impeachment inquiry, think about it. The basis for withholding the audio
there's no
recording when the
impeachment
transcript
inquiry.
has been furnished
You guys
must
hit a fucking
rest
wall.
on something about the recording that is distinct from the information contained in the transcript. For example, what if the committee had made a
Wait till you
request
hear
for
what
just a
your
different
guy
copy
did.
of the transcript?
Oh
Now,
my
that's
God,
unlikely to
just
happen,
you
but no
wait.
reasonable person would ask
You see
for
the
it either.
boxes to your right? Do you see those?
The
you see
president
those
and the White House have contested what was said in the interview. The special counsel, in his report, predicated his decision not
Your
to
buddy.
prosecute
Those
an
are his
obvious
boxes.
violation of statute
Talk about violation of
in the president's
statute.
reading
Let
from
me
classified
tell
information to
you.
his ghostwriter to
I
satisfy
got
the terms of his $8 million
91
book retainer,
violations of statutes
on his finding that the president was
to shove
elderly
up
and
your
forgetful.
fucking ass.
In other words, he placed
that?
tremendous reliance on what is called demeanor evidence. The president and the White House have viciously attacked
Evidence.
the special counsel's characterization of the demeanor evidence.
Heard of that?
That is, whether and to what extent the president appeared to have limited capacity as a witness to testify from memory. Now, the transcripts do not capture demeanor evidence. Transcripts are often imperfect, especially to convey the timing of question and answer and disfluencies of a witness or hesitations, among other things. All of that is demeanor evidence.
And then I stood in the.
That's the reason, among other things, that it is absolutely standard practice in litigation in American courts for parties to
Anybody
be
else hear
entitled
banjos?
to record
Anybody?
testimony
Anybody?
by more than one
Anybody?
means.
Anybody hear
Through
banjo?
a transcript, and then if they choose, through another method, an audio or video recording. Here's a reading from Rule 30b-3b of the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure. Any party may designate another method for recording the testimony in addition to that specified in the original notice.
See blowhard spouting spewage from life
Pretty straightforward.
face. Yes.
Given that the evidence is contradicted by the special counsel and by the president as to the reason the president has escaped criminal prosecution for an obvious violation of statute.
Yeah.
And because this
you're
committee
right.
sits by vote of the
gonna
House of
blow your
Representatives to
mind.
conduct an inquiry about the potential impeachment of the president,
Right.
this committee needs the demeanor evidence the same way any party would in any such matter being
there
litigated.
are lawyers. I
And
know
the notion that
somewhere
there is
nearby.
a basis
So,
for a claim of executive privilege here,
Is a demeanor
and what has been
evidence?
articulated by the
Is that
Justice
evidence?
Department,
I mean, is
by
that
the
mens
Attorney
rea?
General, is that it would
Is that mens
deter
rea?
future occupants of the White House from cooperating with
Sorry.
criminal inquiries.
I'll stop. but
Because the
yeah, isn't that mens
interview would
rea?
be
Is
made
that what they're
available,
talking
and
about?
therefore
Come on
it
now.
was going to be
Come on
exposed,
now.
but the transcript's already been provided.
Come on, baby. What do you think he
What
said?
possible basis could there be?
What do you think he said? Yeah, I sold secrets to the
that would,
Russians. But that was omitted
impair
from the trans. I'm not
future
sure
White
where
House
this is going.
cooperation with criminal
Okay,
investigations.
this is crap.
If what the department is contending is just
This
the
is
same
just
information in an audio
bullshit.
recording form is also furnished.
I'm gonna turn him down a little
That
bit.
is an incomprehensibly absurd position. And
Look to
so
your
there's-
right. You
there's
know what's
nothing to it
incomprehensibly
whatsoever.
absurd?
This committee
Absurd is the
cannot be
word of the
deterred
day,
in
by the way.
proceeding with
So
the
just
contempt
fucking use it. Use
resolution,
it as
in my
often as
view.
you can today.
And
That's my
I
advice.
just, one can
The
question
demeanor
motives
of
or
the
attack
witness
motives
is
or
the
whatever,
appearance
but
of credibility
it's just as
or
straightforward as it can be.
non-credibility that
It's
the witness
a
has during
simple
testimony
presentation
or
of
exam
demeanor
at
evidence
trial or hearing.
That is important
But
to this committee's investigation.
Thank you.
Inquiry into
Thank
the
you, Lee.
potential impeachment
Thank
of the
you very
president,
much.
and it should be accomplished and done forthwith.
The thing
I'm for
about it
Let's
is
go.
that
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. President.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from
Yeah, that was a
The regular
Freudian
record.
fucking slip. Yeah, see the boxes on the fucking stage in his house?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment
Sorry.
to the desk.
I'm waking everybody up with my yelling.
report.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee report for the resolution recommending that the House of Representatives find Merrick.
Point of order reserved by the gentleman from California. The gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman,
Hi, Max.
amendment adds
Thank
language
you.
from
Why
the
hasn't there
most
been a
recent
hearing
correspondence of the
about the
executive
wiped
branch to the
Secret
report.
Service text
today,
from
the
January
Justice Department
6th?
and the White
Thank
House
you,
wrote to
Max.
the committee,
Thank you.
committees to
There
inform
should
us
have
that
been.
the president was exerting
I wonder if
executive
Trump
privilege
and
over
his
the audio
rich
recordings.
friends at Mar-a-Lago
assertion
have
of privilege is
brainstorming
used to
sessions on how to
protect
pass go and get out of
important
jail
law
card.
enforcement
You know,
interests.
butterflies, I
As the
kind of
Attorney
wonder that
General
too.
wrote, the Justice Department is
I really
invested
do wonder
interest in
that.
protecting
That's a
what
really
materials
good
related
call
to
out.
closed criminal
I
investigations
wonder that too.
where disclosure
What
is
happens
likely
in
to
the
damage
dark of
future
night?
law enforcement efforts. Close
What
quote,
happens
which
in the
is case
whispered
here.
hallways?
The Attorney General further explains
What happens
that
in the
producing
sitting in
audio
front of the fire
recordings
with a
to the
glass of
committees
bourbon? Never mind.
raise an
No, just
unacceptable
kidding.
risk of undermining
Diet
the
Coke.
department's ability to conduct similar high-profile criminal investigations.
And Adderall.
Particular investigations where the voluntary cooperation of White House officials is exceedingly important. The White House also wrote to the committee
little bump for Junior.
explain that the president's exertion of executive privileges is based on his, quote, long-standing commitment to protecting the integrity, effectiveness, and independence of the Department of Justice and its law enforcement investigations. Chairman Jordan claims he needs these recordings to understand things like tone or pauses. This is absurd, and the chairman has made no attempt to explain his reasoning.
Drink or
This claim in
don't,
no way
because you'll
overcomes
be
the
drunk.
executive branch's
Don't. Don't do
substantial
it.
interest in
Hi,
protecting
everyone on
sensitive
Twitter.
law enforcement investigations. What high-profile witness would
Come
ever
join the smartest,
voluntarily
nicest chat
cooperate
on
with law
YouTube
enforcement
over at
investigations
@RealLolo.
if they knew that audio files of their conversations would be released to committees who are seeking those files for purely political purposes? This amendment simply ensures the report is complete and up to date. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back.
YouTube
Gentleman yields
link in
back.
bio, just like my
Gentleman
boobs.
from California withdraws his point of order. The gentleman from North Dakota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to speak in opposition to the amendment. They don't get to choose. They don't get to choose. We spend a lot of time in this hearing, in this room, talking about, I've been an advocate for recording interviews, recording arrests.
Sir,
doing
your
all of
microphone
this.
is in front of
There's
you.
a pretty known legal precedent and legal rule of the best evidence rule. And it exists everywhere. The person providing the evidence doesn't get to choose the manner and form in which the evidence is provided.
Yeah, that happens,
and this
Paul.
also happens to be a
Things
pattern.
fluctuate up
5
and
minutes
down.
before the Her hearing,
It
we
generally
got the
happens.
transcript.
I
5
think
minutes
my
before this
growth in the
hearing, we
channel
get
is
the
quite
invocation of
organic.
executive
So
privilege.
I'm not really worried
There's a
about, I
difference
never worry
between a
about like
transcript
changes like
and
that.
a video
That
and
happens all the
audio.
time.
And I don't
But yeah,
possibly
oh well.
understand the argument of
Can't please
we'll
everybody.
release the transcript, but we won't release the tapes, and that's going to determine whether or not somebody
Maybe my
participates
beauty
in
is
an
just too much for
investigation.
them. It's like
Which, by the way, that can be
overwhelming.
compelled to be done as well. The argument that this is somehow anything other than the DOJ trying to pick and choose which pieces of evidence or which parts of evidence
You're so
are what
kind.
they determine is the
you know,
best
I always
evidence
struggle with that
to
because I
our
want the
committee.
message to get out.
This
I
is
mean,
quite
I'm
frankly
a
not
comedian.
based
I
in
want as
any
many people
precedent
as
with
possible
under
because
law.
the larger the number, the
I
more
spent
like
10 years doing this. I spent 10
percentage
years
that I
doing
possibly
discovery
could get of
requests.
people that find
I
me
never
funny,
asked for
right? So it's
permission.
really a
I'm
numbers game
entitled to
for
what it
me in
is.
terms of how
They
funny
don't
am
get
I.
to determine
But
what we get. That is
I
not how
also
the system
love
works.
so much
And
what
it
we
can't
have
be how
or
the
what we're
system
building here. It's like
Because
we're just
otherwise,
like
the people who you
it's
are
just
trying to
like-minded
conduct
people who come
oversight
together
on determine
who
what
really care
information
about
you
each
get
other, who
to
are
conduct that
smart as
oversight.
fuck,
That is just
funny
simply not
as
how the separation of
fuck.
powers is set up. It's not set up.
And I
how
think
any
that's a
legal
great, like,
investigation
what a
in any
great, I feel
jurisdiction in
very
any
lucky.
form
When I
exists
look at
anywhere
the
in the
other
country.
YouTube channels
The
of people I
audio tape
know,
exists.
oh my goodness.
That is the best
I feel
evidence in
so
which to conduct
lucky.
oversight, and
Hi,
this
Paul
committee is
J.
entitled to
How
it.
are
With
you?
that, I
Paul
yield back.
Langen's here. Paul
Gentleman-
J is
gentleman yields
here.
back to
I'm going to call you
recognition.
both by
Gentleman
your full
from
names, I guess, because I want to make sure you hear.
California.
I learn a lot here too, butterflies.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Speaking in support
You
of the
know,
amendment,
I'm so glad. Yes, Lee. I feel
but
like.
first I want to talk about
But
both what this
the
committee
chat
and what this
created
Congress
all
is
of
doing to the
this.
rule of law.
Dos Pablos. Oh,
Earlier
I
this
love
week,
that.
we
That's
witnessed
great,
the
Paul Langen.
spectacle of the highest-ranking
So
Republican
here,
in the
I'll
country,
be
the
quiet now.
Speaker of the
Haven't
House,
heard him
someone
in a minute,
line for
huh?
the presidency, standing outside a Manhattan courthouse in a hush money payment to a porn star trial, vouching for the good moral character of the defendant. Now, I would imagine if you asked a younger Mike Johnson some 10 or 15 years ago, could you ever imagine you would stand outside of a courthouse in a hush money payment to a porn star trial and vouch for the moral character of the defendant? He would never imagine that possible. But like the proverbial frog in the boiling pot, what we have seen, not just with the Speaker, but with so many of the Republican leadership over the last several years, is one surrender of moral authority after another
smart.
surrender, after another surrender.
It is,
one
man.
betrayal of what one once stood for,
And it's
followed by
just like
another
it's just
betrayal,
people
followed
are
by
building
another,
it.
until you find yourself standing
People are the
outside
ones
of a
building
Manhattan
it.
courthouse,
So
vouching for the moral
I
authority
say, let's
and character
go. Let's
of
go.
someone who
But it's nice to have
possesses
Twitter
none.
too, so that we have an extended
not just-
audience to see how
Not
fun
just
it is in
losing
here.
yourself and losing
We have
any sense
30
of right
viewers
and wrong
right
in the
now, some
process,
here in
but
YouTube,
here
some on Twitter. It's
denigrating
great.
the very
It's
institution
really
of
nice.
justice.
So thank you, Elmo,
Making the
for letting
false
me
claims,
in your
the
back
patently
door.
false claims that this trial in Manhattan was somehow about keeping Donald Trump off the campaign trail, something the Speaker knows is patently false, but willing to repeat. And this is where we are, where our highest-ranking official, Republican official, is essentially telling the American people, don't trust our system of justice. Don't trust the rule of law. And here in this committee, we see something very similar. We see a Republican U.S. attorney brought on to investigate
That's right,
the
Jen.
president. We see
Paul
him
J.,
make a
I'm trying to
report this
reconnect my
Congress that there is
Facebook.
nothing
So
prosecutable in what
I
he
just
was
had
able
some
to find.
technical
We
issues
see
with
him
that
at the
that I
same
haven't been
time
able to
failing
solve.
to make a
But soon we will
prosecutable
be on
case,
Facebook.
deciding the next best thing
And
he
even
can do is
TikTok. So I'm
lob
going
a
to connect a
political
couple of
grenade in
other
this
accounts
report
as well.
and
So yeah,
politically
Facebook is coming
belittle the
soon.
president.
I was just able to get the Twitter
And we
link
see
to
this
work for
committee
some reason.
unable,
So
after
it's kind of
months and
like
months and millions of dollars
fingers
to make
crossed
any kind
that
of
the
an
Twitter
impeachable
link keeps
case,
working, because I
decide to
really
follow
enjoy
Mr.
having like
Hur's tainted
Twitter.
example. We can't
It's
make
so
a case
easy for
any
people to
impeachment.
join
There is no
in.
high
So
crime. There is no misdemeanor
yeah,
even.
Facebook is coming
And
soon,
so
really soon.
we will do the next
Like,
best thing.
probably
and we
by
will
the
use this
lounge
to political
soon.
advantage
So
by
tomorrow.
subpoenaing tapes of an interview we already have the transcript for. And why?
He said subpoenaing.
Because the Republicans in this committee have moved from being the criminal defense firm for the president to being essentially an adjunct of the president's media advertising firm. They want the video for Donald Trump's campaign commercials. That's where this committee has become, the committee on the judiciary, the committee that is centered or supposed to be centered on the rule of law and on justice. And what are we doing? We're holding the Attorney General of the United States in contempt. And for what? Because he won't give video material for a campaign commercial to this committee. On behalf of a president who is a criminal defendant in a hush money payment to a porn star case in New York. The first of
Rarely go
many
on Facebook.
criminal trials.
So I'm not
that he
even
will
sure
face.
what the chat looks
This
like
is where
there.
we are.
That's interesting.
This is where we are. You know, I first joined this committee, now it's been over 20 years ago. And I suppose like a young Mike Johnson, I could have never imagined this committee would engage in such a thing. It's not as if 20 years ago this committee was some bastion of bipartisan comity. It wasn't. We might and did disagree on abortion and on guns and on the whole host of other
Yes,
policy
Max,
issues.
that's right.
But I don't think any Democrat or Republican on this committee would have ever imagined
That's so
it would be
cool.
brought so low as to hold
Watching
an attorney
multiple
general in
feeds.
contempt
That's my girl.
because he can't get a
Yeah,
video
Max,
for a
media
campaign
literacy,
commercial when it was
baby.
already given the transcript. But this is where we are. And I think just day after day, moment after moment, year after year, we lose sight of how far we have fallen and any sense
There's the
of what
quote.
we are supposed to be
That's
about
the
in this
quote.
committee. And I don't imagine anything I have to say is going to change that, but I do think every now and then the country needs to be reminded that there is nothing okay about this. There's nothing right about this. There's nothing normal about this. We need to get back to demonstrating some devotion to our constituents and the rule of law. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized. Will the gentleman yield for a second? Yeah, I just want to point out, we're not seeking a videotape, we're seeking the audio tapes to correct the statement from the gentleman from California. And the Democrats, I believe, held the Attorney General of the United States in contempt. I yield back to the gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, we got to get focused here.
Butter
The
churning?
gentleman from California.
I did it last week.
He's kind of, again,
kidding
trying
me?
to take our eye off the ball.
Butter has been
This has nothing
churned.
to do, this particular issue right
basket
here, what we're
package.
doing with the courthouse in New York City. This doesn't have anything directly to do with what is going on with President
fucking
Trump
love this
there. And
guy.
I would be glad to engage in a colloquy or
Fucking
a
love this
debate
guy.
or discussion
Latest Rad Pod had the
about
woman from
how
Georgia talking about the
awful
protests
what's
about
happening
teaching
to
media
President
literacy.
Trump is.
Oh, I missed
That's
that,
not
so
the
I have
issue
to watch
here
that.
right now.
I'll
This has
watch
nothing to do
that.
with the campaign.
Oh,
It
it's
has
last
nothing
week.
to do
It's
with
up.
the fact that
It's
the
up on the
speaker
lives.
did go as he should.
It's up on the lives. Next,
as
sauerkraut.
to support
You
President
know what?
Trump.
You're
But
not
this isn't
wrong,
the
actually,
issue.
Paul.
It
You're
has
not
to
wrong.
do,
So,
with
butter
special
churning, it was
counsel
fucking epic.
Err.
It really was.
And it has
really
to do
was.
with what he said.
really was.
And and by the way,
I'm gonna be quiet
he never
now.
said it wasn't prosecutable. He decided not to pursue the charges due to the assessment that a jury would find President Biden's age and poor memory as an excuse for mishandling those documents. I didn't say that. Our chairman didn't say that. The special counsel from the Department of Justice said that. The subpoena of the Attorney General is necessary because the Department of Justice has refused to provide the audio recordings of interviews that are crucial for determining the special counsel's assessment of our current president. It's essential for this Congress and the American people to determine whether special counsel Hur's assessment is accurate or not. And I'm going to tell you why. And the folks on the other side and the left here are in a bind. Because if our commander-in-chief is so incompetent
Wrong.
that he cannot
Wrong
stand
Boston
trial,
accent.
he's
Wrong
not
Boston
fit to
accent.
stand
Alert,
trial,
alert, alert. That's not
then
the guy I
he's too
like.
incompetent, for God's sake, to be the leader of the most powerful nation on the face of the earth.
So are you.
If President Biden is
I changed my mind.
competent,
You're an
the
idiot.
special counsel
You're an
Hur's
idiot.
assessment was
Let me tell you what an
incorrect,
idiot you are.
then
You're such a
President
fucking
Biden
idiot. I can't even
should
believe it.
face a jury for his
You're
crimes
ridiculous,
of
and we think you're.
mishandling
Look at to your right,
classified materials.
sir.
You know,
Excuse
President
me,
Trump's facing
excuse
the
me,
full weight
sir.
of the Department of
Excuse me,
Justice
sir.
in his
Can you
own
look to your
case on
right
this
because
issue,
there's like
even
that's
though
what
he
your
had
guy
the
did.
authority
That's
to
not my
declassify
guy. That's your
documents
guy.
because
Oh,
he
Jay
was
Rance,
the president of the United
you did
States when
not
he did
need
it.
to do
President
that.
Biden, on the other hand,
Thank you so
mishandled
much.
classified documents both
Oh
as
my
a vice
gosh,
president and then
stop.
as a senator. Guess
That's
what?
so
Members
sweet.
of Congress, vice
Thank
presidents,
you.
U.S. senators don't
Thank you so
get
much,
to
Jay.
take
You did not
classified
need to do
documents
that.
and remove them from the SCIF.
Love you.
They just don't get to do that.
My
They don't get to
friends are so
declassify
nice to me.
documents. He didn't have
Not
the
necessary,
authority to
but very much
declassify. So
appreciated.
the audio recordings, why do we want them? Because they're going to
Thank you.
reveal whether
Thank
special
you. Thank you,
counsel
Jay
Hur's
Rance. Thank you,
assessment
thank
was
you, thank
correct
you.
and our president mishandled
Thank
classified
you.
documents.
That's really kind.
Or
That was
it
really,
will
really
reveal
kind of you.
He's incompetent and he's
Even the
not
little
competent
hands
enough
are
to
like,
even
"Thank
stand
you."
trial, and therefore
Here,
not
we're gonna be
competent
real,
enough
like,
to be the president
thank-
of the United States.
Whoops. I always
That's
not
the
know which
choices
one
we
is
have.
which.
We've got
Thank
two
you.
choices here.
Thank you.
He was
Thank
competent
you.
and he broke the law,
Thank you.
or he's
Thank you.
incompetent
Thank
and he's
you.
so incompetent.
Thank
He's
you.
such a bumbling
Thank you.
old man
That's
that
for
he
you,
can't
Jay
even
Rance.
stand trial
Special
because
Jay
they wouldn't
Rance
really
little
be able
hands.
to do much
Thank
with him.
you.
That's what we want to find out. That's what we need to know.
Authority to
Either way, it'll be
declassify
clear our
docs and
president is
spread them
unfit
throughout
to
the
lead, in my
bathrooms and
opinion,
ballrooms
and
of
likely
Is it Mara
why the
Larson?
DOJ is so damn
Oh, that's the
hesitant to
great
share
one.
it.
That's a great one. Mara
I'll tell you
Larson.
what,
See,
anybody else,
tiny
anybody on
hands,
this
tiny
committee,
hands,
if you
tiny
ask them to
hands,
share the
tiny
audio of
hands,
something we
tiny
said,
hands,
believe me,
tiny
anything
hands.
I'm saying now you can share anywhere.
Oh, Lee,
And you can share
stop.
anything
You
the chairman says
guys.
or any of our
Well, then you
esteemed
get some
members say
tiny
here on
hands.
either side. So why don't they want it? They've got a reason
We're
because
gonna
they're
do
in a
this. Like,
bind.
you get like,
Am I willing to set the precedent that subpoenas from Congress and this committee
Thank you so
can be
much.
ignored? Are
Oh,
you
wait, here.
willing to do that? I
This
don't
is actually,
think so.
I had it on the wrong hand.
I don't think
it
that we
felt
want
odd
that
because
to
I had it on
happen.
the wrong hand. Whoops. Oh, yeah.
Are we willing to
Thank
perpetuate,
you, Lee.
if the president
Oops.
is
Oh,
competent,
wait.
a two-tier justice
Thank you, Lee,
system
so
again?
much. I
We
really
see it again,
appreciate it. You're
being
so
wielded
kind.
against one person, but not
Wait.
another?
Oops,
The
wrong
answer to the
one.
question
Wait.
should be
Oh,
no.
oh, it's this one.
Information
Okay.
requested in this subpoena is crucial. We need the
Following the
information,
J. Rance
not just
trend.
for uncovering whether our president has acted
Oh,
in a
you're
manner
very kind.
deserving
Oh, my
of impeachment,
goodness.
but
Thank
also
you.
because
You
the
guys
American
are amazing.
people deserve to know the answers.
Oh, my heart.
We
My
shouldn't
heart.
be hiding the answers and the
I'm
truth.
so glad.
from
I'm
the
just glad
American
you're
people.
here.
For those reasons, I
just
don't
glad you're here.
support this amendment. And
Wait,
I
what?
do strongly support holding the Attorney General in contempt of Congress. Let
What?
it loose. Give us the information.
Let it
If
loose.
there's nothing there to worry about,
Jen,
you should
stop.
have
You
no problem
guys.
letting us know and letting us see. Let the light in. Let the sunshine in. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Oh, Jen,
Thank you, Mr.
look
Chairman.
at Jen.
I want to address
Jen,
a
I
couple
got a
of
good
things,
one.
quickly.
I got
before
a
get
good
to the
one,
amendment,
Jen.
but,
Booyah!
one of the arguments I'm
Trend
hearing from the
starter.
Republican side over
Oh
and
my
over
gosh, you
again
guys,
is,
you're literally,
essentially
you're going to put me
questioning,
over
Mr. Hur's
the
conclusion
minimum
not
to
move
get my
forward with the
check.
prosecution.
Thank you so
But I did wanna
much. That was so
remind
kind of
my
you.
colleagues
I mean it. Thank you so much.
that under
But
Mr.
Jen-
Barr, the Department of Justice
Oops, wait.
has
This
taken
one
the
is. Oh,
position
yeah.
that
Jen, I think you're really
the committee,
peaceful.
referencing this committee, the
Yeah,
House Judiciary
Jen
Committee,
Griffin.
has no
Hey, check
legitimate
out Jen
role in demanding
Griffey
law
on
enforcement
with two N's
materials with the aim
on
of simply duplicating
Twitter
a
because
criminal
she's got
inquiry,
this bird
which is,
cam that
of
is so
course, a
freaking
function
funny.
that the
I can't. I've run out of new hands, by the
entrusts
way, so I apologize to next
exclusively to the
if anyone
executive
else feels
branch.
compelled.
To the extent you're arguing that you don't agree
I
with
don't know
his
how many other.
findings
I have a
and you
foot
wanna
though
sort of
somewhere.
replicate them or go
I'll
through
find the
them
foot.
again,
I know that
Mr.
somewhere. Thanks to Crazy
argued
Ivan, I've got a
against
whole
that,
supply of
5
feet
years
and
ago.
hands.
With respect to the underlying amendment, or the amendment
I know.
to the,
I haven't even. Where's my weed? I think I
A&S.
dropped it. Oh no, this
There's a
is
major
24/7,
moving forward
Mindy.
with the
This is a
language,
24/7 thing.
in
Sorry,
the,
I'm gonna shut up
in
now.
the amendment.
I gotta shut up.
Because it's based
I gotta
on
shut
the
up.
predicate that, and I'll read
I
it,
have to be
the
quiet.
date the department has refused to produce the audio recordings.
The
despite
pool
not
opening
having
day is one of
invoked
my
any privilege
happiest.
to justify its failure
Yes.
to comply with
That's
this
so
subpoena.
cool-y.
And
That's
one of
like
the
fucking,
conclusions
that's
that
such a,
reaches
I can even
at the
feel
end
like that excitement of like, it's a
justification for moving forward
transition
with
in,
contempt. The Attorney General has further
It's
invoked no
transition
constitutional or legal
in,
privilege, relieving his
in
obligation to
seasons.
fully
I know,
respond
I
to the
have had
committee's
some
subpoena.
weed. That's not true.
Gentlemen,
You're
we-
right, Paul. I'm lying.
Yeah, we're drafting an amendment. We understand that has to be dealt with in light of the last minute
fuck yeah,
executive
Paul.
privilege assertion coming from.
Speaking of
the
which, I
White House. So
dropped
we are
it.
drafting that amendment, but we are running it past House Counsel. So the majority intends to offer an amendment for the specific language that the gentleman
What?
cited.
Will the
back.
committee then adopt the ranking member's amendment?
No, we have our own.
Well, I guess we'll have to take a look at it when it gets here. But, you know, moving forward on this basis, even if you amend the language and add that, I want to remind the committee that where there's an assertion of executive privilege, according to Nixon, which is the case that you all have cited, I don't know if you're going to strike that too, but upon receiving a claim of privilege from the chief executive, it became further the duty of the district court to treat the subpoenaed material as presumptively privileged and required the special prosecutor to demonstrate that the presidential material was essential to the justice of the case. And that's because it was a pending criminal case, so moving forward at that point, so there's an expedited process. We obviously don't have an expedited process here, but just to point out and be clear
I was just
about
thinking it was
this,
halfway to
the court said this is
Halloween,
presumptively
Mindy.
privileged.
Halfway
And
to
so
Halloween.
moving forward as if that's not the case, I think is deeply problematic. One of my colleagues over there a minute ago said something about you don't get to choose, but that's exactly what happens when you assert a privilege, especially executive privilege. And the references from the other side with respect to regular civil litigation, which is fine, I engage in regular civil litigation too, but this is litigation between the Article 1
No,
and
it's
Article
if you
2
hear the word
branches of the United
absurd,
States.
Paul
This is
Langan. If you
constitutional
hear the word
magnitude.
absurd, you
So
should
rushing
take
through
whatever
this quickly, I
soother
think, is
you prefer.
misguided. And I think
And
it'll lead to,
then, you know,
hopefully,
yeah.
a court,
So absurd is the word.
telling the
Absurd's
committee
the word.
that
No,
we're
the
going
word.
down the wrong track.
It's absurd.
We're using
It's
our
absolute.
power for
Wait.
oversight,
Absurd's
especially
the
in the
word.
instance where
It's
we've
all
got
absurd. Yeah. Absurd's
special
the
counsel
word.
that's
It's
already
all
been
absurd.
appointed,
Yeah. The
has
word's
reviewed
absurd. It's all
the
absurd. Yeah.
issues, has come back and stated clearly that there's insufficient
Sorry.
evidence in his view
Okay,
to
I'm
move
gonna
forward with the
stop because I
prosecution.
can't actually do
And I think
that.
it's especially problematic, too, if we have to take it to a court again, that there's no evidence here of a refusal to cooperate. In fact, you've got the exact opposite. The above and beyond language in the bar letter is clearly met here, too.
Easily.
We've got Mr. Garland. He wasn't legally required to release the report, but he did. He wasn't
your theme
required
song.
to release the transcript, but he did. And as was pointed
I may
out a
not
minute
remember
ago
it
by the
easily,
ranking
but
member, the
you know,
department's produced
know that that
92
was your
1,000
theme
pages
song
of
in my
documents which
mind
had,
at some point.
40 or 50,
Absurd, absurd's
lawyers
the
from
word.
the Department of Justice come and
Absurd's
testify.
the word.
A
Halfway to
couple of them in the
Halloween.
middle of the criminal prosecution,
That,
which is totally
Mindy.
unprecedented. So for these reasons and more,
I love
urging
it.
my colleagues to
I love
rethink
it. Democracy
this approach,
Coven. It's
because
in.
I think ultimately
it's a
gonna
great idea.
End up in undermining
personally.
the ability of this
So
committee
I'm in
to conduct legitimate
if everyone
oversight
else is.
at the times when that's appropriate. So I've exceeded my time. With that, I yield back, and I thank the chairman.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to Mr. Armstrong.
Thank you. Couple things. One, I would be happy to argue this because and to my colleague from Maryland, I wish you'd have been here in May of 2019 because we legitimately, as the chairman said, we held the Attorney General in contempt after exerting privilege, but it was more than that. We held him in contempt for not violating the law.
Right.
Like, there's actually a statutory requirement that you can't disclose grand jury testimony.
Do you
So if we
see?
talk about the path we're going down and continue and talking about oversight, we don't have to go back to
If you
Nixon.
look over
We can go
your
to May
right
of
shoulder,
2019. And so
there's
to
a
my
little
colleagues on the other side
slideshow
of the
that I
aisle that
made, and
are arguing about
it is
this,
all
I would
the
love to get
box
that transcript or
pictures
audio or
from
video
Mara
and come back out here. But we're not duplicating a criminal
And I
proceeding.
think
There is no
it's,
criminal proceeding.
I think it's something
We
you might
got
want to
the
take a
answer
look at.
from
I don't
where we're
know.
at.
I don't
If you
know.
talk about
I mean,
I'd argue this
I
if
don't
we
know.
go in front of somebody and say, of course they're doing it. They're running out the clock.
but you look
Like, he could have
literally
exerted
like you're
executive
trying to
privilege,
ignore all the
I don't know, a
boxes
week
from
ago,
the
a
guy
month
that
ago,
you think
6 weeks
is
ago.
going to
It's a
save your
pattern
ass.
that is going on with this DOJ
Or
and this
on
White
his
House that has
coattails,
come
as
up
if
to
you
the
think he has
precipice of when
any,
you're actually
that you're
going
going to
do
ride
something.
into what
And
the
they say
fuck
at the
ever.
absolute last minute, they drop all of this, and we have a right to do these things. And I fully am aware that the difference between a criminal prosecution and a civil litigation and a congressional hearing are the same thing.
I
But the
love
basic premises
Halloween.
of what
I
is
love
the best
Halloween.
evidence, what we are entitled to versus what the opposing side says we are entitled to, is something I think the people on my side of the aisle are
Hell
completely
yeah.
willing to have that conversation with whoever is an independent and neutral arbitrator.
Doesn't
of
he
those
actually
facts.
look like
Well,
he's
the
trying to
gentleman
ignore
here-
the boxes?
You know, the best evidence standard, which I don't think
I mean,
is
that's kind of
necessarily
great
appli-
composition right
applicable
there.
here because
I'm
it's not a
telling you.
court proceeding. And the demeanor evidence things, I think, fell on the face for the same reasons. But the point here, I think, though, is with respect to the 6E issue, it can be waived and routinely is as a matter of practice. And certainly has been for Congress. So, you know, I don't know that that's a real good analogy. But the bottom line here, though, is you guys are arguing you need it for demeanor evidence, which again has no applicability here because it doesn't go to the finding that came from her or the impeachment transcript. And really, this altering the transcript is really what you have to argue. In fact, the chairman argued that. But there's absolutely no evidence of that. In fact, it's a certified transcript. This isn't one that was, somebody typed it up on the side. These are the transcripts that we generate
Are you
on a
gonna push
routine
my
basis in Congress and the Department of Justice.
Reclaiming my time, that's not my, I mean, that might be somebody else's argument. That's not my argument. My argument is if I have the version of going through something and dealing with
Ooh,
something
Paul
and all of
Langan.
those different
That's
things. I
right.
have watched
Isn't
witnesses
there some
in this
controversy about
committee
that?
in depositions
I don't-
say things because
I didn't
they
really
know
pay attention,
they've
but I
agreed
thought
to
for
it
some
not
reason
being
there might
released on
be.
video. How something reads and how something sounds is different. That is true. And I'm not arguing that I'm not saying what they're entitled and not entitled to give me. I'm saying I'm entitled to this evidence, and I think this hearing is entitled to it, and I'm willing to have that. I have never been in my entire life said, okay, you tell me what I get, and I'll just agree to that. And that's not the point. Regardless of all of the other
Right
issues,
now I'm
you don't get to say
ignoring
at
all
the
that
last minute, we're
stuff.
exerting executive
I'm
privilege because nobody will ever come and voluntarily
I don't
come
want
into
to
an investigation ever
seem
again.
I'm not
Because if we
that
release the audio
tough.
recording instead of the transcript, that's going to have a chilling
So
effect. That
I
is a
push and I
ridiculous
pull
argument. I don't care
and I
what the burden of
whine
proof
and
is,
I
it's just a
cry
ridiculous argument.
like
Will
a
the gentleman yield again?
baby.
I mean, that's
But
an
I'm not gonna
argument that's
look over
been
my right
raised
shoulder.
administration after administration after administration, including by the Trump administration on multiple occasions. The assertion of
Yeah,
executive
it was.
privilege
Look it up.
is at least 50 to 60 years old. And that is based on a decision by the executive
They
branch,
want
usually
to
the Department
use
of
it
Justice, to make
for
a decision as to what they'll turn over and
Mary
what they
Kate
won't.
Morrissey
And
on
if it has to get
Broadway.
litigated in court, then
The
court
cast of Wicked
decides.
Oh, yeah.
This is exactly
The current lead
how
is
it's
Mary
supposed
Kate
to go.
Morrissey.
Except
Oh, yeah.
executive privilege is usually done whether or not you get the information or
It's a
not.
great.
I
It's a
was
great.
here.
I mean,
remember
it's
when
great
the
songs.
Attorney General
I
came in
will
and
say
said,
that.
"I can't
As a
turn
singer,
this stuff over
those are
'cause I would be
fun
breaking
fucking
the
songs
law."
to sing. Fun.
This isn't a matter of whether they're
Really
turning
fun.
it over or not. We already have whatever you think it is. They're saying we're only going to give you the piece of it we want to give you. We're not going to give it to give you what you guys want. And that's the
They want to
fundamental
use the audio
disagreement that
clips.
exists here.
They want
We
to use the
evidence
audio
of
clips
what
in their
happened, and the
fucking
best evidence
campaigns.
available is the audio
That's
tape. And
it.
with that, I yield.
Period. Full stop. This is a political. This is a political witch hunt. If you really want to know, if you want to know what a
Thank you, Mr.
political witch
Chair.
hunt actually looks like, this is what it actually looks
The state
like.
of our country, but even more so the state of this committee and the judiciary for the last several months.
Gut 'em.
This committee is becoming the Eileen Cannon Committee.
Got him.
The
Oh,
Trump
whoops.
anointed
Wait.
group to support him and defend him conduct that is not defensible.
Got him. No.
Got him.
Roadblocks.
Oh, that's it.
Path
Got
of
him.
justice where he should be.
Got him.
Trial
That was better.
in Florida for his
Got him.
keeping classified records. He didn't declassify them. He just kept them.
You were a
This is a man-
butterfly? That's nice.
Several of our colleagues went to New York and said that our justice, our rule of law was false, that this case in New York was political and shouldn't have taken place. The thing we're most respected for around the world is the rule of law. People envy us for our rule of law. And to have people who know better go and trash it is despicable, almost treasonous.
That almost seems too much
in this
effort, Paul
committee-
Langan, for him.
The hypocrisy that this committee would question Merrick Garland, who appointed a Republican to look into President Biden's conduct. A man who Mr. Hurst said, and he was here to be questioned, anybody here could have questioned him about the conduct of what Mr. Biden said and why he came to that conclusion. But he
That's
said he was
right.
a sympathetic
Wow.
elderly man with a poor memory. The fact that he was sympathetic is why he would not be convicted, as distinguished from his forthcoming opponent and past opponent, who is a despicable, mendacious man with poor
I
knowledge of
love
history
that
and government
word.
and a
Mendacious.
poor memory to boot.
I love that
A man who his
word.
own Secretary of State said was
That's
a
one of
moron.
my favorite fucking words.
Yes, Tillerson said he was a
Mendacity?
moron.
Oh, stop.
Kelly said he admires,
Don't whisper that in my
John Kelly,
ear.
his chief of staff, said he admires autocrats and dictators and has no conception of the rule of law or concern for it or for democracy in our country.
Butterflies, you're in the right
His defense
place.
secretary,
I'm
Mark Esper,
very
said he was a
slow,
threat to
so
democracy. John Bolton
you
declared
have
him to be
time to
unfit to be
catch up
president.
to reality.
And of course,
By the time I
said they
do,
had
I'll be
profound
behind you
differences.
still. Word of the
all
day is
folks coming up here and
absurd.
defending what's going on in New York.
Absurd.
This is a man who
Absurd's
just
the
his
word. Oh
wife
yeah, it's the word.
gave birth to
Absurd's
his
the
child.
word. Oh yeah, it's the word.
He was playing golf and fornicating in Nevada rather than being with
Holy
his wife and his
shit.
newborn child. What an example we have for the American public and for young people. Joe Biden is, as Colin Yost said at the correspondence dinner, a decent man. He's sympathetic and a decent man. And the idea of, one of the gentlemen said, we're in an impeachment hearing. We're not in an impeachment inquiry. These are just things they've thrown out there to try to take the facts away that he was twice impeached and to try to impeach
Would the gentleman yield?
Biden
Too much tuna.
and Mayorkas. Both were wrong.
Do you know that skit, Paul Langan?
And the hypocrisy that almost, I think,
I
every
think it's a
Republican on this committee
delectable
voted
amount
against
of
holding
tuna.
Barr in contempt.
Oh, hi, Oomph.
And
How
then one
are
of our
you?
members,
Welcome,
my friend,
welcome.
the chairman, was cited for contempt because he refused to appear before a committee dealing with January 6th and the
I
overthrow
love
of the
that
government.
one.
The hypocrisy is voluminous, and I yield to Mr. Nadler.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I just want to point out that the discussion we heard before about best evidence and so forth between Mr. Armstrong and Mr. Ivey is fit for a criminal trial. But this is not a criminal trial. This is a dispute between the executive branch and Congress. And in such a dispute, Congress must show a need for the evidence that we seek. Republicans have not made that showing. They've shown
I know.
no need
Caught me off
for
guard.
these
Jimmy
files.
Crickets.
So the
Sounded
discussion
like
we
I
heard
was in
before is
church or
irrelevant
something.
because it was dealing with a criminal
Fornicating.
trial. This is not a criminal trial.
Not in church
This
fornicating.
is
You know
a
what?
dispute
Never
between the
mind.
executive branch and Congress. In such a dispute, Congress must show a need for the evidence that they seek. Republicans have not made that showing. They have not shown any need for these files, and that renders this whole thing ridiculous. And I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I yield back to him.
Thank you. In my last 10 seconds, all I can say is, God bless America, because we need somebody of that authority to bless us with the way this committee and these folks have dealt with this case and ruining a constitution and democracy.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since the discussions drifted into the Manhattan trial, I just have to say that it's ironic to hear my colleague from California speak to the integrity of our legal system, like most Americans, I am appalled that our justice system could become so dangerously politicized. It started with the IRS harassing members of the Tea Party years ago. Then we had the FBI and intelligence agencies using what they knew was a completely fabricated story by the Clinton campaign over Russian collusion. My colleague played a large role in that.
That's
and
what
was
he
censured
gets.
by the House for
He
his
gets
role
that.
in
He gets the T-shirt.
Then we had the intelligence agencies
He gets the
concoct
shirt.
a lie that the Hunter Biden laptop was a
That's
Russian
right.
hoax. That,
That's
may have
right.
decisively affected the outcome of the 2020
That's
election.
right.
And now we
That's
have
right.
these sham cases against Donald Trump on the flimsiest
The
of legal
sham
grounds, grounds that
case.
have
It's
never
not
been
sham.
charged
It's
before,
not sham. It's
and with the
real.
obvious intent to
Look to your
interfere
right.
massively with the,
Sir,
with the presidential
if you would
campaign.
just
The
pause
sinister
for a
nature
second
of
and
these
look
cases
to your
is that it
right.
doesn't
This
matter
is
that
my
they're falling
right,
apart.
believe it or
That's
not.
the
This is
point.
my right.
The point is to
Well,
drain Trump
actually,
of his
okay,
time
so
and
let's just
resources
pretend
and
this
throw
is
the
my right.
election
It's
to the
actually my left,
Democrats.
but it's just
The
pretend
cornerstone of our
that this is
justice
my right.
system is equal
If
justice
you,
under law.
like
that no
me,
matter who
turn
we
to
are,
your
we're treated
right,
the same. That's why
you
justice is
will
depicted
see
as
what your
blindfolded.
guy
And in
had
each of
at
these
his
cases,
house.
there seem to be three standards of justice:
And,
one for
and
Donald Trump,
he,
one for the
he
rest of
hit
us, and
them
then
from
one for
his
the Democrats.
lawyer who was
And that
supposed to
strikes
help
at the
him
heart
give him
of the matter
back.
before us: the decision to
But he
prosecute
didn't. He
Donald
hid
Trump for
them,
mishandling classified
and then
documents,
that lawyer
and the
actually
decision
turned
not
state's
to
evidence
prosecute Joe Biden for the
because
same offense. Now,
he had
executive
to.
privilege is an
Yeah,
important
his
concept.
crime fraud
Has an
exception.
enormous
So
bearing on the
anyway,
separation of
that's
powers.
where we are right
Discussion,
now,
in fact, it
actually,
goes
in the
back
real
to George
world,
Washington's
not in your
administration.
weird little
And the discussions
disinformation.
that a president has with his advisors or subordinates in the executive branch
I'm not
on any
loving
matter
the deep purple
within
tie
the
behind
powers
him.
of
I'm
his
just, I'm
office are no
saying
more
it's
the
a nice
business of the
bold color
legislative
choice,
branch
but I'm really
and the
not loving
discussions
it.
among
It's just,
members
it's
of
not coming
Congress are the
through on
business of the
television.
executive.
Sorry.
The president cannot compel Congress to divulge its deliberations any more than Congress can compel the president. So it's crystal clear to me that any official
Compelled
discussion
by
between
the president.
and any subordinate cannot be
Compelled
pierced.
by the
This
president.
case is very different.
Yeah.
Because
It
it's not a
doesn't, it
conversation
pops
between the
weird.
president
It just
and a
pops
subordinate
weird
over
for
policy
me.
or the discharge of
And
his
normally I
official
would say,
duties.
wow, great choice.
Rather,
Nice
it's an
dark
interview in the
jacket,
course of a criminal investigation. To me, this is far
jewel
closer
tone
to the Nixon
tie.
tapes.
You know, I'd be like, yeah,
Nixon tapes were
man,
not
you go. You
conversations as part of a criminal
fucking color block
investigation,
that shit.
conversations that had bearing
But I don't know. That
on
purple is driving me
the
away.
conversation in
It
this
is not
case
bringing
even
me
further from the
in.
root of the
It
executive
is pushing me
privilege. This was an interview
away
in
and
a
saying,
criminal
go
investigation that
away.
clearly
And I'm
falls
like,
within
no,
the legitimate
okay, I
legislative
will, because
It's not only
you're
a
not
legitimate inquiry, it's a
hitting
vital
right.
inquiry. How is it that there
Anyways,
are two
yeah,
cases
that's my
involving
opinion.
the
That's your
handling of
fashion
classified information
tip
that have
of
been
the
treated
day.
so radically differently?
I don't know what the
And as
outcome
President
is, but
Donald Trump had
whatever.
absolute authority to
Oh yeah, it might be my
declassify material at
contrast.
will.
I don't
As
know.
Vice President,
I
Joe
don't
Biden
have.
did
I have
not.
no idea how to.
Under
Oh
the
wait, no, that's my
Presidential Records
webcam.
Act, President Trump
Never
had
mind.
absolute discretion to determine
Carry on.
what papers to retain in the course of his presidency. As Vice President, Joe Biden
Just
did
check
not.
the mirror before you leave your
And yet a
house.
decision was made to prosecute Donald Trump, and yet
Oh,
not
their
to
shoulder
prosecute
pads
Joe
right
Biden.
up. You're
by the
right,
Joe
Max.
Biden
Now I
administration.
can't unsee that.
So it bears repeating. The foundation of
Now
our
I will
judicial system
only
is
see
equal
their
justice
shoulder
under law.
pads
Without this, the law
riding up
loses its
on
moral
their
authority. It simply becomes raw
sloping,
political force.
their
And it's
sloping
apparent to me that we're moving
shoulders,
dangerously away
heavy
from this principle
from
of
the
equal justice.
burden
Congress has an essential role
of
to play in setting
supporting
things
the
right before we
weight
lose the very
of the
principles that define us
former
as a free people. And
president.
central to this is to understand why these two cases were treated so very differently. The request of the administration is legitimate.
So in order to compensate for the said slope shoulders formed from the weight
contempt
of the
citation for its
president's
refusal to provide this
misdeeds and
information
other
is entirely
miscreant activities,
yield back.
then,
Well said. The gentleman yields back.
well said, yes.
The gentleman from California.
Not really.
I have California. Then
Okay, I'm going to
gentleman
stop.
from California, Mr. Lewis.
Okay,
you, Mr.
thanks. I'm
Chairman.
going to be quiet.
The House Judiciary Committee
But that
is
was going pretty
responsible
well.
for helping to ensure the rule of law. Unfortunately, the actions of this committee chairman in ignoring a bipartisan congressional subpoena has hurt the ability of this committee to get information. and
I
hurt
love
the rule
Ted
of law.
Lieu.
It is a height of hypocrisy for the chairman of this committee to try to enforce a contempt subpoena against Merrick Garland when this chairman himself ignored a bipartisan congressional subpoena. Now, I've been to a
You tell me,
number
Ted.
of proceedings in my time in Congress and in the state legislature
that have been relatively stupid. But this proceeding goes beyond stupidity. It is a waste of taxpayer resources. Why is that? Because we have the transcript. We have the transcript of the interview between Special Counsel Robert Hur and
I fucking
President
love
Biden.
him. I really do.
There's no
He
evidence
just says it.
whatsoever that
He
this
just says
transcript
it.
was made up, that
Yes,
it's fake,
he
that it's
is.
been doctored.
He just
This
fucking says it.
transcript was
And I love
produced
it. He gives
by
no
Robert Hur's
fucks. Hi,
office.
Badger.
Robert Hur was appointed
He
by
gives
Donald
zero
Trump. He is a
fucks.
Republican appointee.
And I love him for it.
The notion that somehow this transcript is fake is a wild, insane conspiracy theory.
I'm proud
You know what I
he's
think
from
is really going
California.
on? Joe Biden stutters. He's always had a stuttering problem. He was made fun of as a child because he stuttered. He was bullied as a kid because he stuttered. He overcame stuttering.
Makes
to
me
become
proud
president
to
of the
be a
United States.
Californian.
And Republicans
Love
in the
him.
past have used his stuttering to smear him. I think that's what they want to do again with this audio. I think that is despicable. And if Republicans are going to go low, I am going to punch back. So let's talk about Donald Trump. I agree with the Republican from New Jersey who said if a person cannot stand trial, he should not be president of the United States. Donald Trump has fallen asleep multiple times at his own criminal trial. I am a former prosecutor. I can tell you that is not normal. I think there may be some physical and mental health issues that should be investigated. I'm going to tell you what people in the courtroom are writing about Donald Trump falling asleep. Here's a reporter who has been observing this. One reporter observed, quote, that Donald Trump has nodded off a few times, his mouth going slack and his head drooping onto his
Ted
chest.
is staining the record
Another reporter said, quote,
so that
Donald
Trump cannot
slowly dropped
enjoy
his
this
head.
testimony.
His eyes closed. It
I
jerked
am
back
fucking
upward,
loving
adjusts
this
himself,
man more
then his
and
head
more
droops
every
again.
minute.
He straightens up, leaning back. His head droops for a third time. He shakes his shoulders, eyes closed still. His head drops, end quote. If a person is so weak and feeble, if Donald Trump is so weak and feeble, he cannot stay awake at his own criminal trial, he can't be president of the United States.
Certified
Going around
badass.
Trying to smear different people. Why don't we work on a bipartisan basis on issues that matter to the American people? Like, how about let's do a bipartisan hearing and let's do some bills to fix our broken immigration system. But the Republicans here don't want to do that. They don't want to work on a bipartisan basis. They don't want to fix this. Why? Because Donald Trump told them not to. Well, okay, so how about another issue? Let's talk about high prices. Prices are high. We did get a good report yesterday that inflation has now slowed down. That is good, but prices are still high. Why don't we work on bipartisan basis to look at price gouging? We have companies making record profits. They're gouging consumers. Let's have a
That's
hearing on
actually
that.
really fucking
Why don't we have a hearing
important.
on that? Because Republicans don't want to fix this issue. They want it as a campaign issue. Okay, then how about let's do a topic that isn't a campaign issue.
That should almost be
Artificial
illegal.
intelligence
That should almost be
has
fucking
now become
illegal.
prevalent in many places. It could have privacy implications. It could do amazing things. It could also harm us in
Badger,
a
who's
variety of ways
Galen
in terms
Weston?
of bias and so on. Why don't we do a hearing on this in this committee? Why don't we do that? Instead, we're here doing this stupid stuff to try to get audio of a transcript we already have. And it gets even worse than that. There is a second committee. The Oversight Committee is going to do an exact same hearing on this contempt proceeding. Let me just put in that, you know what? At least the chairman of that committee did not ignore a congressional bipartisan subpoena. It might be more appropriate for that committee to do it, and we should end this proceeding right now. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. After that 5 minutes, I was starting to get a little sleepy. I would like to yield my time to Mr. Vandrew.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Man, here we go again.
Andrew's
So the
slurring. Hey, I
gentlemen,
gotta go
my
walk
friends
the
from
puppy.
Tennessee
I will
and
BRB, okay?
California and Maryland, they want us not to have our eye on the ball. They want us to look, and we talked about this before in this committee, the shiny object over here. When you're really in trouble on the other side of the aisle, when you've really got a problem, let's go after Donald Trump. Let's make it a campaign stump speech. Let's talk about what a bad guy is. Let's talk about all these different issues. That's not why we're here. That's it. Again, if we want to have a separate debate, a colloquy, a discussion, formal, informal, we'll do it, man. I'm ready to go at it. I think most of us here are. But that is not the issue. The issue is this committee feels that it needs an audio transcript because the charges, the concerns are so serious. I want everybody to understand, we're either saying that our current president is cognitively impaired, incompetent, unable to stand trial, even though he broke the law. So the Department of Justice decides that they won't go after him for those reasons. And if that's true, we need to hear the audio tape. You're going to be able to understand if he truly is that cognitively impaired, if he truly has those problems, if he cannot deal with these issues, if he didn't know what he is doing. We are going to learn a lot more. And by the way, if it's no big deal, as the other side says, because we have the transcripts, well, we do have the transcripts, so why do you care so much about us getting the audio? What's the big
Would
deal?
the gentleman yield for an answer?
I just want to finish this first. I will yield. We already have the transcript, so why don't we have the audio? Because we can find out whether he is in that much trouble, if the country is in that much trouble. This has got nothing to do with what's going on in New York. This has to do with what's going on right here in the White House in Washington, D.C. with this president. Or if he is not cognitively impaired, if he is with it, if he is capable, then he broke the law as vice president and as a U.S. senator, not allowed to take these classified materials out, kept them in a garage by his home next to a collapsed dog kennel, and then used them. I want everybody to understand that. Then use them, read them to his ghostwriter to use in his multi-million-dollar book deal. Was he competent? Did he know what he was doing when he made this deal and used these papers to make money on the presidency? That's what we need to know. That's why we're going through all this. It's got nothing to do with the other stuff. And that's what we need to find out.
Gentleman yield now.
And that's why, I will, in one moment, and that's why we're having this discussion, because this committee has an oversight responsibility and needs to know that. But it's not only the committee. Most importantly, the American people need to know it. We need to know if we have an incompetent, incoherent president, or if we have a president that is being helped through the two-tier system of justice, again, just like they tried to help his son. Justice for thee, not for me. God help us, the American people, whomever are watching and listening to this, don't have those opportunities, but he keeps getting them over and over again. Which is it? I know it's a bad spot for you folks. I get it. It's a really uncomfortable place to be. But we need to find out the truth. And I yield to the gentleman from Cal. Actually, I'll yield to you, the gentleman from California.
Thank you. I just want to comment the following. The special prosecutor decided that there was no reason to prosecute for his own good reasons. He stated them in his report. He made what I regard as a gratuitous smear of the president by his comment on cognitive impairment. We will see. We don't need the transcript to see if the president is cognitively impaired. The president speaks all the time. There are going to be two debates. The American people can decide whether the president is cognitively impaired. They can decide whether his opponent is cognitively impaired. They're going to see plenty of evidence of that in the debates and in the campaign. So we don't need the transcript to know whether the president is cognitively impaired or not. The evidence is going to be before the American people.
I reclaim my
gentleman for yielding.
I reclaim my time. And look, this doesn't have anything to do with the debates, though. I get it, and I know everybody's going to enjoy them, me included. But this has to do with the actions that took place regarding classified materials. And either, as the special prosecutor said, he is cognitively impaired and unfit for trial, or he knowingly did this and made money off of it. Yield back to Mr. Nels. I think Mr. Nels yields back to you.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This hearing is a continuation of what this Congress has been about under Republican authority since January 3rd of 2023. We started out trying to elect a speaker. It took, I think, 19 ballots before this Congress, back in 2023, January, was able to elect a speaker. And then that speaker presided over what is agreed upon by most people who are observing this committee's functions this Congress's functions. This has been the least productive Congress in the history of the country, many are arguing. And my friends on the other side of the aisle on this committee are a part of that. They have spent $20 million investigating President Trump. This committee alone has spent $20 million during this 118th session of Congress, which began in January of 2023, investigating President Biden. They suffered the indignity of their leader, former President Trump, being indicted for withholding classified documents. That indictment was in July of 2023, during the height of this do-nothing Congress, and not long before this Congress expelled the speaker it took so long to elect in January. They put him out in October. And then we went for 3 weeks while even people on this committee were vying for the speakership. It took 3 weeks and ran through a number of candidates before this Congress elected Mike Johnson as its speaker, formerly of this committee. And he has not fared much better. Neither has the House under his reign. Still nothing accomplished, and we get to this point now where after spending $20 million, this committee has absolutely nothing to show for it. They tried to pin a classified documents case on President Biden. They had a special counsel Her, who spent a lot of money investigating, couldn't find a thing, had to write a report that cleared the president from illegally withholding classified documents. And then he was summoned to this committee to deliver the findings of his report, which included a derogatory reference to President Biden being having a loss of memory, disparaging him. And that was the only thing that Republicans could get out of Her's report. And so they made hay of that for a while, and then that went away, and now it has come back. We're seeking to hold the Attorney General in contempt of this committee for refusing to produce an audio file. When you already have the voluminous document, the entire unredacted Her report, the transcript of the interview
Max,
with the president,
dropping truth. Prices are high. U.S.
even
minimum wage
talking
hasn't
to
been
the
adjusted since
president's
2009.
ghostwriter.
Thank
It
you,
was an
Max, for coming in here with
investigation.
truth.
And the only thing we can do now is come up with additional information.
Deidre, I need to know
show
who
that
too.
Biden
I
is
really want to know.
cognitively impaired.
I
That's
really
what
want to
this
know
committee is trying to do today,
what we,
according to
yeah.
my friend from New
Thank you for
Jersey.
that. That's a
Get
good point.
the evidence that Biden is cognitively impaired. So this is political. It's a do-nothing Congress. It's the product of a do-nothing committee. The American people deserve more, and they're seeing what's happening.
That's
And I
right.
think they're going to sweep
Trump
this
had
committee
current shit.
out
You're
of
right,
its
Paul
perch.
J. That's right.
And Democrats will be back in control so that we can do the work that the American people need us to do, to keep them safe and to make sure that costs are down, make sure that our economy is humming along, jobs.
I almost want the compromat
rebuilding
all
America.
out,
That's
right?
what this committee
Just
needs to be
some
about.
kind of release of
Not
compromat that will
fishing expedition trying to show that this president
set off
is
the steam
cognitively
kettle. You know what I'm
impaired. And
saying?
with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, a lot of us sit here when we listen to the special counsel, I think,
This
respond to
this
many
guy.
questions that
Oh no,
day,
he's
sitting
not.
right
That's not
there
Grothman,
in front of
right?
us.
Oh no, it's not
And,
Grothman. Boy, it sure does look like
I
Grothman.
began
though.
to wonder, kind of, what were the conversations behind closed doors? What were the discussions amongst the attorneys on
Oh,
how
you'd
are
like
we
to
ever
break
going to dismiss
attorney-client
the
privilege
idea that
too?
the
You want to
President of the
break that
United
one as
States
well? What the
holding,
fuck?
substantial
Sir,
positions
can you look to
within
your
our
right?
government
Just
and
look,
absolutely
just a short
secured on his
glance,
own person sensitive documents,
and you'll see.
and then was able to take him back to his residence, move boxes
I'll
of
just
them
let it
to
happen.
offices in multiple locations, and obviously willingly and knowingly mishandling secret, sensitive U.S. government documents and just dismiss this. And there had to have been a conversation with the special counsel behind closed doors about, well, let's see. They just did a raid on the former president's home in Florida. Lights going, securing specific areas of that residence.
I can't.
And really kind of ransacking the place.
It's not even
and now we
beyond
find
irony
out,
now,
you know,
or whatever the
probably,
word is.
You know, a
I
little bit of
also keep
orchestration
important documents
on
in
what
my
they wanted
shitter.
those documents to look like when the photos were taken. But I can't imagine what the special counsel and his assistants
I can't
were,
do this. How do
were
they do this
trying
with
to
a straight
dismiss
face?
by simply saying that the president, he's not all there.
How?
You know, and we've seen it on TV. We see it every day now. He's completely incompetent from handling a simple press conference.
What? I can't even.
So that
do
became
this.
their way out.
I don't
that
even know.
became
I
what
don't know.
what they thought could justify
what's crazy?
letting him off the hook. And I'm not sure where that would have gone as a criminal prosecution. None of us are ever going to know that, right?
Well, it's
I mean, my own
normal.
personal opinion is that Herb blew it. Because he's the one who set up this juxtaposition
For
of
thinking
the President of the United States, who, by the way, just agreed to 2 presidential debates. Okay? But at the same time, we're supposed to believe that, you know, he had a few boxes in the garage and he lost track of all, and he's just not up to standing trial for this. He's just not up to actually having an attorney ask him poignant questions about what he was doing with the documents. And was he aware what were in those boxes that he had
them
all over the
for
place?
somebody new.
And now, today, we get a letter from Mr. Siskel. So again, I wonder what was going on behind closed doors at the White House yesterday in the discussions on how are we now going to make sure that we protect the president again from having to disclose anything of substance. And the paragraph that strikes me is the absence of a legitimate need for an audio recordings lays bare your likely goal. Now they're telling Congress what our goals are in trying to secure evidence. And that is to chop them up, distort them, and use them for partisan political purposes. Okay, and that's not part of our process either, right? That you have to run for re-election. So if something like this was actually utilized in that way, which that is not the committee's intent, but clearly one of the attorneys over at the White House dropped the ball when they wrote that paragraph. Because it just went from us not being able to do oversight to now we've come up with a way that we're actually going to execute a little bit of a cover-up. We're going to move towards cover-up to make sure that the special counsel's
the brain runs out at a certain point. It hits the guardrail at a certain point.
What was done in this room.
Then the lyrics just don't come.
So,
I know.
Chairman,
those
this
are mega
entire
pads.
day
Those
is
are not
warranted,
shoulder pads. Those are mega
but the
pads.
American people see what's going on here.
Extra absorbency.
We're not going to elect Donald Trump. The
For
other
his
side
little
of the aisle
bitch
in the White
juice.
House
No,
is
I'm
going
just
to elect
kidding.
Donald Trump. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
That was
The
pretty
chair-
good.
No,
I'm
recognizes
sorry.
the
That was
gentleman
pretty
from
good.
California, Mr. Swalwell.
That was very good.
Well, it's nice to see that some of my colleagues on the other side could make
Wait.
it today. I don't know if that means there weren't enough seats in the courtroom. But I know that the Oversight Committee canceled their hearing that was supposed to happen right now on this matter so that they could be at the president's trial. I know some members will miss this vote because they want to be at the president's trial. And I don't think that anything could animate the phrase, "do nothing Congress," more than missing votes and canceling hearings to go up and be a spectator at your cult leader's trial.
We're missing
That
votes
is the
and canceling
definition of
hearings,
do
missing
nothing
votes and
Congress.
canceling
But
hearings,
I'm here for
missing
a
votes and
celebration,
canceling hearings
because
now.
to raise a glass. It's been about 2 years this week. May 12 is when Jim Jordan, our chairman, was subpoenaed and asked to comply with his subpoena for his role, his interaction with the former president on the January 6th attack of the Capitol. And so we are now 735 days in.
The word of the
2
day
years,
is
and this committee has the
absurd.
nerve, this committee has the temerity to seek compliance from the Attorney General. I actually think you should not be able to bring any subpoena of another person if you are out of compliance of your own subpoena. That seems to make a lot of sense to me, and we'll have an amendment to address that a little bit later. But I want to talk about this particular effort to hold the Attorney General in
Not
contempt.
wrong.
Because what is this really about? After all, it was Donald Trump's appointed prosecutor who the Attorney General deputized to be the special counsel here to look at President Biden's handling of classified documents. So it was Donald Trump's prosecutor who cleared President Biden. He said, there's nothing to see here. And in fact, although he did not put it in the lead memo for his
He's
report,
growing on me.
there was an exchange that he
Definitely.
acknowledged in the interview
Through
with
these
President Biden where
congressional
the special
hearings.
counsel told the president, your recall is photographic. He didn't say your recall is good. He didn't say your recall is decent. The special counsel said your recall is photographic. So what is this really about? This is about you all not accepting the outcome of the 2020 election. You rooted on the rioters as they sought
Well,
to
it's
attack
actually
the
about
Capitol
power
on
and money, but
January
okay.
6th. If that wasn't enough, you all went back to the floor and relitigated the issues that brought the rioters to the Capitol just 8 hours later. Many of you go and visit the convicted criminals who assaulted the police officer at their jail cells. And during Police Week, as a bunch of officers yesterday testified in the Homeland Security hearing that those officers are heroes and those rioters are criminals, you call them hostages. And the former president calls them hostages. So this is entirely about not accepting the outcome of the January 6th vote here, rooting on the rioters, and doing everything you can to try and affect the outcome of the upcoming election.
It does
And
make
so
sense.
then I thought to myself, is there like a parallel? Is there another investigation where your side was completely incurious about what that investigation yielded? Turns out there was. Turns out it happened recently. Turns out somebody on your side was investigated for sex trafficking. Now you're going to say, well, he was cleared. He was cleared. They dropped the charges. Yes, the Biden Attorney General dropped the charges. Didn't pursue, didn't bring charges. That's exactly what happened with President Biden. But you all have shown no interest to go to the Attorney General and say, well, we want to learn more. We want to see the notes
I don't know
and
much
the
about
audio
his
recordings
district.
and the evidence of our
Is
own
he in like
colleagues'
San Mateo,
sex
kind of part of the
trafficking
Bay Area?
investigation.
Like
Not a peep from any one of you.
San
So
Bruno
if
or
you wanted
something?
to
Like
do
just
that,
south of San
if you
Francisco, I
wanted to show
think.
just a little bit of
Am I wrong about
consistency,
that?
I
Because
would
there's
be
some
willing to
weird ass
entertain
motherfuckers in that area. Let me
you have
tell
a
you, I
genuine
know
interest
very
in
firsthand.
understanding what happened in that hearing. But that's not what this is about. This is about doing
There's a lot of
everything to
money.
help
There's a
Donald
lot of
Trump, who you see as your
Republicans
client,
in Hillsborough, all that shit.
who a New York
It's
criminal trial
if
sees
that's
as a
his
defendant,
district, that would be a tough
to help
district,
him
I would think,
win
for a
an election.
Democrat.
So I
I'm
have
just
no
saying.
interest in playing this game. The American people have no interest in playing this game. And all this does, for those of you who have graced us with your presence, animates that it's a completely do-nothing Congress. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd yield to the
But
gentleman
he's
from
not
California.
like, does he include San
I'll be very
Jose
brief
or
before
like,
my colleague from California leaves.
well, anyway,
I've been on
here's
this
my
committee long
point.
enough
My
to
point
know
is
why we mark
I
up
know that
contempt.
area.
This
and
committee and the committee
there's a
that
lot
he
of
referred
Republicans there,
oversight,
or a lot of
we've held people in
closeted
contempt for not
Republicans,
doing
I guess,
things.
to use
This committee
a old
successfully
turn of
held
phrase.
in contempt
But that
the chief counsel to the president
I
under
don't know.
George W. Bush for
It's
not
just-
showing up.
It wouldn't surprise me.
We next door held in contempt Eric Holder for withholding information that he said he had 200 and some pages. Ultimately, over 10,000 pages turned out to be delivered. What's interesting and very similar is the president's old boss, President Obama, claimed executive privilege on exactly the day we were about to do this. And ultimately, none of those 10,000 pages stood the test under a judge appointed by President Obama for executive privilege. So the false claim of executive privilege today is just as much a ruse as it was under President Obama. And that's the piece of history that I hope my colleagues will observe as we hold this Attorney General
totally
in contempt. And I thank the gentleman for yielding.
Yeah, I think the gentleman, I mean, I would note that my colleagues are decrying the fact that some of our colleagues are in New York. Let's remember what's happening in New York. We have a clear sham trial being perpetrated by a judge with clear bias.
Chip Roy or the
we
other guy
have
or
a
the other
situation where the
guy
entire thing
or the
relies
other guy.
Michael Cohen,
But I think it's Chip Roy.
who, I mean, just to say the least, is a convicted felon, has been disbarred, has pled guilty to perjury and various financial crimes.
From Texas.
The judge, his own daughter,
Don't mess with Texas.
is a known Democrat political operative, has clients, including some of our Democratic colleagues, I think even on this committee.
Are you testifying in his case,
including
sir?
some Democratic
Mr.
colleagues
Roy,
who are
or
in
whatever
fact
the fuck your name
advising
is?
Michael Cohen at this particular moment.
Are you?
All of that is occurring at a time when they're calling
cause a
Michael
mistrial?
Cohen when they could bring
Huh?
forward
Are you doing a little
Alan
jury
Weisselberg,
tampering right
who
now,
is sitting
baby?
over Rikers, but for some reason they're not bringing him
Little
forward,
bit of-
which one could guess because it wouldn't help. And the fact
What?
is, this is all playing
wait,
out while
I think you-
bootstrapping a federal law into a state crime in order to try to navigate statutes of limitations. It's ridiculous.
Oh,
I mean, it's patently
there
absurd what
are-
we're seeing unfold
he
with
said
our
the
system of
word.
justice,
I'm
the
sorry. I scared
politicization
the
of it.
cats. I'm sorry.
And
I'm
now,
sorry.
here we
Sorry.
sit, and
Sorry.
My colleagues on the other
Sorry.
side of the aisle don't like
said
that we
absurd.
simply want to
He
see
said our word.
the best
Word,
evidence
a word,
available
a word's
when
absurd.
in fact
Yes,
it is
absurd,
not, as one of
the
my
word.
colleagues talked about, trying to effectively
Ding, 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 ding,
get a
ding.
second
Boy, these guys are
stab
getting
at
desperate.
criminal proceedings. This is an impeachment inquiry.
Less than 6 months,
is
folks.
inherently
Less than
not
6 months to
a
election
criminal
day.
proceeding.
This is
It
supposed
a
to be
unique
about the
function of
transcript
Congress under the
audio.
Constitution of the United States.
I know,
And we're
you're right, Max.
investigating very legitimate questions.
All reading from the
Conflicts of
same
interest of the
script,
Biden
Lee
family.
says. Yep,
The significant amount of money that has flowed to the Biden family.
absolutely.
The extent to which the president has had material
Hell
that he's
to
not
the
supposed
yeah.
to have in his possession. Which
This guy's almost
special
losing
counsel
breath.
Firmly
Like, I want to breathe for
pointed
him
out.
right
and in
now.
fact, in this committee,
I'm going to turn him
testified
down
to.
just a little bit because he's
and in
freaking me
fact,
out. He's giving me
the
an
president
anxiety
and
attack.
his lawyers have
So I'm going to turn
contested
him down. I'm going to be
special counsel
louder
Hurst's
than him
assessment.
by a little bit.
But the truth is, Special Counsel Hurd in this committee
He
stood
needs to take a
behind
drink.
his sworn testimony.
Take a drink, babes.
We've got
Babs.
evidence that we can see in transcripts.
Trump's crime undermined our democracy. That's right, Paul J. Thank you.
Impeachment function and legislative function.
That is
of this
correct.
body.
Deidre says Chip Roy
To be
sucks.
able to
He so
use the
fucking
power to be
does.
able to go to the Department of
Right
Justice,
now,
which is
he's
supposed to be
sucking the end of
overseen by us in the
a
first place, by the way.
witness, not
is
witness,
saying,
witness tampering
simply wanna
/
see the
jury
best
tampering.
evidence because
In my mind,
if you
in my
look in the terms
in my
of the criminal proceeding, which is not an
non-legally
impeachment
educated
inquiry,
mind.
and is not the legislative function. It is an independent, unique function of the criminal inquiry that they're carrying out in justice.
See how, like,
That clearly,
if I could do
what
a
you saw from
BPM
Special
with him
Counsel
right
Hur
now.
was a great
Wait, I'm
deal
gonna
of
try.
dependence on the demeanor of the president. An extraordinary amount of dependence in terms of his determination on whether to pursue charges depended on
Oh, wait,
how
he slowed
assessed
down. God
the
damn
demeanor
you.
of the president of the United States. That's all this is about. It's not political. It's not about something that might show up later for political purposes. It is very much to the heart of whether or not and what the president knew about the materials that he had, which the special counsel firmly acknowledges and wrote were illegal for him to possess. And the question is what was his intent? And it is critically important for the purposes of this body to determine where we're going to go with an impeachment inquiry or any legislative inquiry.
I can't.
To determine
I can't actually
what the
count it. I can
president-
only do one thing at a time.
what the
Shoulder
president's
pads are
demeanor
riding
was
up.
during that
Shoulder
interview. I yield back.
pads are riding up. Don't any of these people have loved ones at home watching who, when they arrive home, can say, honey,
You know,
you got to fix those fucking shoulder pads.
Moved to strike last
You know what?
week.
You look like
I'm
you look
disappointed,
like
but I'm not surprised that
Crystal
we're
Carrington from
letter
Dynasty in the 80s.
White
Okay,
House,
we got to stop.
citing executive
Stop with the
privilege
Crystal Carringtons.
the day before
That's what we're
the
gonna call them from
day
now
before
on, Max. Is that okay?
And as my colleague
Stop
from
with your
California,
Crystal Carringtons.
who's the ranking
Stop
member
with the
on
Crystal
subcommittee that I chair, responsiveness and accountability
Stop with
to
those
oversight.
Crystal Carringtons.
This is
I can't believe I remembered that
common
name.
behavior for this White House.
That's weird.
Wait until the last minute. And then
I
throw
don't watch
either an
Dynasty on a regular
excuse,
basis at all.
or a few pages of documents that have been subpoenaed, much of which is publicly available to us, to try and fend off exactly this, a contempt citation for failure to comply. You know, it'd be one thing if it were
His
the
hair
subcommittee
is
that I
like
chair. It'd be one thing if it
melting
were
into the
documents
color of his
subpoenaed,
suit.
at the Department
I
of
might be really high, but
Health and
I'm
Human
also just
Services
like
or,
seeing that. Chips Ahoy,
education,
mofo.
or
Paul J, that's funny.
FTC
Max, yep.
about collusion
I know.
with big
Shoulder
tech,
pads riding up. Can't any of these guys afford a tailor? Absolutely.
information that
Max,
they tried to,
what the fuck?
limit
This guy
availability
needs
on the internet.
a whole thing, a whole
There are so many
makeover.
different ways in which
There's so many things
this
going on that are
administration has failed
wrong.
to be accountable, failed to be held accountable, and failed to provide the information that we've requested. That we're not surprised, but this is under an impeachment
Failed to
inquiry.
provide
year,
all
we
the
approved
info.
An impeachment inquiry in this
This
body,
admin is driving
that
us
standard
mad. Look
and
over your right
actually
shoulder pad.
increases the burden on the administration to show that
How
there
come
is
no one
some
said
reason
shibboleth yet?
why they
I
should
guess
not
that's
be
maybe
providing
that's
this
just a
information.
lounge
And
thing.
Executive privilege is not applicable here. We have a request for a recording.
Look at
as
him
was
acting all
stated earlier.
serious. Like, I'm
The White
just
House
serious.
doesn't
I'm a
get to
serious
decide
person. I'm just
how
being a serious person.
that
I don't even
information is
understand
provided,
what the
which
big fuss is. I'm being a serious
transcript is
person
better,
right
which
now.
transcript is appropriate. If we want one transcript, they give us that one. If we
A
want the other
whole
one, they have to give us
makeover.
that one.
Oh! Well, no,
This
not just
investigation
please.
is about whether the president willfully retained and disclosed classified materials.
I meant a
after his
clothing
vice presidency
makeover.
when
Oh
he was
my
a private citizen.
god!
Actually, that was a conclusion.
But I would give him a whole
And
makeover.
then Hur's investigation also concluded that Vice President Biden had, quote, strong motivations, unquote, to ignore the rules for properly handling classified materials.
Could you read the rest of the
Those
quote
strong
then,
motivations
sir?
included
If it's
an
so
advance of $8
like
million that Biden had planned to
if it's
receive
such a
for writing his
smoking gun.
memoir, a book he had decided to write, quote, months before leaving office. But
Wow,
why
you're
has the
kidding
DOJ
me.
not
A
sought to
former
bring
vice
charges against the
president would
president
write
for
a
his
book?
actions, both as vice
Are you
president and a
kidding
private
me?
citizen? Well,
The gall.
for one
Can you
reason,
look over
Special
your right
Counsel
shoulder,
Hur noted
sir?
in his report that
Just like.
although there
Just
was
look over your right
sufficient
shoulder,
evidence
just-
that
just
Biden had
wiggle,
willfully retained
glance,
classified information, he
turn to
wouldn't
the right.
recommend taking it to trial
Turn to
because
the
the
right.
president would
Turn to the
appear
right.
to a
Turn to the
jury
right.
to be,
Whatever
quote,
your right is, turn to the
empathetic,
right.
well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory.
Okay, well, if you look to your right, I'm going to
Hur
point
knew-
out that those
Hur
are
knew
boxes
to
that
make
are in
the
the
$8 million
home of
book
that guy
advance,
that
he
you
would need
think is
reminders.
like
Many of those
being,
reminders are classified, and yet he shared them with
martyred
his ghostwriter,
up in
Mark
whatever.
Schwaner,
So
who
if
holds no security
you,
clearance. As
gray
part of the
man,
impeachment inquiry in the Judiciary
would just
Committee's legislative
glance
oversight,
to
the
your
committee
right,
has
you'll
sought
see that those
information
are boxes that were
among other things, President Biden's
found.
mishandling of classified information. And
Yeah. Let's,
the
right.
DOJ refuses to provide the committee
Wiggle. Just
with
look
these
away.
recordings.
Whoopsie, there they are. Oopsie doopsie.
Attorney General
Oopsie doopsie
Garland not
doopsie
only
woo.
confirmed
Just here we
that
go. Here's another one. Yep.
this material
That's a
has been
hallway.
turned over to the White House.
Look at the pipes.
And not
What if those
us.
pipes burst? Wouldn't that be
He said this
weird?
during
Anyway, so
appropriations
yep. Oh,
testimony,
there's another one.
but
Oh my god.
failed
That's
to
a
see
lot of
the
boxes.
hypocrisy
Don't
in
you
allowing
think
the
that's
White House access to these recordings.
I don't know. I think this is a lot.
from
Oh,
not
there's a
the Judiciary and
bathroom. This is a really famous picture. If you
So he
just glance
rejected
to your
the
right,
notion
you'll
that
see, sir,
DOJ
that that's
should
a
release the
sink and there's a
recordings and said they
potty.
needed to remain confidential,
Oops,
but at the
oopsie.
time had no
And now we're in the
response as to how to provide
baller.
the recordings to
Anyway, I wish
White
I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller. I wish I had a girl who was a
These recordings are important to our
And here's
investigations
another one. Oh my god,
because of
oopsie
the
doopsie.
superior evidence that the transcripts, the
Sorry,
recordings
it's
provide,
too much
because
fun.
Transcripts do not capture demeanor evidence. And there's evidence that the White House has doctored official transcripts to hide a verbal slip-up from President Biden already.
Pepper,
So
I
they're
always
already
say turn to the
doctoring
right,
official
like
transcripts.
Ed Holly
need the
Hunter
tapes.
from Raising
tapes.
Arizona. Oh my
And they
God,
have an
yes.
obligation to provide the
Pepper, menswear guy on Twitter could write volumes of
Gentleman
books.
yields
Oh
back.
my Jesus, you're right. That's such a good point.
Question occurs
Jen,
on
I
the
know.
amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The roll call being requested, the clerk will call the roll.
I want a
Mr. Jordan?
voice.
No.
Oh.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa? Mr. Gates? Mr. Biggs? Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes no.
Cloud!
Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Roy?
No, that's
Roy votes
Mr. Massive
no.
Asshole.
Mr. Bishop? Ms. Sparts?
That's Miss
Fitzgerald.
Parts.
Mr. Bentz? Mr. Bentz votes no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Armstrong? Mr. Armstrong votes no. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Nels?
That's Mr. Van Poo.
Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley?
That's
Kiley
Mr.
votes
Smells.
no. Ms. Hageman? Ms. Hageman votes no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran votes no. Ms. Lee?
Mr. Moron.
Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Jackson Lee? Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Schiff? Mr. Schiff votes aye. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Liu?
Badger, I still have a hard
Miss
time
Drywall.
believing they're not all in prison. I know,
Mr.
it is kind of
Correa.
unfucking believable, isn't it?
Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon
Good
votes
point.
aye. Mr. Nagoose?
Or at least somebody.
Ms.
Here's the other
McDowell.
thing. Can I also say this?
Ms. Dean?
I
Ms.
also
Dean
would
votes
like
aye.
to
Ms.
understand,
Ms. Escobar votes aye. Ms. Ross?
can we have a scoreboard
Bush.
of who hasn't been actually indicted,
Ivey.
but we know is
Mr.
either
Ivey votes aye.
unindicted
Ms.
co-conspirator or, whatever? Can we, I need a roster.
Mr. Isa, you're not recorded. Mr. Isa votes no.
So anyway, that's my thing. I suppose I could
Fitzgerald
make
votes
one. But I feel like there probably is
Mr.
one,
Gooden
right?
votes no. Mr. Fry votes
He's a
no.
bad one. Okay, who's pooping? Come on back, guys. We got to finish this vote. Everybody needs to just stop.
Mr. Chairman, there are 8 ayes and 17 noes.
The noes have it, the amendment is not agreed to.
Whatever.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Georgia.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
I love this guy so much.
Point of order reserved by the gentleman from California.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the
Objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The
I
gentleman.
object, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee report for the resolution recommending that the House of Representatives find Merrick B. Garland in contempt of Congress for refusal to comply with a subpoena duly issued by the Committee on the Judiciary, offered by Mr. Johnson of Georgia. On page 13, at the end of the second full paragraph insert, the committee also notes serious concerns about the competency of Donald Trump. The weekend before the committee took up this contempt report in a speech delivered in Wildwood, New Jersey, Mr. Trump praised the fictional serial killer from Silence of the Lambs, quote, the late, great Hannibal Lecter. He's a wonderful man, unquote, and, quote, congratulations, the late, great Hannibal Lecter. We have people that are being released into our country that we don't want in our country, end quote. Mr. Trump also confused the Chinese city of Beijing with the self-governing island of Taiwan and confused the famous tennis player Jimmy Connors with President Jimmy Carter. At a rally in Iowa last January, Mr. Trump declared, think of it, magnets.
This is great.
Magnets. Now, all I want about magnets is this. Give me a glass of water, let me drop it on the magnets. That's the end of the magnet. During a series of March campaign rallies, Trump mistook the country of Argentina for a person telling the crowd, you know, Argentina, great guy. He's a big Trump guy. He loves Trump. I love him because he loves Trump.
Max.
Anybody that loves
Yes,
me, I like
Max.
them.
When I hear
He
the
also
turn
claimed
to
that
the
a
right,
poll was a
think
legislative bill
fashion.
called Our Country the
We are the
United
Goon
Stage
Squad
and made a
and we're
series of
coming to
unintelligible
town.
noises
Beep,
when
beep.
describing himself. Ding, boom, this is me, unintelligible
Fashion.
thing.
Turn to the right. Fashion.
It is not
Good
even
one,
clear if Mr.
David
Trump
Bowie.
knows which
Yes.
of his political opponents he is running against. Mr. Trump has mixed up President Joe Biden and
Well
former
done,
President
Max.
Barack Obama
That's
on
right.
at least
Pepper
8
says, ooh,
different
that's the
occasions.
one,
He
Max.
confused
I love that
presidential
song. I do
candidate
love
Nikki
that
Haley
song.
with former Speaker Pelosi, inferring that Ambassador Haley was responsible for Capitol security. Mr. Trump has also been confused with respect to foreign leaders. For example, in October 2023, Mr. Trump referred to Hungarian Prime Minister
it's getting in the
Viktor Orban as a
record.
great leader of Turkey. These examples and more raised serious concerns about Mr. Trump's mental competency and ability to serve another term as president.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman,
The gentleman.
this contempt report that is being considered today is chock full of misleading references to President Biden's age and his mental competency. And throughout this hearing today, I've heard the false allegation made that Special Counsel Hur found that Biden was incompetent to stand trial. That is not what Hur found. He simply questioned the president's memory. And so let's not get it twisted. And speaking of, cognitive impairment, the report that we're considering today conveniently omits serious evidence that
And Pepper says the
standard
clerk
bearer
could get
for
a
my
side
friends on the
gig
other
doing
side of
those
the aisle,
medication
Donald
side
Trump
effect
is the only
disclaimers on
candidate who shows any
commercials.
evidence of
Exactly.
competency, problems.
She can
Just this
she can
past
read.
weekend in a speech
Mad
in
respect.
Wildwood, New Jersey, Mr. Trump bizarrely praised a fictional serial killer from Silence of the Lambs, the late great Hannibal Lecter. He's a wonderful man, is what the president said. And congratulations, the late great Hannibal Lecter. We have great people here that are being released into our country. We don't want our country. We don't want in our country. Hear it for yourself. Play the tape.
Roll tape.
Silence of the Lamb. Has anyone ever seen The Silence of the Lamb? The late, great Hannibal Lecter. He's a wonderful man, Presidency of China, talking about Beijing. Now, they've got ships circling, they have planes, but they never were doing anything. I could have pressed Hillary a lot harder. She broke up her phone, she broke them up, she acid washing. Bit bleach, right? Bit bleach. Nobody even knows what it is. All done by Biden. Carried out by Ray. That's right. Jimmy Connors is Jimmy Connors is good. He's also happy. Congratulations, the late great Hannibal Lecter. We have people that are being released into our country that we don't want in our country. I'm up here screaming like a lunatic.
Ladies and gentlemen, that sad display took place just this past weekend.
I love the guy behind him. I think his facial reactions are priceless.
The Chinese city of Beijing with the self-governing island of Taiwan, a confused Jimmy Connors, a famous tennis player with Jimmy Carter, the 39th president of the United States.
Would the gentleman yield?
No, I won't. This rant is not a singular event. Last January at a rally in Iowa, Mr. Trump incoherently stated, quote, think of it, magnets.
Yeah, you're right. The problem, Max says, the problem is these Trumpisms are baked in, and nobody thinks anything of them anymore. You're right. I mean, it's really,
and that's the end of the magnets, end quote.
there's a base
During
for
a series of March
that.
campaign
There's a base
rallies,
for that,
Trump
right?
mistook
It's just
the country of
gratefully not
Argentina
large.
for a
It's just
person
loud.
telling the crowd, quote, you know, Argentina, great guy. He's a big Trump guy. He loves Trump. I love him because he loves Trump. Anybody that loves me, I like them, end quote. He also claimed that a poll was a legislative bill and he called our country the United Stage. And he made a series of unintelligible noises when describing himself. Ding, boom, this is me, bing. It's not even clear if Trump knows which of his political opponents he's running against. Mr. Trump has mixed up President Joe Biden and former President Barack Obama on at least 8 different occasions. He bizarrely mixed up presidential candidate Nikki Haley with former Speaker Pelosi, inferring that Ambassador Haley was responsible for Capitol security. He can't keep straight the names of world leaders. In October of 2023, Mr. Trump referred to Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban as the, quote, great leader of Turkey, end quote. Republicans are intellectually and morally dishonest to criticize President Biden when their dear chosen leader, Donald Trump, presents with symptoms which are quite frankly scary. The American people can see through this Republican charade. This is just an ugly exercise to hurt President Joe Biden. Let's move on. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I just wonder if the gentleman from the other side of the aisle is concerned that the additional aid that was voted on to go to Taiwan would cause that island to tip over in any point in the future.
You know what? I hope that
I'll yield
the
to the-
island,
I'll yield
I
to
hope
the-
that the
massive
island
asshole.
of Guam is floating on water and not on diesel fuel. That's the point I was making.
Well, this
And I think that the gentleman might question my mental acuity, but let's look at your
would
dear
not.
leader. Let's look at your dear
reclaiming
leader,
my time.
former President
You
Trump.
guys
Let's
brought
look
it.
at
He's bringing it back.
Reclaiming my
Don't
time.
bring it if you
I have
can't
the utmost
get it
respect
back.
for my colleague on the other side of the aisle.
Fuck you,
The
you
point
do
I
not
wanted to
massive
make
asshole.
Is that sometimes we make statements tongue-in-cheek that we are metaphorically speaking, and that the president
maybe that's what you
most
should have
certainly
said,
in most
you
of those
stupid
cases was
motherfucker.
doing that, as we all have, Republican and Democrat, made statements that if you're taken out of context seem indefensible or ungrounded, if you will. Let me give an example. So the comment on the magnets here, if you give me a glass of
I
water,
won't
let me drop
suffer
it on the
this
magnets
on
at the end of the
purpose,
magnets.
right? Like I can't
I've actually
handle.
heard the
These
president,
guys are doing
former
this on
president,
purpose
talk about that.
to
What he's talking
retain
about are
power,
electromagnets.
and I'm done with
There was
that.
a discussion about whether the catapults on aircraft carriers should be steam-driven or electromagnetically driven. And it is true that steam is more reliable, that water would not affect the hoses, for instance, but salt water could affect wires that are driving electromagnets. So
Max,
I think
it
it's
was just a
disingenuous
joke,
here
out
to
of
offer this and
context.
take
Blah,
many
blah,
things
blah,
out of
blah, blah.
context,
Ah,
to take
there you
things
go.
that
Bing,
were
bing, bing.
said tongue-in-cheek,
Max,
to take
you
things that were
win.
said on the
That's so
campaign
great.
trail,
That's it.
and act as if they were
Wait, do I have a
meant to
sound
be
effect
taken
for
literally,
that? I think
because
I
we
do.
all, on both sides of the aisle, have said things before that
I
were
don't
not
like that.
meant
I'm
to
gonna
be
find a
taken
new one.
literally. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yield.
I'll yield, Chairman.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I think the point is well made. No human being's ever said everything exactly right. We've all made mistakes, whatever. But the fundamental question in front of us is, was the decision not to prosecute consistent with the Department of Justice's commitment to impartial justice? That's the fundamental question.
Badger says,
President Trump
we're
is
just
getting prosecuted
goofing
for a classified
around.
documents concern.
What is that,
Joe
Babe
Biden
Bennett?
Biden
Babe
isn't
Bennett?
because
Oh, Bill
this is what the
Bennett. Is that
special
Bill
counsel
Bennett?
said.
He didn't.
He said,
Pepper
Mr.
says he
Biden's
didn't
memory
mean it
appeared to have significant
literally.
limitations, both at the time he spoke to his monitor in 2017 and as evidenced by their recorded conversations and today as evidenced by the
I gotta do the
recorded
crybaby voice.
interview
I'm so.
with our office. That's why we want the audio tape. President Trump is the department being impartial. President Trump is getting prosecuted. We know what's going on in Miami. President Biden isn't, and he isn't because of that statement from the special counsel. That statement from the special counsel in light of the facts of the case. The elements of the crime have been met. Mr. Hurst sat right at that table and told us Joe Biden knowingly kept classified information and knowingly disclosed classified information. Special counsel told us in his report why Joe Biden did it. He said he had strong motivations to release classified information because he was writing a book for which he got paid $8 million. So we have motive, we have the elements of the crime, but he doesn't get charged, and yet President Trump does. And so this committee, the committee that oversees the Justice Department, has oversight of the Justice Department, wants to know if they are impartially administering justice. And the best way for us to figure all that out is to get all the evidence that the special counsel had at his disposal so we can figure that out and see if there's something we need to do legislatively to change the special counsel statute.
Maybe if anybody took pictures.
But it's all part of our oversight. That's the fundamental question. We can get into
if anybody recorded them when they were in the bathroom or anything like that.
taken out of
So
context.
if any of that happened,
Massey
that would be really awesome.
Mr. Johnson, we've all said it. So that's not the point. The point is that fundamental question. Was it the administration of impartial justice? Were they being consistent? That's what we want to know.
Yield the remainder of my time to Mr. Tiffany.
Yeah, and just to add on to the chairman's comments in regards to impartial. If you go back to the Senate confirmation hearing for this Attorney General, he said, I'm going to conduct justice without fear or favor. And he's getting a chance now to live up to those words. Will he?
Oh yeah, you guys should talk about honor and living up to anything.
That's the question that's before us.
You can't even live up to your paniculus. Okay, get the fuck out. Shoulder pads.
I'm sure he'll yield you some time. I'm not sure, but I would bet.
Let me go first, and I'll
Well,
deal you
just
time if I get
15 seconds.
All right, go ahead.
All right, thank the gentleman. The previous two speakers are concerned about.
We got to take the House back. We have to bring some sanity back to these fucking hearings.
This is exactly what they plan on doing if they can get their hands on this audio file. They want to take President Biden's comments out of context. So this is projecting. This is exactly what these Republicans
Badger, old Kathy Jones character on 22 Minutes. I don't know what that means. I'm so sorry. Oh, Canadian content. Oh. Got you, Badger. Thank you. I love my Canadian
It's not accurate.
friends.
This is not that's not our goal.
Well, I got to say, my colleague from Georgia raised the point about taking something out of context. There's certainly a concern about that, and I think it's a legitimate one. To not have the audio tape, but have the transcript, which again, nobody has actually alleged is incorrect in any way. It's not a verbatim transcript, that the person who took the transcript, violated her oath of office or his oath of office.
It was verified. It was a verified. However, they go through the verification process.
I think
what
at
the
this
fuck?
point,
What else do they
you have
want?
to assume that it's
the Pope
actually accurate. But I had to get to this point though because I've got so many colleagues over
They don't
there
even like
talking
the
about
Pope.
the
right?
contrast.
I don't even
Biden
think
wasn't
Opus Dei
prosecuted, but
likes the
Trump
Pope,
was.
right?
But Hersh sat
I don't
right
even
here.
know.
He issued a report that laid all of this out. But just to remind
Somebody
my
get Bill
colleagues,
Barr on the line.
that
Get
her
Five
pointed
Nights at
out
Freddy's on the line for
the
me.
distinctions
I gotta
between
ask him a
Trump's case
question.
and Biden's case, and said, quote, they are clear. There are serious aggravating facts in the Trump case, most notably after being given chances to return classified documents and avoid prosecution. Mr. Trump allegedly did the opposite. According to the indictment, he not only refused to return the documents for many months, but he also obstructed justice by enlisting others to destroy evidence and then lie about it. And he goes on, in contrast, Mr. Biden,
It's time for the tiny
turning
hands.
classified
They're
documents
back.
to the National Archives and the Department of Justice, consented to the search of multiple locations, including his homes, sat for a voluntary interview, and in other ways cooperated with the investigation. That's the distinction. And that's the distinction the Department of Justice draws frequently in making decisions about whether to move forward with a criminal prosecution. And, you know, the obvious fact
Sorry,
that you guys are
I didn't know I was
ignoring
muted,
when you
but
talk
then I
about
heard that I was
Democrat
muted.
versus Republican.
It's time for the little
Former
hands.
Vice President Pence
See?
was not prosecuted as well.
That's right,
For the
because-
same sorts of
look
issues,
at-
for the same
look at this.
reasons. There's a reason
Oops.
Trump sits alone
Hide
or
my
will
thumb.
sit alone at this criminal trial
That's
that
right.
Biden and Pence did not. And I got to say this too, just
Look
for-
at the body
along
language.
those
No, I'm just
lines,
kidding.
because there's
It
sort of
only
this
has to do with the fact
ongoing
where the
claim that
Democrats
the
sit.
Department of Justice is somehow biased and only going after Republicans. But
That's not a real thing.
you know, a senator in New Jersey right now, a Democrat, who's
Yeah,
about
that's
to
right.
start a jury trial. I don't know if they're still
Thank
picking
goodness.
the jury or not, but they were last time that I looked.
That's what we do.
There's an
we
indictment against a
people.
Democrat
There's
in
rule
Texas,
followers, okay?
right now as well that just came down. It's a tough argument. It really flies in the face of all of these open cases or cases that are moving forward to suggest that for some reason the Department of Justice is only targeting Republicans when it's clear they aren't. And then the last point that you all keep kind of avoiding, Herr sat here and testified. You guys are making allegations today that you did not confront him with at the time. To the extent you raised it, he said, no, I'm not trying to hide anything. I'm not trying to protect the president. We're not trying to slant anything. I did this. I called the balls and strikes as I saw them. And, you know, I think it's a bit of a smear to sort of suggest otherwise. And it's a little unfair to do it now when he's not here, when you had the chance to do it when he was here. And, you know, I don't know, it's kind of frustrating to me. The Judiciary Committee is supposed to be about upholding the rule of law. And I know there are political issues, it's a presidential year and all of that stuff, but you're deliberately distorting the facts over and over and over again. And it really should stop. It really should. And then just one final point on these issues. The Attorney General here, Merrick Garland, 92,000 pages that he's produced over and over, presented witnesses to the committee that other AGs would have refused to permit, especially, you know, lawyers who were in the middle of a criminal investigation or a pending trial. All of you all are ignoring that and trying to act like he's obstructing justice, even though you've got the verbatim transcript of the statement that he gave. With that, my time's expired and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I'll just respond briefly. Our motivation is exactly what I said 5 minutes ago. Is this the impartial administration of justice by the Justice Department? It's nothing else. That's our objective. That's our goal. And the best way to figure all that out is to get all the evidence. That's why I've asked for
behavioral
it.
evidence
Gentleman from
or
Maryland
something.
referenced when Special Counsel Herr was here. I did confront him. I laid out the same things. I know what asking. Did Joe Biden knowingly keep classified information? Yes. Did he
That's what
knowingly
it was
release classified
first.
information? Yes. And why did
That's
he
what
do
it
it?
was first.
Because he was writing a book. And how much did he get paid for the book? And he told me $8 million. So we laid all that out.
Will the
We laid
gentleman
all
yield?
that out
Will the
in that
gentleman
testimony. So I did confront him.
calm
Will the gentleman yield? You confronted him with the facts that those
chill.
facts, but nobody said, you know what, you're not telling the truth. You're not charging him, and you should, because you're trying to protect him. None of you said that. Not one.
Of course I confront him with the facts. That's what you're supposed to do in these hearings.
Oh, your voice is cracking.
With that, I will yield
What's
the balance
matter,
of my time to the
Jimmy?
gentleman from New Jersey.
What's the matter, Jimmy?
Thank you, Chairman. Let me
Why's your
just
voice
say, I think you
cracking?
really encapsulated what this is about. You all are good at this.
This is Van
Seriously,
Drew,
I mean that as a compliment.
Van
You're really
Poo.
good at it. You're good
I'm
at
going to call him
politics.
Van Poo
Because
from
again,
now on.
we're speaking
He is so
about
far
the
up Trump's
rally in
ass.
Wildwood,
He was at
which
the
I happen to be in, and you
Wildwood,
probably
New
know
Jersey
that's in my
thing.
district.
Yeah, he
I
spoke at the
it.
Wildwood, New
By the
Jersey
way,
thing. He's a
probably feeling
fucking
little bad
asshole.
about it because we had 100,000 people that were from all walks of life,
bull.
from plumbers to pipe fitters to
Yeah,
professionals to engineers and architects and doctors to young people to old people, all excited to be there. With 100,000 people, we had no incidents, nobody got drunk, nobody got hurt, there were no fights. It was a celebration of America. For an hour and a half, Donald Trump stood up there, mostly extemporaneously speaking about a whole bunch of stuff, having a little bit of fun, sometimes being sarcastic, sometimes being very serious and speaking about America and American freedom and what's happening to our borders, our cities, what's happening to our country in so many different ways that isn't good. But my point is, that's not what this hearing is about. So once again, and the chairman encapsulated it, you're leading us astray, you're good at it, we're getting into a debate about Donald Trump, you're damn good at it, but that is not what this is about. This is about that we have existing transcripts, and we want to know what the demeanor of the current president was. We know what the demeanor of Donald Trump was because you can watch the whole hour and a half on tape. You can look and see what he said, what he did. You don't even need to do anything.
I don't know what the tune is.
We didn't have to have this hearing either. I just wish they turned it over. The chairman wouldn't, I will in a minute, the chairman wouldn't have called this hearing if simply they had said, yes, you can have the video recordings.
I don't think I know where the rest of it goes.
Demeanor. The problem
Whatever.
you
Blah,
have
blah, blah, blah,
is good at it as you are. The problem that you have is either
I am
that
a little
he is cognitively impaired
human.
and
What is
doesn't know
he?
what's going on and what
He's
he's
whatever.
doing,
What is that?
or
What's
he's
the?
not,
Like when you
and
do.
he knowingly took all this classified material out
what if-
and then basically sold it to a ghostwriter to make $8 million. And I know you're in a tight spot, but that's the reality.
I mean, I have a
And so
really
we kinda
bad
wanna know
term
what
for
it
what he
is, and
looks
so
like
do
to
the
me, so I'm not
American
going to
people wanna
say
know
it
what it is. They just
because
wanna
it's
know
like
the truth.
breakfast
This
time
isn't a big deal.
for some
Tell
people.
the truth. It sets you free, man.
Okay, here we go. I'm so sorry.
you can
Max
go
Flower
through
says
this
Van Derp.
inside out,
Derp, that's a
over and
better
over. I
one.
know
Elected
probably
as a
the next
Democrat and
speaker
switched
on your
parties.
side
I
is
remember
gonna have
that. He's
another
such an
amendment that's
idiot.
got to do with Donald
Lead
Trump,
says
but
dropped
that's
off
not
for a
what
minute.
this
Forgot
is
it was
about.
also
Will the
lawn
gentleman
cutting
focus
day.
on
The
the ball? I
backyard
will yield.
shaping up for summer.
I hadn't planned on bringing up Donald Trump today. You did it. You're the one that came in and said, and tried to, say that
Mindy
Trump was
Conway.
mistreated
Yep,
because
crowds
he's
of
on
MAGA
trial.
left while he was
But
speaking.
Biden
They
did it
surely
past.
did. They
You brought it
surely
up.
did.
I'm
There's probably like
reclaiming
2,000 there, I would say.
Reclaim my time.
There's a few thousand.
No, what I brought up
and
was that
and Mindy
you
says
all were
dull
taking- you were
Donalds for
taking our
1.5
eye off the
hours.
ball. We
No,
still
I
are,
know
right?
it's
This
all the same
discussion.
speech
There's a
too.
real serious issue here.
Nothing
and
new.
by the way, they
Nothing
obviously
new. I
don't
mean,
think,
a
since
couple
you
of
brought it up,
F-bombs,
that
whatever.
Donald Trump's cognitively impaired because they're prosecuting him in
And then this
different
guy,
venues across
this
the
guy was a
country,
real
politically
hoot and a
motivated.
holler.
But I don't
Ugh.
want to have that debate
Oh my
now, man.
God. He's
Mr.
such a
Ivey, I'd have
fucking
that debate with you
ass.
anywhere, anytime
Ass,
you want to
ass,
do it.
ass,
This is-
ass.
I will yield back in a
It's my time.
minute.
Big old ass.
It's my time. If the gentleman yield back, the gentleman's
Big
time to yield
old
back.
I will yield
butt.
back.
Yeah, gentlemen. I would just point out.
Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
The,
He's
Jack
somebody's
Smith
son.
mishandled the
Someone
evidence.
loves him.
We don't want to bring up Trump, but in
He's
that
the new
case,
me.
you got
I'm
the
trying to be
prosecutor
kinder.
who sees
Someone
the
even
documents
loves
and
Jimmy
changed the
Jordan.
order
I don't
that
know
he sees
who.
the documents.
Well,
The physical documents don't match up with the actual
Because if I'm
scanned
single and Jimmy
documents,
Jordan is
some people
married,
might
there's
say that's
something wrong in
tampering with
this
evidence.
universe.
That
I'm
happened,
sorry
and the
right
judge down
now.
there says,
I'm
"Wait a
gonna
minute,
call
you gotta
it.
hold on
I'm
here.
calling
What's
that
going
baseball.
on?" And of course, the irony is,
Will anyone yield?
Jack Smith mishandled documents while he's charging President Trump with mishandling
Wow,
documents.
this
You
is
can't make
such
this stuff
a
up.
sound bite
I think in some ways,
symposia.
what's going on with President Trump is entirely appropriate.
Oh, yeah.
My
Oh,
time is-
yeah.
my time is up.
Oh, yeah. Well, clutch your pearls, darling, harder.
Question occurs
Where's my
then on the
pearls?
amendment
Well,
from the
intern,
gentleman
get my
from
pearls
Georgia.
for me,
All
will you,
those in
darling?
favor
Yes, they're in
say
my
aye.
desk under the bourbon.
Those opposed, no.
Thank you.
No. Opinion of the chair.
Oh, next to the
noes have it,
Malibu
and then there's
rum.
not agreed to.
Yes. Grab
asked
them
to
for me
report a
because
vote.
I must
Clerk will call
clutch
the
them.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr.
I
Jordan
must
votes
clutch them.
Mr. Issa?
I'm going to sing
Mr. Gates?
for you during the
Mr. Biggs?
vote.
Mr. McClintock?
I
Mr. McClintock
have a
votes no.
story
Mr.
to
Tiffany?
tell you.
Mr. Tiffany votes no.
I'll
Mr.
make
Massey?
it up
Mr. Massey
as
votes no.
we
Mr. Roy?
go.
Mr. Bishop?
There
Ms. Burks
once
votes no.
was a
Mr. Fitzgerald?
land
Mr. Fitzgerald
full of
votes no.
people
Mr. Benz votes no. Mr. Klein?
who wanted
Armstrong?
great
Mr. Armstrong votes
dreams
no.
to come true.
Mr. Gooden? Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Van
They
Drew votes no. Mr. Nels?
took all the good
Mr. Moore?
stuff
Mr.
for
Moore votes
granted
no. Mr. Kiley? Ms. Hageman? Ms. Hageman votes
and
no. Mr. Moran?
ruined
Ms.
the
Lee?
earth
Mr. Hunt?
as they They fooled.
Mr. Nadler. Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren. Ms. Jackson-Lee.
They fought.
Mr. Cohen.
And they clawed.
Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson
For
votes
more
aye. Mr.
gold.
Schiff. Mr. Swallow.
Ignoring the
Ms. Jayapal.
rest of the
Mr. Correa.
world.
Ms. Scanlon. Mr. Neguse.
Will
Ms. McBath.
pay for their
Ms.
sin.
Dean. Ms. Dean votes aye.
The
Ms. Escobar.
sin
Ms.
we're
Escobar
all
votes aye. Ms.
in.
Ross. Ms. Bush. Mr. Ivy.
And
Mr. Ivy votes aye.
me
Ms. Ballant.
To repair what we broke.
Mr. Gooden votes no.
I have no idea. But that's what came into my mind. Stream of consciousness is stream of consciousness. Songwriting. Whoop, 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 whoop. I don't want to not take responsibility for how fucked up the world
Mr.
is.
Chairman,
I
there are
have a
5 ayes
part.
and 12 noes.
I think all of us have a part in how fucked up the world is, but some more than others. Let's put it that way. It's a distribute or an uneven distribution. But no, I don't. I am not without.
Amendment to the
Wisconsin is reserved a
Without my
amendment to the
my
amendment in the nature of a
impact on
substitute to the committee report for the resolution recommending
negative
that the House of
impact,
Representatives
if you will.
find Merrick B. Garland in contempt of Congress for refusal.
That's
to
my. What would that be? What was that? Is that a dirge? No. What is that? Got kind of Irish there for a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to
Can't recall.
lay the table.
All right, I'm gonna
and
mute
this
myself.
builds on the amendment we
Mute
just
myself
considered.
so no one goes crazy. I mute myself. Oh my God! I don't want to be lazy.
As we all know, Special Counsel Herr
Sorry,
was not
okay,
called
I'm
in
really
to do
doing
some
it now.
sort of a competency hearing. He was to find out whether or not President Biden would be charged for mishandling of documents. I refer you to Mr. Herr, Special Counsel Herr's report here. We have every page of it. I forget how big it is here. Hold on. It's 350, 60 pages. Line 1, page 1. This is Special Counsel Herr's finding. And he said here to us, seated right at that table, that this was after, quote, rigorous, detailed, and thorough analysis by him and his group, his staff. Sentence 1, page 1. We conclude that no criminal charges are warranted in this matter. And then I thought very interestingly, and I even asked him to read this to us. The exception is former President Trump. I'm reading from page 11. Again, rigorously, thoroughly reported here by Special Counsel Herr in his conclusive findings. The exception, meaning that one person, one president, has been charged in misuse of classified documents. Page 11. It is not our role to assess the criminal charges pending against Mr. Trump, but several material distinctions between Mr. Trump's case and Mr. Biden's case are clear. You'll remember I asked Special Counsel Herr to read this. Unlike the evidence involving Mr. Biden, the allegations set forth in the indictment of Mr. Trump, if proven, would present serious aggravating facts, as my colleague read also. Most notably, continuing in the report, after being given multiple chances to return classified documents and avoid prosecution, Mr. Trump allegedly did the opposite. According to the indictment, he not only refused to return the documents for many months, but he also obstructed justice by enlisting others to destroy evidence and then lie about it. End quote. So let's talk about the elephant in the room. Why do my Republican colleagues need this audio file at all? After all, DOJ has provided 92,000 documents. It's plenty to go through, including the transcript, and let me hold that up, 2 days worth of testimony, the transcript of the president cooperating in the 2 days following the attack in Israel on October the 7th. But this president, this sitting president, cooperated fully and completely. Every word of his testimony is reported here. Do you think the Republicans really want to listen to the president's vocal tone, pace, inflections,
Mindy, I'm
verbal
thinking
nuance, and
of
other
brogue. You say brogue. I'm thinking of
I'll
the
give them
type
the
of
benefit of the
song,
doubt.
like a dirge,
Maybe they want to do that,
or
but only because they think they
I'll
can
figure it out.
manipulate
I think it's an
President Biden's
Irish
voice
thing,
to make
but I'm
it
not sure.
the next Trump for president
I wish
act.
my Irish.
After all, they've done
Irish
it
friend
before.
was here.
Take a look. March 2020, Trump's White House social media director posted And Trump retweeted an edited video that cut off President Biden's sentence to make it sound like President Biden was endorsing Trump. Later that year, Steve Scalise shared an edited video of President Biden that falsely made it appear that he was supporting defund the police. And back in 2019, President Trump and Rudy Giuliani both retweeted a manipulated video of Speaker Pelosi that had been doctored to make the speaker appear incompetent.
I think it would be a lament.
Unfortunately, we know that
Lament.
our chairman,
That's
our
what I
very
think it would
chairman,
be.
has taken part in these
Or what I
phony
would have been going for.
manipulations, too.
I could.
I have to admit to you, as a
I'll
mother
have to
and a
listen to one.
grandmother, this next example hurts the most. Last year, Ms. Nina Jankowicz testified in her deposition that Chairman Jordan actually tweeted a manipulated video of her that contributed to a deluge of death threats against her. She was 8 months pregnant, while strangers online called her a Nazi and told her she should die. She had to attend her
Will the
prenatal-
gentlelady shall
I will-
suspend for a second?
I will
Nope.
not yield.
I'm
She
not
will
asking
not.
you to yield. We are citing
No.
a deposition.
No.
I have a point of order. There you go. The gentlelady.
I ask you to.
No, she
Yeah,
doesn't have
it's
to accept
40
your point of order,
seconds.
you
Restore the clock.
stupid
Yeah,
shit.
I have a point of order. You are citing a deposition
Yeah,
in your
every day on
amendment that has
Twitter,
not
yeah.
been released in violation of House rules.
Let me check with my team.
Yeah.
I'll make the point that they should release the deposition. And she should
All
be
right,
able
then
to
it's
quote it.
decided. They're happy to release the deposition. I ask for the, thank you for restoring my time.
We have to strike the language that is citing the deposition that has not been released by House rules.
Because you don't want to release it? You don't want to release what Mr. Jordan did?
I can't release it in real time.
Well, I think you could. Ask the chairman.
They just said they would.
Mr. Chairman, parliamentary
Just do it.
inquiry.
Yes.
Can the chairman make a point of order? If so, then who rules whether the point of order is in order or not?
Thank you.
No,
Jesus.
point
Where's
of
the
order is made by the
lawyers?
chairman.
What are we paying the lawyers for?
I can make a point, sua sponte, make a point of order. I'm in charge of ruling or enforcing the rules.
On your
of the
own
House.
point of order?
Yes.
Can you cite that? Can you cite that,
Someone
sir?
else be heard on the point of order?
May I speak to the point of order? No?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the sitting chairman of this committee knows that this transcript was from last April. The committee has every ability and has awesome time to have released that. It seems to me and this side of the aisle that it is trying to be withheld in order to protect the chairman from something quite embarrassing. I ask that it be released today.
Would the gentlelady yield?
Hold on.
I sure will.
Hold on.
Okay.
That requires consultation with majority
No
majority and
chuckleheads.
minority
No.
counsel, and the fact that you
Mindy,
wish that it
facts
was
and
released
accuracy
prior to
still
that
have
does
to
not
count. Former
supersede the
president,
fact that
retired
a
lieutenant
cited,
general.
Deposition that has not been released by this committee is cited in the amendment that is in violation of House rules.
Is the irony visible to anyone else here? Anybody else notice the irony here?
Mr. Chairman,
Objection.
Release the deposition.
Mr. Chairman, parliamentary inquiry.
You've got the whole transcript here, and you're afraid to.
Gentleman will state his inquiry.
What precisely in the amendment are you objecting to? Which quotations?
That's a decision for you all. The quotations in 2 and 3, page 2 and 3.
The quotation that reads,
Paulina
question,
says,
so it is fair to say the
boom.
1 minute
Pepper
video that
Saltina
Mr.
says,
Jordan
release the
linked to
deposition.
Yes, made it
Mindy
sound
says,
like-
I declare myself the ruler.
Just made it sound like you were endorsing.
Objection,
I am
Mr.
the
Chairman.
king of
Correct.
the
Objection.
home.
Gentleman is out of order.
As a minute.
Objection.
Gentleman is out of order. Gentleman
Holy
will
shit.
suspend.
It's a fight. Fight.
So Mr. Jordan relied on this kind of
Gentleman is
manipulation.
out of order. The gentleman will suspend.
Who is out of order?
You are, Mr. Napper.
Oh. I've made a parliamentary, why am I out of order? What am I violating?
You're disclosing the content of a deposition that has not been released by the House.
It's disclosed in this amendment that's already been published publicly.
Which is the entire point of the parliamentary inquiry.
Well, then I'm happy to amend my amendment to take out only the Q&A that you do not want revealed, because the chairman would be embarrassed by it. I will.
Is there objection?
Mindy, irony has been beaten to a pulp. Yeah. We're getting closer. We're within 6 months of the election, folks.
Wishful thinking.
The eye of the tiger.
I want to be heard on the point of order. She's disclosed all this, she being Ms. Jankowicz, in interviews on multiple.
That doesn't matter. I mean, her testimony towards that versus the transcript of the deposition are not the same. Disclosure.
Well, but the point there is, and I think the author of the amendment offered to strike the exact quotes, but the substance of the statements is public information.
You don't understand, Pepper. Like Pepper says, like, I really, really have to try and stonewall this, okay?
I have to. Like, I really, really need to.
The amendment discloses committee record that has not been released in violation of House rules.
Well,
That's the tiniest tie I've ever seen.
Taking out the testimony, which this committee, the majority on the committee, does not want revealed. And I guess I don't even want to ask, can we get the audio of that?
I mean,
Ho! Ho!
I mean, if you look at the footnotes,
Certified badass.
Will the gentle lady ask for
Certified
unanimous
badass.
consent to amend the amendment?
God, yes.
I ask for unanimous consent to amend the amendment to take out the language that you don't want revealed.
Seriously.
Is there an objection? Without objection, so ordered.
Mr.
Gentle
Chairman,
lady is recognized.
I thank you. I think I had 40 seconds, but I'll take 30. Again, the
Max
irony
laughing.
is just
Pepper, stick your fingers in your ears, buddy.
In this committee. Misrepresentation, a finding of incompetence by the former president, when you know this special counsel found. We conclude no criminal charges are warranted in this matter. It is absurd that the chairman of this committee, who sits in offense to his own subpoena, hundreds and hundreds of days, is seeking the voice of the president, whose voice he knows very, very well. The testimony is rich and complete. I ask that my amendment be considered and be honored and passed, because otherwise we could see the use of this audio, excuse me, to be doctored, to be deep-faked, and to be Trump ads. I urge all my colleagues to support my amendment. Thanks so much.
Certified badass.
Recognition. Gentleman from Virginia.
I'm hesitant to speak because I'm hesitant to speak.
Well, here
Mr.
you are
Chairman, because
speaking.
I'm so stunned by
Mindy, damn
the
wicked
amendment
bombs.
proposed
Yeah.
by the gentlelady to get around House rules
Oh,
to disclose
with a sloping
documents
shoulder
that have
guy.
not been released by this committee. Is that how we're going to play now?
That's the
Is that
gray
how
guy.
the other side is going to play?
His hair,
Because
his hair is the same
that
color as
it
his
violates
suit.
not just House rules, but general rules of decorum.
Short.
General rules of decency.
That looks silly.
I mean,
He looks silly.
this committee
Hey, you need to
has
stop ignoring the boxes
been
that
a
are
respected
behind you.
body in this Congress and many previous Congresses for many years. And one of the things that it emphasizes is not just the rule of law, but the balancing of the branches
You
of
can
government.
look over your
When the
shoulder, sir.
executive
You can
branch
see that
overreaches
over
its
their
authority and
shoulders,
says,
there's a bunch
we
of
don't have to hand
boxes.
over these
And those are
to
from
the
your guys.
legislative branch of
Isn't
government.
that
We
funny?
should be united
I think that's so funny.
in saying, how
I
dare
can't
you?
even imagine.
We should be united in saying, we represent the people.
This guy.
We are entitled to these tapes. We ask for them, we should get them.
You know, we should
And
get the rest of the documents
to not
back,
just say
too.
no,
That's what I
but
think.
to say,
Pepper says, will the gentle lady please retrieve her
to hell with your
crown and
request,
mace
and to hell with house
she's-
rules, and to
and the
hell with
mace that she
decorum.
smashed
We're
him
gonna
with? I
make a
know,
mess
really, right?
of-
Hey, Robert, how are you?
of,
Yeah,
the
stick
rules
around
that have
and
been
find
followed by
out.
this committee and many other for years and years is just offensive. So
It
I
is. You know
oppose
what's
this.
offensive is the slideshow that I
I'm going
made
to
of all the
reluctantly-
boxes
well,
of the dude
gentle
that
lady's
you
amendment
are simping for.
I'm going to oppose the amendment, but
Yeah, we know. We know
the
you're
way
going to
in which
oppose the
she
amendment.
went about her amendment, I'm going to
What? What are you going to do?
strenuously oppose.
Oh, really?
I
Who
yield.
cares? Nobody cares.
Ranking members.
Nobody cares what you think.
Ranking members.
Where's Jim Jordan?
Thank you,
Did he
gentlemen.
go somewhere?
I want to point out two
Did
things.
he left
One,
right before
striking
the spicy
hypocrisy of the
part.
majority
Mindy says,
in
gonna need
opposing this
gonna need
amendment,
some clips of her speaking.
which
That was
simply
amazing. Yeah,
reveals,
that was amazing, actually.
some records, while demanding the release of an audio tape of information that's already been released by transcript. And we know
Exactly.
that
You
in
want
the
to see a
past,
dead body?
the chairman of this committee
That's right, Mindy.
has
That's y'all want to see a
doctored
dead body
audio
material
tapes
for
to
sure.
make them say what they didn't, in fact, say. This amendment points this out. And I would also point out that even if the quotes are taken out of this amendment, which has happened, and whether or not this amendment passes, which it should, but in any
Now
event,
I want to look up the
this is all now on the
Jankowicz
public
thing,
record.
right? I have not.
So
I've
you
not
can't
followed
accomplish
that.
anything because it's out there. The hypocrisy, the dishonesty of the chairman is out there, revealed in the text of this amendment, whether it passes or not. And with that, I'll yield to Mr. Ivey.
Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member. I just want to point out a couple of things. One is, with respect to the specifics here, in the footnotes, it's clearly public information. Footnote 5 is Jim Jordan's Twitter account. So it's not like we made this public. That was already made public by the chairman. Footnote number 2 is the letter from the Department of Justice. Footnote number 3 is an article from the Associated Press. So let's not get over the top here and start complaining about, deeply secret or confidential information that's out there. But I do want to say this too, and to my colleague from Virginia. There's 115 plus transcripts from interviews that this committee's done. That this
I'm
committee's
sorry, I
refused
didn't
to
remember
disclose.
that. Nina
public.
was
So
Nina
we should
Jankowicz
do
was
that.
the
I hear all the statements today about
the
the
woman who
public's
was
right to
appointed
know,
by the
we need
Biden
information.
administration to head
Well,
up
let's
the
do it. Put the information
disinformation
out. Put out the 115. And then with respect to my
part
my
of
colleague, and let me
the
I'll
Department
say
of
this too,
Homeland
'cause this goes
Security.
specifically to
Sorry,
the
I didn't
conversation we
remember
had
that.
at
Bye,
our last
Bob. Have a
hearing,
good day.
Where I requested email
Let's see. Mindy
communications
says Jim's in the
between
locker room.
House Republican
Oh.
majority and the departments and
Accountability.
agencies that we keep dragging in
It's a
to
thing.
produce documents. I moved to request the information.
I'll have to look up that
wasn't
what she
agreed
has
to
said
at the
about that
time.
testimony.
So,
I'd be interested to learn more about
It's not
that.
my time to yield, but look, if you want to get upset about her making a statement, my colleague from Pennsylvania, where it's public information, I think that's incorrect. And to say you're offended by it, I think is kind of over the line. But if we want to turn the page as a committee, and you all want to disclose this information and make it public, by all means, let's do it. And I yield back to the gentleman from New York.
I'll yield back.
Anybody seek recognition? Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean.
Thank you. I very much appreciate it. I wanted to tell the rest of the story that is public knowledge about what happened as a result of these misleading narratives. Ms. Jankowicz, after these misleading narratives were spread about her, she received tens of thousands of death threats. You talk about decency and decorum, a manipulated video. You talk about decency and decorum here, my goodness. She had to go to court to obtain restraining order against the individual who had harassed her and repeatedly doxed her family. She was 8 months pregnant while strangers online called her a Nazi and told her that she should die. And she had to attend her prenatal appointments in disguise to avoid being recognized and harassed on the street. When a reporter reached out to Chairman Jordan, well, I'll skip that part. Ms. Jankowicz encountered a staffer responding that Ms. Jankowicz was on the board's public face and should thus be held accountable in public. As you see, I'm taking out Mr. Jordan's role in any of this because he doesn't want anything to be known about his role in this, and I really want to honor that. In August of 2020, the current House Majority Leader shared an edited video that changed the words of a disabled activist and spliced clips together to falsely portray President Biden appearing to support defunding all the police, even though Biden has specifically said that the reforms being discussed were not the same as getting rid of or defunding the police. I want to just say that it is strange to hear from the other side of the aisle that they're worried about decency or indecency. They're worried about decorum. Please take a look in the mirror at your own members, what they do to spread disinformation and lies, to confuse the public knowingly. To say that this somehow, Mr. Special Counsel's report was about competency is so shameful. You know that's not what it is about. You just don't like the results of the report. The results of the report being, we conclude that no criminal charges are warranted in this matter against President Biden. You don't like that. You wish you could have had it another way because your own candidate is rightly facing charges. With that, I do have one unanimous
certified badass
asked to enter into the record just so that we can be more complete because the majority doesn't want to reveal the transcript of their conversation with Ms. Jankowicz. This is public reporting. The article is a surreal experience. Former Biden disinfo chief details harassment. It is from March 8th of last year, and it is Politico.
Without objection.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. And
certified badass.
Members of this committee on the other side continue to repeat the falsehood that this hearing and this resolution is a part of an impeachment inquiry. Well, the last I heard about an impeachment inquiry by this do-nothing Congress after having spent $20 million in this committee investigating President Biden.
I mean,
the last
the
I heard
wisdom
of an impeachment
and just
was,
the
by the chair of the other committee, the Oversight Committee,
with
which
the
has
facts.
actually been the committee
Thank you.
Handling impeachment. And at that point, after they had President Biden, had President Biden's son in, Hunter, to testify and couldn't get anything out of him, the chair pretty much threw the towel in on, he threw in a white towel into the ring. And it was, gave up pretty much on impeachment. And now this committee is trying to drag it out of the garbage can and try to trick the American people into believing that this is a part of an impeachment inquiry. It is not. It's simply a expedition to try to make President Biden look
media
bad,
literacy. That's what that is. That's media literacy right there. Thank you, sir.
Cleared President Biden, but nevertheless inserted some unnecessary and derogatory information in there that this committee has seized upon and continues to kick like a dead horse. And with that, I'll yield back.
Gentlemen, asked back who seeks recognition. Question is on the amendment. Clerk, all those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been ordered.
That's right.
Clerk will
That's
call.
right, Mindy.
Mr. Jordan.
Facts and accuracy do
Mr.
matter.
Issa.
And
Mr. Gates.
we look to
Mr.
the
Biggs.
experts.
Mr. McClintock.
We look to the experts,
Mr. Tiffany.
and these folks are supposed to have
Mr.
been read
Massey.
up on whatever situation is that they need to be read
Mr.
up
Bishop.
on. So
Ms.
it's
Sparks.
never clear to
Ms. Sparks
me
votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald.
that
Mr. Benz. Mr. Benz votes
it's
no.
just like
Mr.
this
Klein?
constant, like,
Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Armstrong?
stupid game, you
Mr.
know, like
Armstrong
hitting
votes no.
away like
Mr. Gooden?
mosquitoes, like batting away at
Mr.
mosquitoes
Grandrew?
instead of actually focusing on, you
Mr.
know,
Nels?
the disease or whatever it is,
Mr.
whatever you're
Moore?
supposed to be
Mr.
fixing.
Moore votes no. Mr.
Just think
Kiley?
of what we could accomplish
votes
if
no.
people work
Ms.
together. I
Hageman?
really
Ms.
think that.
Hageman
And
votes no.
I'm not a
Mr.
fan of
Moran?
compromise, you know. I would be a
Ms. Lee?
terrible politician.
Mr.
But
Hunt?
I'll tell you right now, there are people who
Mr.
are pretty
Frye?
good at it. And
Mr. Nadler?
and if it what I want
Mr.
is
Nadler
for it
votes
to
aye.
move us
Ms.
forward
Lofgren?
and as fast as
Ms. Jackson
possible.
Lee?
But
Mr.
I
Cohen?
know that now I've seen it where it's
Mr.
like different
Johnson?
ways, right? Where
Mr.
there's
Johnson
a
votes
more
aye.
cooperative
Mr.
Congress and what can happen. Like,
Mr. Swalwell?
love or hate Clinton, I don't
Mr.
really
Liu?
care. I mean, I think Bill Clinton was an idiot, but
Jayapal?
I'll tell you what did happen during that
Correa?
were results. You know, and there certainly were bad
Mr.
things that
Neguse?
happened during the Clinton administration.
Ms.
Please
McBath?
don't misunderstand me. I'm not like
Ms.
a huge
Dean?
Clinton fan.
Ms. Dean votes aye. Ms. Escobar?
But there were also some
Ms. Ross?
conversations started
Ms.
and
Bush?
other things that hadn't been
Mr. Ivey?
started,
Mr. Ivey votes
and
aye.
forward
Ms. Ballant?
progress
Ms. Ballant
was
votes aye.
made. And he was really big, as I recall.
Mr. Iser recorded.
He was really
Mr.
big
Iser,
on
you're
the
not
whole
recorded.
compromise thing, right?
Mr.
Like
Iser
he
votes
was
no.
really focused on that. I want to make sure that
Mr.
you're
Tiffany?
on the right.
Mr. Fitzgerald, you're
microphone.
not recorded. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no.
How's Mr. Tiffany recorded?
Mr. Tiffany's not recorded. Mr. Tiffany votes no.
Boy, I really
Mr.
hope
Roy
that you
recorded?
guys have been hearing me
Mr.
on
Roy
this
is not
one and
recorded.
not the
Mr. Roy
laptop.
votes no.
But nonetheless,
Mr. Gooden?
Mr. Gooden votes no.
I can't really, I don't really understand. I don't really understand.
Have all members voted? Clerk will record.
Mr. Chairman, there are 5 ayes and 12 noes.
The amendment is not adopted.
Everybody's pooping.
Who seeks recognition? Gentleman from Georgia.
Mr. Chairman, I've got an amendment.
These
at the
people are,
desk.
see, this is where I really,
Clerk will
I
report.
so appreciate, first of all, I'm going to say it again, and I say this almost every
Gentleman from
hearing.
Wisconsin's reserved a point of order.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee report for the resolution recommending that the House of Representatives find.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. MAGA Republicans have spent $20 million this Congress investigating conspiracy theories and have nothing, absolutely nothing to show for it.
In the record.
To date, MAGA Republicans have used this $20 million in taxpayers' money to hold 10 hearings before the Select Subcommittee on the Weaponization of the Federal Government, 6 of which have been on the same topic. They have conducted 121 transcribed interviews or depositions with witnesses from over 24 different companies, nonprofits, or federal government agencies. They've spent 555 hours of staff and witness time in these transcribed interviews and depositions. They've sent more than 60 subpoenas to executive branch agencies and private entities. And they've solicited over 3 million pages of documents
Bye,
from
Lee.
executive
Taking you
branch
on the
agencies
road.
and
Lunchtime.
private
Nice.
entities.
I'm starting to get a little
And
hungry
despite MAGA
myself.
Republicans' reckless and irresponsible spending of American taxpayer dollars on their witch hunt quest to find incriminating information on President Biden and his administration, they've been repeatedly excoriated in right-wing media for not accomplishing anything this Congress. In fact, as recently as
That's
April
right.
28, 2024,
There's some
Fox
sound
News
clips. Maria Bartiromo
host
losing
Maria
her shit.
Bartiromo stated, quote, I mean, look, with all due respect, people are sick and tired of congressional investigations that go nowhere. People are sick and tired of letters being written and sent to the people who we know are bad in the first place, end quote. This is from their own gallery of supporters.
Their cheerleader.
To
Their
date, there is no evidence of any
whatever her name
impeachable
was,
offense committed
Lenny
by
Riefenstahl.
President Joe Biden.
She's not really a
There's
filmmaker,
no
but you know.
evidence of misconduct in
Whatever.
President Joe Biden's administration. MAGA Republicans' witch hunt will go down in history as a total and complete failure, especially when viewed in light of the fact that we're reduced now to seeking verification of an erroneous report about President Biden's mental acuity. While I do not support the underlying report, I think that if the committee refers it to the full House, it should at least be accurate. A key part of that accuracy is including the details of this protracted and over-the-top investigation in the background on the investigation section of the report, recommending contempt. And for that reason, I urge you to support this amendment, and with that, I'll yield back.
There we go. Fixed it.
Gentleman yields back.
Should have put the dino up
Withdrawals
earlier.
point of order.
Oh my God, Jordan's back from pooping. Welcome back,
Question
Jim.
occurs
How'd it
on the
go?
amendment offered by the
You
gentleman
feel better?
from,
Oh, you look a
Georgia.
lot.
All
You
those in
look like
favor
you
say
feel
aye.
better.
All those opposed say
Dude,
no.
your shirt,
No.
new shirt.
Any of the chairs, the noes have it.
Did we
Gentleman is asked.
did we blow a gasket there,
Mr.
Jimmy
Jordan?
boy?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no.
Jimmy
Mr. Issa?
Jones,
Mr. Issa
no,
votes
I
no.
got the
Mr.
Jimmy
Gates?
Jordan
Mr. Biggs?
blues.
Mr. McClintock? Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey?
I
Roy?
gotta investigate
Bishop?
every last
Ms. Sparks?
thing about you.
Ms. Sparks votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Benz? Mr. Benz votes no. Mr. Klein?
Don't call
Mr.
me
Klein votes no. Mr. Armstrong?
obsessed.
Mr. Armstrong votes no. Mr. Gooden?
I
Mr.
won't
Gooden
take
votes no.
that
Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Nels? Mr. Moore?
Don't
Mr. Moore votes
call
no.
me
Mr. Kiley?
obsessed.
Mr. Kiley votes no. Ms. Hageman? Ms. Hageman votes no. Mr. Moran?
I'm just
Miss
a
Lee?
dick.
Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry?
Oh, baby,
Mr. Nadler?
it's true.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Jackson Lee?
I'm not in love
Mr. Cohen?
with you.
Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson
I
votes aye.
just
Mr. Schiff?
wanna get through.
Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu? Ms. Shiapaw?
To the old
Mr. Correa?
way.
Ms. Scanlon? Mr. Nagoose? Ms. McBath? Ms. Dean? Ms. Dean votes aye. Ms. Escobar?
Loyalty
Ms. Ross?
I
Ms.
sniff
Bush?
like
Mr. Ivy? Mr. Ivy votes aye. Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant votes aye.
Jimmy Jordan blues. I got those Jimmy Jordan blues.
Mr. Roy?
now.
Mr. Roy votes no.
I got so many blues. I don't know what I can do.
Mr. Chairman, there are 5 ayes and
What will
12
make 'em
noes.
go away?
The amendment is not adopted. Seeks recognition. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania. is recognized.
Bring back integrity.
Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Point of order reserved by the gentleman from
I
Virginia.
got those Jimmy Jordan.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature.
The amendment be considered as read. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
I object. It's brief.
Clerk will report. No problem.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee report for the resolution recommending
Clip
that the House
it,
of Representatives
'cause I'll
find
forget.
Eric B. Garland in contempt of
Please.
Congress for refusal
I'm looking
to
at the
comply with the
timestamp
subpoena
right now.
duly issued
2
by the
hours,
Committee on the
50
Judiciary,
minutes, I guess. I don't know how long it went on.
Pennsylvania,
But I didn't
on
mind
page
it.
3 after the paragraph
Hello,
ending,
everybody on Twitter.
quote, when his son
And come
Beau
on over
died,
to UE
unquote,
Doobie.
insert, however,
He's
it is in fact
constipated.
false that President Biden
Democracy
could not remember when
Dino.
his son died. In the transcript of President Biden's interview with Robert Hur, President Biden clearly recalls the date of his son's death, saying, quote, "What month did Beau die? Oh God, May 30th, unquote."
Gentlelady is recognized.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment corrects the record regarding the president's recollection of his own son, Beau Biden's death. And I saw in this markup today a welling up of decorum and decency and doing what is right. Just moments ago, you missed it, Mr. Chairman. And so I would think this will be an amendment that all of us can agree upon. It's an amendment about decency and facts and getting the record straight. As I pointed out when Mr. Hur was before us, President Biden clearly recalled the month and day his son passed. As on page 82 of the transcript, the complete transcript of his 5-hour deposition, he says, "What month did Beau die? Oh God, May 30th, end quote. I find Mr. Herr's mischaracterization of that exchange in a government report to be inaccurate, grotesque, and gratuitous. That was nothing to do with the task he was given. It was just a free shot at a father grieving the grievous death of his son. Even more distasteful are Republican attempts to repeat that mischaracterization for political ends. Everybody in this room, everybody in this House must do better. But I suppose, you know what? Indecency is too often the point here. Finally, I'll note that in addition to his gratuitous and misleading statements concerning Mr. Beau Biden's death, Mr. Herr also determined on behalf of DOJ that President Biden would not be prosecuted for improperly storing sensitive documents, because in truth, the same cannot be said for Donald Trump. That's all the unrest on the other side. Mr. Trump remains the only former commander-in-chief.
She just pointed to my documents. I'm just saying. We're like in
By
sync.
leaving classified documents strewn
She's like
around
Justin
ballrooms
Timberlake, and I'm like
and then hoping others would destroy or remove them.
Joey Fatone.
My amendment corrects the record on the important point of the president's searing memory of his own son's death. And I urge all members, those of decorum and decency, to support this factual correction. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman for Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, speaking of the amendment.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank the gentlelady for making my point with her amendment. Not only did the transcript continue on after her amendment says May 30th,
Ain't nothing but
continues, and I'll quote the transcript, with the question, was it 2015 when he died?
Oh my God, the insanity.
That without the
Tell
audio,
me why
we can't tell how much time passed between the question, what month did Beau die?
Kick this guy out the door. Tell me why Republicans are such cons. Tell me why Republicans are such punks. Tell me why anyone votes for a one.
That's exactly why we need it.
I want
We've
to.
requested it over and over again, subpoenaed it, and now.
No, I'm not going to say what you think I'm going to say. I want to slap someone. Tell me why.
Accurately, unless we have
this. I'm on fire. I don't know. I'm a fucking
that's why
like.
we need the tapes.
I'm a Quincy Jones. No, he's a producer. Quincy Jones was a producer. I'm a frickin' Dolly Parton over here writing songs.
That's an
I'm
interesting
just writing
explanation,
songs.
but I gotta say, it's hard for me
Well,
to
I'm not
figure
writing the
out
tunes. I'm not that
the length of a
talented, so
pause
I guess I'm
between
not really a
answering
Dolly
a
Parton.
question
Who just writes lyrics?
would have,
I'm the lyrics part.
you know, any kind of dispositive merit one way or the other.
I'm not really good at the music
Let's just
part.
hypothetically say, okay, pause for 2
Sorry.
seconds, as opposed to 30 seconds. If it's 30 seconds, then it's an impeachable offense in some way. That somehow transforms this transcript into the basis for legislative action or some sort of impeachment, or even if you want to go there, because you guys have offered about 5 different versions of why you need this, none of which are based are included in the report that, at least the one that you passed out. But just say hypothetically, what does that prove? You know, the comments about the demeanor evidence, which I think are equally problematic, because again, I don't, nobody's asserting, and certainly Herr didn't assert that he thought Mr. Biden's answers were deceitful or disingenuous or anything like that. But, and you know, the issues that you all have raised as potentially the basis for impeachment of some kind have nothing to do with, you know, when his son died or not. So it's just hard to figure out where you're trying to go with this from a legitimate standpoint.
It's just,
now,
yes, thank you.
I'm not questioning anybody's integrity over there, but I mean,
Why? Why not?
there is this sort of obvious alternative track where
I'm
it would be
freaking questioning
they want the
all
audio tape
kinds
so
of
they can
shit.
use it maybe not them personally, but somehow it might end up in a video, maybe a campaign video, maybe an election video that supports President Trump's effort to be reelected in his race against President Biden. I got to say, that sort of makes more sense than the explanations I've heard from the other side.
Can we just call it games?
The
Just
legislative
stop. Just
purpose
call
issue,
it
which I really
games.
haven't had much of a chance to touch on.
Because they just take every little
yet, but we can
phrasing
do it
and throw it back,
now.
and that's part of the game. It's like a
the Supreme
volley
Court
in a
said one
game.
of the
Just
bases
stop.
of
Don't
oversight
return the
of seeking
volley.
this
Just say no.
information is-
No, that's a
there's
game.
a
I'm not doing
legitimate
that.
legislative purpose
Moving on. Moving
getting
on.
it.
Moving on.
And
Be like Judge Rowland.
I'm not seeing the
Moving on.
legitimate purpose that isn't served by the transcript. Because if you have the transcript and you have and it's a verbatim transcript, and as I said earlier, nobody over there is asserting that somehow the court reporter doctored it, fabricated it, did anything wrong with it, anything like that. As far as I know, nobody's made an inquiry with respect to the court reporter to ask her, if she did something, inappropriate. And certainly Mr. Herr, who came in here and testified, and you could ask him about that, he never said anything about a doctored transcript either. So I'm not seeing where you're going with
The gentleman,
this.
you.
I will.
Does the gentleman agree that the amendment is incomplete when it does not include the question that follows that statement of May 30th?
I don't think so, but she might be open to you offering an additional amendment to add language if you want. But the bottom line is, from the standpoint of at least having a fuller transcript, because there's no doubt that the way the report was written, at least the one that, I don't know what the final one's going to look like because we don't know, we don't have it yet, but it's about as one-sided a document as you can get. And so from the standpoint, and I'll say this again, because this is going to be the basis. We went through this on the Hunter Biden version of this as well. This is going to be what we send to the court, and I hope the Department of Justice does take this to court, because I want to see it litigated. I want to see a judge rule on this, because I think the majority's way over the line and the way it's abusing the authority here. But
can you say absurd?
I'm really
please?
not seeing the reasoning behind
That
why
would really
it's so critical to
satisfy
have
the
audio
bookend that I
tape
need for that.
in a way that's not, not addressed by the actual transcript, which again, nobody has questioned its accuracy. Nobody has questioned, that it was doctored or in any way. Well, actually, somebody did sort of throw out that assertion on the fly, but there's absolutely no factual basis for it. Nothing, certainly, that was sustained by Mr. Herr, who again was here, testified, and y'all could have asked him about it, but nobody did. So, not saying anything about bad faith here, but the only explanation for why you all are making such a big deal about this is that you want the audio tape, and it might turn up in campaign ads down the road in the race for president. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. No. In opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The gentlelady requests a recorded vote. The clerk call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa? Mr. Gates? Mr. Biggs? Mr. McClintock? Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey?
Mr. Massive Asshole.
Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes no.
Mr.
Bishop?
Mr. Boy.
Ms. Farts votes no.
Mr. Fart. Miss
Fitzgerald?
Farts.
Mr. Benz? Mr. Benz votes no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Armstrong? Mr. Armstrong votes no. Mr. Gooden?
Mr. Baden.
Mr. Van Drew?
Mr. Van
Mr.
Poo.
Nels? Mr. Moore?
Mr.
Moore
Smells.
votes no. Mr. Kiley? Ms. Hageman? Ms. Hageman votes no. Mr.
She's
Moran?
there? I thought she was up in
Miss
New
Lee?
York.
Miss
I thought
Lee
she
votes
followed.
no.
I thought
Mr.
she
Hunt?
followed the clown show up to New
Mr.
York.
Fry?
Why wouldn't she
Mr.
do that?
Nadler?
Like, this is a big
Mr.
chance.
Nadler
This
votes
is like
aye.
a.
Ms.
This is
Lofgren?
like cabinet.
Ms.
He's now in the
Jackson-Lee?
cabinet phase of the
Mr.
selection
Cohen?
committee, right? He's probably already
Johnson?
gone through the VP phase.
Mr. Johnson
Now
votes
he's at
aye.
cabinet
Mr.
level.
Schiff?
So everyone's like shifting.
Mr. Swalwell?
Did you see him in the back like children of the
Mr. Liu?
corn? shifting in the back. I should put that picture up,
Correa.
actually. That's a fucking awesome
Ms.
picture.
Scanlon.
Hold on, I'm going to
Mr.
do that.
Neguse.
I'm going to find that
Ms.
fucking
McBath.
picture.
Ms. Dean.
There
Ms.
we
Dean
go.
votes
Hold on,
aye.
hold on.
Ms. Escobar.
It'll take me a minute. Oops.
Ms. Ross.
Oh, I hate when
Ms.
it does
Bush.
this. Okay. Add a new
Mr.
source.
Ivey.
It's going to probably cover the goddamn
Mr. Ivey
screen,
votes
and I'm
aye.
really
Ms.
sorry
Ballant.
about that.
Ms. Ballant
I'm going to
votes
say
aye.
Children of the Corn.
Mr. Issa, you're not
You're not
recorded.
recorded.
Mr. Issa votes no.
Add
From
source.
Texas.
Okay.
Mr. Gooden votes no.
Where's Children of the Corn? Okay, wait, let me go here. God damn it. Come on, baby. Rock and roll. How am I recorded? Like the Children of the Corn. I wonder if I can do... Wait, where's the Children of the Corn picture? Did I not save that? I probably didn't. Okay, well, I'll just put it up because it looks like the Children of the Corn anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Mr. Chairman, there are 5 ayes and 12 noes.
The
Okay.
amendment is not adopted.
There they are. There's the Children of the Corn. There they are. I'm going to put them right.
from
I'm going to
I have an
cover my
amendment at the
dino.
desk.
Clerk will report.
Children of the Corn. Mindy, I've got to get a little sleep before
Amendment
work.
to the amendment
Oh,
in the nature of a substitute to the committee report.
goodbye.
for
You
the
have a
resolution
good one,
recommending that the
Mindy.
House of Representatives
Be
find
safe,
Merrick
all
B. Garland
right?
in
Take
contempt of
care.
Congress.
I'll
Jackson, the amendment
tell
is
you
Judge
later.
Breakfast.
Yeah, I'll see you later. That's right.
Thank you,
Today's
Mr.
Thursday.
Chairman.
I keep
I
forgetting.
offer this amendment just to walk through it briefly. This goes to the issue of the distinctions between the case against Mr. Biden and the case against Mr. Trump. There have been multiple allegations today about, from the Republican side, that somehow the Department of Justice gave favorable treatment to President Biden.
Yeah,
but
Pepper says, have a good
I
sleep.
wanted to offer this
Mindy.
amendment to make sure the record is clear, and also to make sure not just that the record of the discussion today is clear, but also that the report that ends up being sent forward, and I think is going to be the lead document if this gets to court, and again, I hope it does. But I think it balances out the one-sidedness, or helps to start and move it in that direction of the report that the committee has floated, the Republicans have floated. There are, on this point, Special Counsel Hur, who testified here and said this in the report as well. Several material distinctions between Mr. Trump's case and Mr. Biden's are clear. There are serious aggravating facts in the Trump case, most notably after being given multiple chances to return classified documents to avoid prosecution. Mr. Trump allegedly did the opposite. According to the indictment, he not only refused to return the documents for many months, but he also obstructed justice by enlisting others to destroy evidence and then lie about it. In contrast, Mr. Biden turned in classified documents to the National Archives and the Department of Justice, consented to the search of multiple locations, including his homes, sat for a voluntary interview, and in other ways cooperated with this investigation. And the final point here, I think, is that unlike the deliberative acts of former President Trump to retain and conceal classified materials from the federal government, Special Counsel Hur found likely inadvertence and or mistake. And so we go on to quote some of the language from his report as well. We find the evidence as a whole insufficient to meet the government's burden of proving that Mr. Biden willfully retained the Afghanistan documents in the Virginia home in 2017. For other recovered classified documents, the decision to decline criminal charges was straightforward. The evidence suggests that Mr. Biden did not willfully retain these documents and that they could plausibly have been brought to these locations by mistake.
Wait till we hear
Unlike
what
President
the former guy
Biden,
did.
Donald
Which
Trump
actually we
intentionally and
don't
flagrantly
know.
took and concealed highly classified
Oops.
documents. Mr. Trump's actions are extremely serious and warranted the 32 counts of willful retention of the documents as he was charged. I want to say this as well, and I think I mentioned this earlier. Former Vice President Pence faced a similar factual scenario. There were documents found in, I believe, in one of his residences. Unlike Mr. Trump, Mr. Pence turned them over. He cooperated immediately. There was no evidence of any type. of an effort to try and obstruct the investigation, hide the
is so
documents,
dumb.
or anything like
What
that.
a waste of
Certainly
money.
didn't ask anybody to move
What
the
a
documents
fucking,
for him,
how
as
much
Mr.
does a
Trump,
hearing cost?
I think this was raised in the
I think I
indictment,
asked this 2 years
had
ago.
done. So
How much does a hearing
I asked that this be
cost? Or
included
last year.
for
How much does a hearing cost?
the point of completeness. We want to make sure we send a document.
So
I would
done.
oppose the whole thing, as I've stated repeatedly today, but if you're going to forward this document, at least send a document that has some semblance of balance to it, and I think shows the effort to try and present the court with a full take on information with respect to this particular issue. And as I mentioned earlier, this wasn't a place I was expecting to need to go today. I thought we were going to be focusing more on the specifics of, especially the executive privilege issue after it was asserted by the White House. There's been almost no discussion on the legal merits of that from the Republican side. And I guess with good reason.
Right?
They don't seem to have a strong argument
God.
to address it. But since you brought this up,
Dems are
since you brought up
nailing
the
it
Trump
today.
Contrast with
Here's my
Mr.
point.
Biden and
You
sort of
cannot
coupled it
tell
not
me
only with
that
allegations
the
of
Democrats
misconduct
and the
by overall
Republicans
Department
are
of
the
Justice, but
same
specifically Mr.
because that is
who
simply not the case.
I don't necessarily agree with everything he wrote, but
I know,
I certainly am
you
not going to
know,
sit here and
because we
essentially
watch
slander him for,
almost
trying to be
a fair
unfair,
portion of these fucking
tilting the system,
hearings.
trying to cover up for the president.
So you
None of that is
cannot
merited,
tell me
and
in
I
good
don't think there was
conscience,
anything about
unless
the
you
report
watch
or
as
his
much as I
testimony,
do,
that he presented here
the
that would
original
support
source.
that. And with that,
You
I yield
can't
back.
tell me they're the same. Sorry, I'm not being weird. I'm just telling
opposition to the
you.
amendment, but it almost
That's
passively
phony.
aggressively
Stop it. It's a fucking right-wing talking point, and you're parroting it, you dumb shits.
similar to
Jesus, put someone else before yourself.
substantially similar to Donald Trump. You have a 40-year history of keeping classified documents. 40
Look
years.
behind you,
Why
shithead.
it's important. He's reading classified documents to his ghostwriter, reading them to him. Like
Wait till
this
you
isn't
hear
in-
who your guy gave
worked with the
documents
DOJ
to.
in an adversarial way.
Oh,
and you know
that's
what I've
right.
never
We don't
seen for a
know
regular
because there are
defendant in
documents
criminal court?
missing.
The DOJ making the plausibility defense over a 40-year history. And we
Oh,
talk
that's
about
right. He
disingenuous
ate
and
some
all
of
those
them.
things. If you spend 40 years robbing liquor stores, and then you
Oh, that's right.
cooperated
He
with law
flushed some of them
enforcement,
down the
they're
toilet.
not going to charge you.
Oh, that's
That is a
right.
sentencing
He moved
factor. That's an
boxes so that the
obstruction
lawyer who
factor.
was
That is a
charged
different factor.
by
If you're going to
whoever
the
to find the
underlying
boxes
offense of
couldn't
maintaining
find
and
them.
disclosing classified
Yeah,
documents.
that guy. Is that
a
who you're talking about?
significantly different thing. And
Are you talking about
only
that
in
guy?
this world
Oh no, we're not talking
would
about
you
that guy.
go to
Well, that's
that
so
place where
interesting.
We'll say, hey, you committed the underlying crime, and you did it for 40 years.
What?
But you cooperated with us, so we're going to allow you to skate.
What?
That's the difference.
Are you
spend
kidding
a
me?
lot of time talking about the
Oh,
obstruction.
you're
charge,
almost there.
but we
You
don't
just turn
spend
a
enough time
little,
talking about
turn a little more.
the egregious
Just
nature
look
of the
more.
underlying maintaining and disclosing classified
And then you'll see.
documents. Like that's the difference, and that's the problem, and that's why audio matters.
Oh,
because the audio
baby.
matters
Clip
and
that,
there's inflection, and there's different ways in which you do it. I mean, if you're telling your ghostwriter in a laughing manner that you are reading classified documents to him as he's writing your book, that's different than a lot of
Guess
different ways in
who
which you
your
do it.
guy
And the
read
transcript is all of that. But there is no other scenario. And by the way, I would have
Wait
gotten into
until
this
you
with,
hear the
special counsel prosecutor
scenarios
Heard, but we
I've
have the
got
5-minute
for
rule, and I had a lot of
you.
other things
I've got
to get out. But you can,
many
you can
bad
talk about
guys
the
who
secondary part of
probably
this case all day
heard
long.
shit
But I
they
don't think anybody who reads the
shouldn't.
report looks at the nature. He did it when he was a senator. He did it
Guess
over 45 years. He had been
what?
warned
You're
about it and continued to do
simping
it.
for
You have to seriously jump through some
motherfucking
hoops to get to the inadvertent part of it. And so you're talking about maintaining and disclosing classified documents. And if
He's a
anybody
nut.
thinks that the information in her
He's a
report
nut.
doesn't give a valid reason for that
He's
that
a
occurred knowingly and
nut.
willingly, then the question is, why wasn't
He's
it
a
knowingly
butt.
and willingly? And that's where we're at.
Look at him. He looks like a butt.
So
the gentleman
talk about
like a
obstruction.
chicken
I'm gonna
butt.
yield to the
He looks like a
gentleman,
chicken butt.
Mr. Benz.
Doesn't he?
Thank you. Just a question. If I recall correctly, when I asked Mr. Herr if his report exonerated the president. His answer was unequivocally no. Is this consistent with
It's
your
not
thoughts?
his job to exonerate.
Absolutely.
It's not his
we've
job
heard that
to
over the course of this whole thing.
exonerate.
There's no claim of innocence. There's no finding
It's not
of
his job to
innocence. That is
fully
not how
exonerate. It's his job to determine whether or not there's a need for
classified documents
an indictment, right? Isn't that all that is?
Why wouldn't you cooperate when you have the
I
ability
think.
and knowing exactly how everything works through and where
you
the
know.
differences lie? Yes.
Yes. So thank you for the yield. It just seems to me that Mr. Herr
It's going to
was
be
saying
facts and
we don't
evidence, okay,
exonerate.
folks? It's going to be
What we're going
facts and
do is
evidence.
say that the president is an older gentleman who is incompetent.
Wow,
and we
that
don't think
is
we can
quite a
get
Q-tip head of hair. And I mean, I've got a Q-tip head of hair, but
to that point, I want to ask you as a federal prosecutor.
Oh, no, as a defense attorney.
The best evidence rule. You can talk about that.
oh,
just
here
for a
we go.
moment,
We're going
because,
back
right,
to
and it
evidence.
goes
Now we're going to
both
go back
ways
to
lots of
demeanor
times. But
evidence.
is there any doubt in the world that the best
Time to go
evidence of
back.
what we're trying to get at here is the verbal recording?
There's a reason for
That's
the
right.
last 5 years in Congress, I have worked with my friends on both sides of the aisle to get to custodial interrogations being recorded by federal law enforcement. Take it completely out
I think
of
everything
this
should have a
room and
rim
this
shot.
political thing. And to be honest, oftentimes I fight with my side of the aisle on that issue more than I fight with your side of
Do
the
you?
aisle. The reason you want audio,
This is
the reason
working.
you want video, the
Lee
reason
says,
you
"Bye,
want those things is
Mindy."
because it is without a doubt
Bye,
the best evidence that exists in which to overall deal with the issues that you're trying to incorporate. And if you want to talk about legislative purpose, as somebody who has been watching this happen from the minority and the majority for 5 years, there is the equal application of justice part of this answer. We have a guy that was prosecuted a year after he altered an affidavit in front of a court, and he's currently practicing law in Washington, D.C. right now. So with that, I see my time has expired.
Gentleman, yield back. The lady from Vermont's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield my time to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ivey.
Thank you. I just want to run through some of the statements that were just made a moment ago. I guess I can work my way backwards to some extent. With respect to the recording of statements, and I share the gentleman's view about the importance of the federal investigators recording statements, but I would make a couple of notes to that. The first is, for example, there are no videotapes of grand jury testimony, for example. They're all electronically transcribed by court reporters in the room. And nobody would argue, that I'm aware of, that that's not evidence sufficient for use in court,
They'll
for
argue
use
it.
to charge for criminal purposes, for example, for false statements or perjury,
Would the
or
gentleman yield?
impeachment. I will.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that because in that scenario, it's the best evidence.
Yeah, it's certainly sufficient for the basis for criminal charges. And with respect to scenarios where you have a transcript and a videotape, if the videotape, you can use the tape or the transcript for impeachment purposes or whatever. I mean, it's sufficient. So the point here, I think, though, given the nature of the proceeding, it's incumbent on you all to show that there's some additional evidence that you can get from a videotape that you can't get from the transcript. Yeah, you may be giving me the funny look, but that's what's going to be required. If this goes to court, we would have to justify a finding of contempt because the burden would be on this committee to show contempt, right? So what's the difference between the transcript and the tape? And you've talked about the lapses in time, and I just questioned a moment ago. I don't know how that gets you from, it's a 5-second pause, it's a 15-second pause. I don't know how that gets you from a statement to that's therefore impeachable or chargeable or anything along those lines, which is what's required. In the legislative purpose standard, I haven't heard a reason for how it's not satisfied by the verbatim transcript, which you've already been presented with. And there's no question about it being verbatim and accurate based on what Mr. Herr said and based on the certification that this received at the time that it was recorded and printed. You mind if I yield to the gentleman from California?
I don't.
I yield to the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Ivey. And I think the point is, it's never going to be enough. Like, you guys are not doing oversight.
Thank
you're
you.
doing overkill. And as soon as you get the audio, you're going to say, well, we wish there should have been a video. And then you'll get a video. And then you'll say, well, we wanted his health records. Like, well, who knows, like, if he, wasn't on some medication that affected it. And then once you get that, you're going to say, well, there was not a polygrapher there. We don't know if he was telling the truth or not. You have been thoroughly, and I want to emphasize, thoroughly humiliated in your impeachment quest, which, by the way, is that happening? Is that dead? I pronounced it dead a couple weeks ago. Is it happening? I don't think it's happening. And so you're humiliated. And so you're digging and digging and digging and digging, and you just want more. But guys, it's not happening. You're not impeaching him. You have nothing. I just invite you to move on. Like, let's do something that actually helps people. Just move on. And we're never going to make you happy because you just don't accept him as president. And so we're wasting everyone's time by doing this exercise. And I yield back.
Would you yield for a minute?
I yield to Mr. Cohen.
Thank you. Mr. Abbey, I very much like Governor Armstrong and am happy to work with him. Well, he's still been here, but he won't be here soon. But this whole thing was about whether or not the president, when he was the vice president, violated the law. Mr. Herr said he definitely took these documents. There was no question about that. But he couldn't get a conviction because he was a sympathetic character. So what good is it going to do if they get to hear him say he was a sympathetic character, and why they thought that? That's not the issue. The issue is, did he take the stuff or not? Herr said he took it. There's no question about it. He took the stuff, and for his biographer. And Jordan says motive and blah, 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 and indictment. It's about the fact he's a sympathetic character, and you couldn't get a conviction. That's the issue. So we're off on rabbit trails. You should never get off on rabbit trails.
Or holes.
Just to sort of make a final statement here, the amendment I'm offering doesn't actually go to that. It just goes to the fact, the distinctions that Herb drew between Biden and Trump with respect to the mishandling of documents and the obstruction of justice that occurred afterwards. So I would hope that we can get a vote on the merits from my colleagues on the Republican side on that amendment.
Gentleman yields back, or gentlelady yields back. The question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Maryland. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Ask for a recorded vote.
The gentleman has asked for a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa?
Mr.
Gates?
They go
Mr.
ahead
Biggs?
and vote.
Mr. McClintock?
Boy, that courtroom up in New York
Tiffany?
must be quite
Mr. Tiffany
crowded
votes
this
no.
morning
Mr.
with
Massey?
Gates and Boebert and
Mr. Roy?
all the
Mr. Roy votes
cast
no.
of characters.
Mr. Bishop?
All the cast of the
Sparks?
next American. Meet the
Mr.
cast of the
Fitzgerald?
next American Horror Story.
Mr. Benz?
That's what
Mr.
you see
Benz
down
votes
below.
No. Mr. Klein?
Oops, other way.
Mr. Armstrong?
Wait,
Mr.
wait,
Armstrong votes no. Mr. Gooden?
There, over there.
Mr.
Over
Van
there.
Drew?
Right.
Mr. Nels?
Over there.
Mr. Moore?
That is Children of the Corn.
Mr. Kiley?
And also,
Ms.
meet the
Hageman?
cast of the
Mr.
next American Horror Story.
Lee?
That's right.
Miss Lee votes no. Mr. Hunt?
It's called The
Mr.
Dumb
Fry?
Shits. Meet the Dumb
Mr.
Shits.
Nadler? Ms.
meet
Lofgren?
meet the Simps.
Ms. Jackson Lee? Mr.
The
Cohen? Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Johnson?
Dun,
Mr.
dun,
Johnson
dun,
votes
dun,
aye.
dun, dun,
Mr.
dun,
Schiff?
dun, 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 dun. Sorry to soil that
Mr.
memory
Swallow?
for all of you.
Mr. Swallow votes aye. Mr. Liu?
I didn't mean to do that.
Ms. Jayapal?
I didn't mean to hurt
Correa?
you.
Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Nagoose?
I didn't
Ms. Macbeth?
mean to
Ms. D?
make you
Ms. D votes aye. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Ross?
I didn't
Ms. Bush?
mean to hurt
Mr. Ivy?
Aye.
Mr. Ivy votes aye. Ms. Ballant? Aye. Ms. Ballant votes aye.
I'm just a jealous guy.
Mr. Nadler, you're not recorded.
Mr.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Mr. Klein votes
just
no.
a jealous guy.
Mr. Gooden votes no.
That's such a nice song. It's a weird song.
Mr.
I
Massey
mean, I
votes
don't know if I don't really like. I always thought, why is this about like a guy who's abusive? Is that
Clerk will report.
I don't know. Maybe I overthought it. I don't really know. I don't really know.
Mr. Chairman, there are 8 ayes and 9 noes.
I don't
The
really.
amendment is not
I just
agreed
got
on.
a reminder from my radiologist to get my annual mammogram. Ladies,
Gentleman from California.
ladies, smash those titties. Come on, everyone. This is a reminder
Amendment to
for
the amendment in the
all
nature of
That will be considered as read.
I object, Mr. Chairman.
birthing people to get your mammogram.
Amendment to the
If
amendment
you
in the
are
nature
a
of a
birthing
substitute to the
person,
committee report
please
for the
get
resolution
your
recommending that the House
mammogram,
of
especially if
Representatives
you're
find
over
Merrick B. Garland in
50.
contempt of
Please,
Congress
please,
for refusal
please,
to comply
please,
with the
please,
subpoena duly
please
issued by
get
the
that
Committee on
hot
the
pink.
Judiciary, offered
Get
by
that
Mr.
hot
Swallow of
pink booby
California on
smash.
page 6 at
That's
the end
right.
of the paragraph that
Get
begins,
that hot
quote, to
pink
further the
booby
committee's constitutionally
smash.
mandated oversight
I
and
love my
legislative duties,
radiologist.
end quote,
Get
insert a
that
new
hot
sentence which
pink.
reads,
I don't know if they're a
quote,
radiologist.
however, taking into
That's probably
account
the
that multiple
wrong.
members
That's probably
of
the
this
wrong
committee,
like
including
word
the
or
chairman,
something,
remain
but
out
whatever.
of compliance with subpoenas
But
issued
I'm
to
just
them
saying,
by another committee
get
of the
that
House of
hot
Representatives,
pink
no member of Congress
booby
will be permitted to vote
smash.
to
Get
hold
that
any other person in
hot
contempt of
pink
Congress until
booby
such time as they
smash.
provide the
Or make sure
testimony
you're
that has been
doing your
required of them
monthly
regarding their participation in the
self-exam
planning
kind
and
of shit,
execution of the events
right?
that took place on the United
Look it
States
up.
Capitol on
Look it
January
up.
6,
Google it.
2021, end quote.
Google it. Put a bird on it, and then touch your boobies. It's
Mr.
fun
Chairman,
too, right?
This
Like
amendment
bonus
plainly
Jonas.
says
You get to touch your
that
boobies.
if you have not responded to your own subpoena,
Just kidding.
you can't bring a subpoena
That's my
or seek
PSA. Do you think? Do you think the
upon anyone
government
else.
will want me
In
as
the
a
law, we call it
spokesperson for mammograms?
unclean
I
hands
think
doctrine.
so. I think I have a
or
shot.
The clean hands doctrine. It's a legal principle in common law that prevents a party from receiving relief from a court if they have acted unethically or unjustly in relation to the matter at hand. At our
But
own
yeah,
home,
seriously,
it's called
if
the
you're a
wash your
birthing
hands
person,
before
get
dinner
get an
doctrine.
annual
And my
mammogram
6-year-old,
and make sure you're
5-year-old, and
doing
2-year-old, they're not coming to the dinner
self-exams.
table until they themselves have clean hands. There are dirty hands on the other side. Multiple times, 2 members of this committee have been asked to comply with a subpoena related to January 6th. One of those members, I don't think is here today. I think he's up watching Mr. Trump's trial. But most simply,
Children of the corn.
don't come at us about anyone else's compliance if you are out of compliance. And the chairman is 735 days, 17 hours, 19 minutes, and 24 seconds out of compliance of his own subpoena. And so this amendment would prohibit the chairman or anyone else from bringing compliance or contempt upon somebody for another matter. And I yield back.
Gentleman goes back. Point of order being withdrawn. Gentleman from Virginia.
Speaking to the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the chairman and I thank the gentleman for his remarks. I've heard them a couple times. And in responding, I would just
Nobody
say that,
needs your sass,
first of all,
okay?
the
All right,
subpoenas
Mr.
for the
Gray.
members of this committee are
Nobody
no
needs
longer
your sassafras.
in effect because
Leave
the
your
last Congress has
sassafras
finished.
up your ass. I just made that up. But keep your
We also
sassafras
want
in your
to
pants.
Look at the responses that were made by the chairman to the January 6th committee. The chairman never declined to testify. The chairman, in fact, wrote every time he was asked to testify and responded with further requests for either statements or further requests for responses from the committee, and never received any responses from the committee. Never expressed an unwillingness to testify. So the characterization that he refused is inaccurate. And it's clear that Democrats were subpoenaing Republicans for political reasons at the time. Chairman Thompson stated that he pursued these subpoenas in part to, quote, weaken Republicans if they took the majority in the future. And so we see through the political motivations of those who issued the subpoenas to begin with and those who want to make it a political point now. So I oppose the amendment and I yield back.
Oh, yeah,
Gentleman
really?
yields back. Who seeks recognition? Gentleman from Maryland.
Exactly, butterflies.
Thank you,
bunch
Mr.
of fucking
Chairman.
BS.
To my colleague from Virginia, yes, we've had this discussion
pass the
before,
pearls.
but
Hey,
just a
Jim,
couple
pass
quick
your
things
pearls.
to clarify the points you just made. The first was, yes, there was an exchange of correspondence between the chairman and the committee. The problem was the chairman made, in my view, demands that were unusual, to say the least, in response to a subpoena, like, tell me how you're going to use the information and give me the information that you have about that's related to my testimony in advance of me coming. In other words, he wanted discovery before he showed up to give the statement. Now, let's compare that to what we've got before us with respect to the Department of Justice. And in this particular instance, not only has there been substantial compliance with respect to, I wish I had it in front of me, the number of subpoenas and document requests, and I remember it's 92,000 pages of documents. I think it's like 40 witnesses from the Department of Justice, and as I mentioned earlier, some of those witnesses were prosecutors in, mid-investigation, who the department still produced for statements and transcripts here before the committee, which I think is totally inappropriate and actually potentially interferes with the legitimate prosecution efforts by the Department of Justice, ironically in one instance with respect to Hunter Biden. So, let's be clear about that piece. And then as I mentioned earlier today, if we're going to stay on the substantial compliance standpoint, just in this particular request, there was a report generated by Mr. Herr that the department was not required to turn over, but Mr. Garland decided to turn it over anyway on his own initiative. With respect to the transcript, again, there's no statutory requirement that he turned that over, but he did turn it over. And he made Mr. Herr available to testify. And Mr. Herr, he resigned right before he gave the testimony, which was fine, but it's clear that the department was not trying to block him providing testimony to this committee. So from the standpoint of substantial compliance, this is an outstanding record for the Department of Justice. Now, I won't go into the contrasting point that Mr. Swalwell made. I think he laid it out pretty good. But let's be clear about this. The compliance we've had here, I think, has been really extraordinary. The executive privilege claim, which was raised by the department, again, really has not
I love
been
how they're
addressed,
not
certainly not on the
backing
legal
down from
merits,
any point, right? They're
by the
just like,
Republicans in this
you brought it
committee.
up.
And
I'm
as I
going to bring it
mentioned
up
earlier
again.
today,
You brought it up. I think
I
it's
have
great.
a letter that
Well
was
done.
dated May 1, 2019, from the Bar Justice Department to Mr. Nadler, who was the chairman at the time, raising basically most of the same points that we're talking about today. Now, with respect to the chilling effect issue, which you all sort of poo-pooed a few minutes ago, similar access by the department could be impeded in future investigations if the White House were given reasons to believe that Congress would receive each and every document shared with the department. Now, this is Barr's department objecting to turning over documents where there was no predicate provided already. In this instance, you've got the transcripts, you just want additional information. As Mr. Swalwell said, apparently, you'll never get enough. And then the Bar Department of Justice said the committee has not articulated any legitimate legislative purpose for its request
What's that
for all
song?
of the
Can't get
special
enough.
counsel's
I
investigative
don't know.
files. This
There's
is
a
for the
song with
Mueller
that in
report.
it.
The committee has no legitimate role in demanding law enforcement materials with the aim of simply duplicating a criminal inquiry. Now here, the Merrick Garland Justice Department gave you the transcript, gave you the report, gave you the lawyers to testify about what they'd done. Barr objected to all of it with respect to the Mueller report, raised the same sorts of issues. Now, those have been addressed in a different forum. But here, you guys are ignoring the compliance that's been provided by the Department of Justice over and over and over again. I'm running out of time, but my point here is that you've got substantial compliance from the Department of Justice. Mr. Chairman.
Okay, he
Your
just said
record
the
is
same
what
thing
it
over and
is. I
over
think
again,
we've
which is
discussed it
fine. I
before on
don't blame him.
multiple
Fill the
occasions, and Mr.
time. Don't
Swallow's
yield
raised it
any
as well,
time
but
to any of these
I think it's contrast
morons.
that bears noting.
So I
in this
appreciate
particular
his
instance,
efforts.
especially where we're seeking contempt against the Attorney General of the United States. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Virginia for unanimous consent.
Ask unanimous consent to insert into the record 3 letters from you to Chairman Thompson dated January 9th, 2022, May 25th, 2022, and June 9th, 2022.
Without objection.
Can't get
Six
enough of that
recognition.
funky stuff. That's it.
Question occurs on the amendment offered by the
Yes.
gentleman from California. All those in favor say aye.
Say
Those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Recorded vote, please.
Gentleman asked for a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
It's always
Mr.
funky.
Jordan votes no. Mr. Isa?
Thank goodness
Mr.
for the
Gates?
founders of funky.
Mr. Biggs?
We honor you
McClintock?
every time we listen.
Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Bishop?
Always make sure you honor
Ms.
the
Sparks?
founders of music genres.
Mr. Fitzgerald?
It's important.
Mr. Bentz? Mr. Bentz votes no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Armstrong?
And the
Mr. Armstrong votes
inspirations
no.
for others.
Mr. Gooden? Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Nels?
Mr. Van Poo,
Mr. Moore?
Mr. Smells,
Mr. Kiley?
Mr. Wiley,
Ms. Hageman
Miss whatever
votes
your
no.
name is.
Mr. Moran?
Mr. Moron,
Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Hunt?
Mr. Cunt,
Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes no.
Mr. Cry.
Mr. Nadler? Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Ms. Jackson Lee? Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Schiff? Mr. Schiff votes aye. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Liu?
that's my
Ms.
congressman.
Jayapal? Mr. Correa? Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Nagoose? Ms. McBath? Ms. Dean? Ms. Escobar? Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Bush? Mr. Ivy?
Aye.
Mr. Ivy votes aye. Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant votes aye. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes no.
Mr. Massive Asshole,
Mr. Gooden votes no.
Mr. Baden. I'm a little obsessed. I'm sorry. Because this is an
Mr.
total
Chairman, there are
amount
9 ayes and 12 noes.
of bullshit. It almost didn't. Oh,
Who seeks recognition? Gentlelady from Pennsylvania is
it
recognized.
almost did.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report.
Amendment to,
Gentleman from Wisconsin reserves a point of order.
amendment to the amendment in the nature of a
Without objection, the
substitute.
amendment be considered as read. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized to explain her amendment.
Thank you. If there were any question about whether today's hearing is a legitimate exercise of Congress's legislative or oversight powers, our colleagues across the aisle have effectively eliminated that possibility with their combined remarks today. They've spent hours trying to defend the indefensible conduct of the leader of their party, misstating the conclusions of the special counsel's report and smearing the President of the United States with politically inspired lies and innuendo. This markup is, in fact, nothing more than political theater by Donald Trump's allies in the House Republicans who've wasted more than a year of the people's time and 20 million taxpayer dollars on a blatant act of petty vengeance. Now, rather than admit that they found nothing and been embarrassed every step of the way, they're shamelessly plowing ahead. Instead of cutting their losses, they're once again trying to drag the president, this chamber, this committee, the American people, and now the Attorney General down a rabbit hole of conspiracies and untruths. What we have here today is not a legitimate oversight or legislative effort. It is guided not by our Constitution, but by the former president's calls for retribution against his political rival and the cowardice or complicity of his supporters. And it's nothing but an attempt to distract from Mr. Trump's ongoing criminal trial and to prop up his reelection bid. In case it's not clear enough already, constitutional scholars are not driving the House Republicans' impeachment stunt. So my amendment adds important context about the actual purposes and parameters of impeachment to this exercise. In his report, Special Counsel Hur noted that laws about handling classified material do not apply to a sitting president or vice president. So even if Hur determined there were criminal conduct, which he did not, It could only have applied to the time before Joe Biden was elected. Even House Republicans' longtime favorite pet legal scholar, Jonathan Turley, testified before the Oversight Committee last year that impeachment proceedings for pre-office conduct unrelated to current actions is controversial and must
When they
be
go
approached
high, I
with
go
abundant
low.
caution. As Turley
To help
acknowledged,
complement.
launching investigations on that basis would convert impeachment into a
Contrast and
rationalization
compare.
for subjecting officials to limitless inquiries. Contrary to that advice, there's been no abundant caution in this illegitimate process. Clearly, there's no real basis for Republicans' claim that they need these audio files besides political theater. And the Department of Justice has rightly pointed out that allowing the House majority to weaponize investigative materials in this way would pose a strong risk of jeopardizing the willingness of other witnesses to come forward in the future. Ultimately, as our colleagues have proved time and again, their impeachment stunt has no basis, no evidence, and no high crimes or misdemeanors to show for it. And today is just another desperate attempt to save face and suck up after their bogus investigation has failed to bear fruit. The American people can see this for what it is, and they deserve better. We should have enough of these ridiculous games and get back to working for the American people. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Point of order is withdrawn. I'll recognize myself to speak against the amendment. Special Counsel Hur could have said that. He could have written the report and he could have said, we don't prosecute sitting presidents. That's not what he said. It just simply isn't. The report went through in detail, and now we're asking for the best evidence of why that report was written that way.
Oh, so now we're back to the best evidence? Is that where we're back to? Lee says, have to focus
question
on
occurs
my
on the
day
amendment.
job. No problem. Pacer access
Offered by the
info came in the
gentlelady from
mail.
Pennsylvania.
Oh, Pacer
those
is
in
so
favor, say
fun.
aye.
I used to have one. I don't
All
have
those
one now.
opposed,
Slipping
no.
into the background. No
In the
worries,
opinion of the
Lee. Have a
chair, the
wonderful
noes have
rest
it.
of your
I
day.
would
I'll be in
request a
touch.
recorded
Take
vote.
care.
Clerk will call the roll.
Thank you
Mr.
again. And
Jordan.
thanks for the super chat earlier. That was really, really
Mr.
kind of
Issa.
you. And not necessary, but so appreciated. I
Gates.
really appreciate you.
Mr. Biggs.
Thanks again. Have a good one.
Mr. McClintock. Mr. Tiffany. Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey
Mr.
votes no.
Massivasso.
Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy
Mr.
votes no. Mr. Bishop.
Massivasso. Let me tell
Ms.
you
Sparks.
about Mr. Massivasso.
Mr. Fitzgerald.
right
Mr. Fitzgerald votes no.
now.
Mr. Benz. Mr. Benz
Well, I
votes
guess
no.
I can
Mr.
write
Klein.
songs.
Mr.
Mr.
Klein
Massive
votes no.
Asshole.
Mr. Armstrong.
No.
Mr. Armstrong votes
Mr.
no.
Massive Asshole.
Mr. Gooden. Mr. Van
Mr.
Drew.
Massive Asshole votes no.
Mr. Nels.
Mr. Massive Asshole votes
Mr.
no.
Moore.
He's
Mr.
always
Kiley.
saying no.
Ms. Hageman.
He's
Ms.
always
Hageman
saying
votes
no
no.
to the
Mr.
wrong
Moran.
things. I don't know how to write a
Miss
song.
Lee.
I'm sorry.
Miss Lee votes no.
That's
Mr.
why I
Hunt.
need the music. I can write the
Mr.
lyrics. I
Fry.
cannot do both.
Mr. Nadler. Ms. Lofgren. Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Ms. Jackson Lee. Mr. Cohen.
Yeah, I can't do that. I can't do that. Oh, that was rock and roll.
Mr.
music.
Cohen votes aye. Mr.
Let me see,
Johnson.
what's this?
Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Schiff.
It's time
Mr. Schiff votes aye.
for
Mr. Swallow.
that 80s move.
Mr.
80s move.
Correa. Ms. Scanlon.
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon votes aye.
That's
Mr.
right.
Nickus. Ms. Macbeth.
That's right.
Ms. Dean.
That's
Ms.
right.
Escobar. Ms. Ross. Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms.
That's
Bush.
correct.
Mr. Ivy.
Aye.
Mr. Ivy votes aye. Ms. Ballant. Ms. Ballant votes aye.
Guys,
Mr. Van Drew.
breaking news. Breaking
Mr.
news.
Van Drew votes no.
It kind of
Mr.
gets your
Gooden.
attention, doesn't it?
Mr. Gooden votes no.
It's a good one. I don't know. I really
Mr.
like
Bishop.
it.
Mr. Bishop votes
I really
no.
like it. It really takes you back. It takes you back to somebody's childhood. I don't know whose, but someone's. Most childhoods in the room would probably be taken back by that. Reminded me of your aerobics class.
Clerk will record.
Paulina.
Mr. Chairman, there are 9 ayes and 12 noes.
The amendment is not adopted. Who seeks recognition?
I seek recognition. Oh, I almost dropped my phone. I got so excited. What are you recognizing? What do you want to recognize? You want to recognize
I have
those?
an amendment
What the fuck was that
Clerk
just
will
ran
report.
across the screen?
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of
What
a
the fuck was
substitute to
that?
the committee report
Was that
for the
Patrick
resolution
from
recommending that the
SpongeBob?
House of
I'm not trying to
Representatives
make
find
fun.
Attorney
I just saw, and
Merrick
I
B. Garland
can't
in
really
contempt of
see
Congress for refusal
detail.
to comply with a subpoena duly
I saw a
issued by the
coral
Committee on the
blur
Judiciary
like run
offered by
across the.
Mr.
Did anyone
Without
else see
objection.
that?
I
Am I
Point of order.
The amendment is
am I
considered as
crazy?
read.
Am I a little too high?
Gentlelady
Okay.
reserves a point of order.
Okay.
Chair now recognizes myself to explain the
I
amendment.
don't know. You're gonna
Mere 2
explain
hours
it?
before this markup session was scheduled to start, the committee received letters from the White House and the Department of Justice informing us that President Biden is invoking executive privilege to prevent the department from producing the audio recording of his and his ghostwriter's interviews with special counsel Hur, among other materials. The committee has numerous concerns about the validity of the president's assertion. First, the president has already waived any potential assertion of executive privilege over the information discussed in his interviews with special counsel Hur when he leaked the transcripts of his and his ghostwriter's interviews with special counsel Hur to the press. This conclusion is consistent with the court's decision in U.S. v. Mitchell, which rejected a presidential claim of privilege over audio recordings where, as here, the president caused to be reduced to transcript form and published the information in the subpoenaed recordings. The Mitchell court concluded that the executive privilege claim was non-existent since the conversations are no
Mitchell
longer
court.
confidential. Accordingly, when the president leaked his and his ghostwriter's transcripts, his ability to invoke executive privilege was no longer existent. The president and the department could have taken steps to protect the confidentiality of the transcripts, but failed to do so when they released them to the press prior to providing them to this committee. Second, the assertion of privilege is 3 months late and therefore not valid. To have been timely, any privilege should have been asserted by March 7th, 2024, the subpoena return date. Third, even if the president's invocation was valid, which it is not, it is certainly overcome by the committee's need for this information.
BRB!
The committee has demonstrated a sufficient need for the audio recordings as they are likely to contain evidence important to the committee's impeachment inquiry and legislative oversight. Additionally, the audio recordings sought by the committee cannot be obtained from any place other than the department. Without these audio recordings, the committee's important legislative work will continue to be stymied by this president and the Department of Justice. The audio recordings are necessary to evaluate what government reform is necessary within the department. This amends the Ains contempt resolution in light of the president's invalid assertion of the executive privilege. However, this assertion does not change the fact that the Attorney General is in contempt of Congress today for his failure to turn over all responsive material to the committee's subpoena.
I withdraw my point of order.
Gentlelady withdraws. Who seeks to be recognized? Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I have a question. What does the amendment do? Did it strike the language of executive privilege throughout the amendment, or what did it do? I'd ask them, like, time be stopped.
It updates the report to the department and the president's office of waiving executive privilege.
Okay, well, I guess what I'm specifically asking, though, is my recollection is I came across 7 instances where executive privilege was cited in the report. That was the amendment in the nature of a substitute this morning. What's been done with those?
It updates those assertions of privilege to account for the letter we received this morning.
So I see, let's see, 1, 2, 3. Let me do this with the time I've got left. I'll have to try and read through it quickly to see, but the waiver issue, I think, is, I just wanted to address that because the department specifically spoke to that, and it's May 16th letter to both committees. Finally, I note that the department's disclosure of the transcripts of the interviews does not constitute a waiver and does not preclude an assertion of privilege with respect to the audio recordings. As I have explained, audio recordings have distinct features in law enforcement uses, which implicate privacy interests and risks of misuse to a greater degree than transcripts, and disclosure to Congress of the recordings would have a chilling effect on future cooperation in similar investigations. So I think it's pretty clear that the waiver issue has been addressed, and I think the assertion here and the amendment I haven't had a chance to read yet because I only got it 30 seconds ago, actually 2 minutes ago, 2.5 minutes ago, I apologize. But I think that's been directly challenged, and so I'm curious about how the report addresses that challenge that's raised in the letter that I guess this report is supposed to be responding to.
Well, a couple points. One, it's the leaking to the press in the Mitchell case. I mean, giving the transcript to the committee is one thing. They also leaked it to the press. And two, I mean, you can read through it, but we got the letter from DOJ this morning. So that's where we're at and why.
No, this letter is that I'm talking about here is from May 16.
Well, I'm saying the amendment is because of the letter we got from today. Today is May 16th.
I'm sorry. No, that's where is that? I'm sorry, this is yesterday, May 15, where they raised this point.
It was an enclosure yesterday. They didn't send us the letter yesterday until this morning.
Well, in any event, I haven't had a chance to look at the Mitchell case. I'm not familiar with the executive privilege being time barred in cases where it's been raised. In fact, I think, just off the top of my head, some of them have been raised months, maybe even years after an initial request has been made, because frequently it takes a long time for these sorts of disputes to play out. So I do want to challenge the language in the report with respect to the changes for executive privilege.
Yep.
And the claims that they've made waiver of the privilege, which I don't believe is the case, and I think there's been no showing of need with respect to the contrast between the transcript and the tape, and that the courts, well, the
Almost
committee's
4
essentially set an
hours of
artificial
the
deadline.
U.S. taxpayer money wasted.
not,
Just reminding you, we're approaching the
sufficient
4-hour mark of
time
U.S.
bar the
taxpayer
assertion of
wasted money.
privilege.
Thank
With that, I
you.
yield back.
Thank you. Yes.
Anybody else wish to be recognized?
Yes, sir.
Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. I still don't see that the committee has, or that the majority has made out a sufficient legislative or oversight purpose. I mean, we seem to keep getting this word salad of it's important that we review the actual audio tape as opposed to the transcript because it's important, because we have important interests we're trying to address, so it's important. It's kind of a lot of word salad, kind of like saying that you need an appropriate rule, which would be one that's appropriate. So,
Thank you.
I would just object to the amendment on the grounds that the majority has not made out a clear legislative or oversight purpose, unless they're suggesting that there's been some kind of chicanery or something here in the Department of Education or Department of Justice or by the special counsel. So I would just
Chicanery. Oh my
say that
God,
I
that's
don't
up
think
there with
that there's been
mendacity.
the-
Don't whisper
the
that one
basic
in my
premise has
ear
not
either.
been met by the majority,
Chicanery.
and I would
Good.
yield to
Well
Mr.
done.
Ivey.
Well
Thank
done,
you,
everyone.
gentlelady. I'm just taking a quick look at Mitchell here now, and this was a subpoena to John Mitchell, who was then the Attorney General, from the special counsel. And I haven't had a full chance to read this, but in the Watergate litigation, one of the points that was made by the courts repeatedly was that intra-branch disputes were treated differently than disputes between the executive branch and the legislative branch. And it looks like here, this is also another one of the mid-trial requests for the information, which has an exigency requirement or impact that's not present in the scenario here today. So I would urge the majority to reconsider reliance on this particular case because I think it's inapplicable for those reasons. And with that, I yield back to the gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
And I would yield back.
Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Strike the last word as to the amendment.
I don't know why I'm sitting so close. I found the foot.
Resorting to the phrase word
Keep dropping my
salad when
phone.
one doesn't want to accept
I found
what
the
we're trying
foot.
to do here is unfortunate, but not
I wish I could do.
unpredictable.
I just don't have
would
like
say
long
that
sleeves on.
This committee is the Judiciary
could just
Committee,
do
not
this.
the Take It for Granted Committee or the
Don't.
we'll accept whatever
Oh my
you
God!
say,
You know what
Mr.
I
Herr
listened to
committee.
on the way
We're
home
engaged in
the
an
other
oversight
day?
exercise, and the best evidence
Oh.
is the transcript. And the only way
Sometimes
we
you
would know
forget,
if the transcript,
and I mean, I
excuse
don't
me,
mean
said
that,
transcript,
but I
meant the
mean it.
recording.
Sometimes
The
you
only way
forget
we would know if
music
the transcript
exists.
is inappropriate is by comparing
But
it to
I
the
was
recording.
driving home,
So to sit here and say we haven't called into question
and
the transcript when we're asking for the recording is to ignore the
oh my
obvious,
God,
which is
his name
we
just
need
went. Oh,
the recording to see if the transcript is correct.
Aaron
We
Neville
need to check on
came
these
on
kind
the
of things
radio.
because these are within our oversight
Tell it
capability and certainly
like
duty.
it
So
is.
to ignore all this and bring all the other peripheral stuff up that we've had to endure for the last couple of hours is interesting, a diversion, and a lot of fun conversation. But the truth of it is, if we're going to engage in our oversight function, we need the recording. And that
Oh
was
my
proven, by the way,
God,
when
that
the gentleman
song.
from Georgia
I know,
showed
Max. LA really
an
does
audio
have good radio.
of,
I
former
will.
President Trump.
I will
Why didn't he just
definitely
rely
give it
upon
that.
his words that were written in his amendment? No, he wanted us to
God,
see
that song.
the exact words.
Stop.
Hear them and compare them then to that which was written down. Of course, we need to compare the audio to the written. That's why we have the best evidence rule. The best evidence is the audio. That's why we're asking for it. That's when we don't get it, we move to contempt to try to do so. We yield
Tell
back.
it like it is.
Gentlelady is recognized.
So I'm a little confused because we keep hearing, of course, we need to match
He is
the
mad.
audio
I don't
with
know
the
if he's
transcript.
problematic now. I don't know what happened.
And my
but
understanding,
if
based
anything,
on the
I just really
testimony
love
we
his
heard during
voice.
the her hearing,
I
was
don't
that
think
it's a
anything happened, right?
certified
Nothing.
transcript. It's a certified transcript. So this is a red herring talking about needing to match the audio with what is written.
That's up
It
there
has been
with
established
absurd
that that is what has happened.
as a word for
So
today.
when we talk about wasting time,
yes,
this
let's
whole
talk about
conversation
wasting
in which
time.
you bring up over and over and over again that we
over
need to
and
match
over
these two
and
things,
over
it
and
has been
over.
certified. We
It's
know what's in
ridiculous.
it.
We don't
I
we
yield
don't need
back.
this. That's right. I yield back. I do too.
Gentleman from Wisconsin
Yes.
is recognized.
Go ahead.
Well, yeah,
Give it your best
this
shot.
came up earlier.
Give it your
I
best
mean,
shot, Junior.
It's
Come
right
on.
here.
Hit
The
me
absence
with
of a
your
legitimate
best
need for the
shot.
audio recordings lays bare your likely goal to chop them up, distort
Oh
them,
yeah,
and use
you
them
need
for
to look
partisan
over
political
your
purposes.
raised
So
shoulder
if
pads,
they're
as Max
identical
Flower would
and should
say.
be perceived as identical,
Your raised shoulder
then why
pads
is that
are giving you
actually
away.
in the White House's
They're giving you
correspondence?
away. They're giving. Look at you
I
can
mean, they
almost
blew
hear it.
They blew it. They put the wrong line in here.
Can't really.
Some attorney
Can't really
late
get my hands
yesterday
that way.
was composing this and basically showed their hand, which
What
is they
is-
believe it's going to be used
Are you
for
talking-
political purposes.
What? Wait, what?
Well, if the
What are you talking about?
transcript and the
What are you
recordings
talking
are
about?
exactly the same,
They are
why couldn't you
implying
just do
there
that
was
with the
some kind of
recordings
hanky
anyways?
panky. Yes.
I mean, it doesn't make
yes,
any
Max.
sense at this
They are
point.
implying
They
that
need
there
to
was
turn
some
it
kind
over.
of hanky
They need
panky
to
in the
turn it over at
transcript,
some point.
but somehow it's not
yield back.
complete. Or here's the other
Anybody
thing
else
they
seek
want.
recognition?
The other thing they want is that they want the demeanor
Gentlelady
evidence.
from Wyoming.
So they think that somehow this is
What I
demeanor
can't
evidence
understand
in
is
the
why anyone
impeachment
would claim
trial.
executive privilege
Okay,
when they've
that's where
already
we spent
waived
most of the morning.
The medium at issue
On that
is-
kind of
isn't
bullshit.
the deciding factor. By giving us the transcript, they've already waived
any claim.
Here we go. We're going to do
of executive
2001,
privilege.
A Space Odyssey, A Spaced Out Odyssey.
So there is no legitimate reason to withhold the transcript or to withhold the recordings. We're entitled to them. As has already been repeatedly stated, it's the best evidence rule. As the Oversight Committee, we're entitled to hear exactly what Mr. Herr heard. With that, I
General Lady yield.
Yes.
Adding to that point, thank the General Lady. I just note that I was kind of digging through my friend, Mr. Ivey from Maryland, was trying to filter through the letters and find what had been said about waiver. And the only thing I see is at the top of page 7, there's an argument that I note that the department's disclosure of the transcripts of the interviews does not constitute a waiver. You go on and read that paragraph, find the citation in that paragraph that says that once certain testimony has been released in written form, that there's some basis that you could possibly contend that another version of the testimony, in this case in the form of an audio recording, is protected from waiver. There's just not, you would think if they want to say there's an argument that there's no waiver, they could cite some authority from some court at some point in history that came close to addressing that issue and making that ruling. But there is no such authority, and it is absurd on its face. I yield back to the General Lady.
I say, indeed, I'm almost blew a fuse.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
I find it particularly interesting that in this conversation about will the White House release the audio recording when we already have the transcript, we already had your guy come and testify and said the president did nothing. But did you know that you all are sitting on 115 transcripts, videotapes, audio recordings for your Hunter Biden investigation?
It's a music factory. It's like Lolo Town over here.
Are you willing to release that to the public?
Sorry,
and show us what
I'm
you have?
sorry, Motown.
Because again, this all just seems really interesting that you get subpoenaed, you don't respond, but you are upset that the president and his team won't respond to that subpoena. You have a guy on your side who was investigated for
As I proved earlier, I cannot write lyrics and music at the same time.
You're not
I
interested
can
at all in
write lyrics.
subpoenaing or getting any
Period.
notes
I have
of
to
that
steal the
investigation, but you
music.
want
So I
every part
acknowledge
of this
and honor
investigation.
the
And then with
makers
Hunter
of said
Biden,
music.
you've done
That
a year plus
I
of
really, really
investigating him. You
appreciate
found
everything that
nothing.
they have,
Your best witnesses are
have
now
created in the
locked
world.
up for
And I
lying to
mean
the
that
FBI.
actually from the bottom
But
of
you
my
won't
heart.
give the public any audio recordings or video recordings. And I
That's
keep hearing
right.
this phrase by some drive-by lawyers over there
What's in
of
those
best evidence. Okay, well, isn't that the best evidence?
I got
So
the
why don't you
box
show us what you have? And if you're not going to show us what you have, tell us why
What's
you won't show
in
the
those
public what you have.
boxes? I got the boxes in my basement blues.
California is
I wonder what's in that fucking box over
You know,
there.
my good friend from California
You know
makes
the
a
one
point,
next
and
to where I
always
take
his
a
point seriously. I'd like to make a point. The point is, this
I got the
committee,
boxes in the basement
back when
blues.
Chairman Conyers was the chairman,
I'm gonna say I
asserted
thought
that
this guy
when
was
we're
dead.
doing an investigation, whether it's an impeachment or an inquiry of a more general case, in the case of Chairman Conyers,
I can't believe he
his
has
picture
that
is
hair on
practically
his
right
head.
behind the ranking member. Chairman Conyers
I
said,
got the
we
boxes
have
in
to
my
be the
basement
committee
blues.
that oversees the president. We have to be.
I don't want
We
to see
were
my
under
name
Richard
in that
Milhouse Nixon. We
news.
have to be under George W. Bush.
I'm surrounded by
Give that
children
up,
of the
simply
cold.
because now the shoe is on the other foot, is to give up the authority of this committee and the
I don't know
importance of what we do.
I lost it. Sorry.
I agree with the
gone.
gentleman from California that this should not be
What is
used
it?
for partisan purposes.
Wait,
I
where's
think
that-
Mr. Fitzgerald
where's that
said
thing?
very well
Hold
that
on.
the accusation is probably false on its face.
There.
If the
Come
other
on.
side were saying, well, let's make sure that the audio isn't released to the public, at least until there's a full committee vote, until we have had an opportunity to hear it in its entirety and see whether
hope I
it
shaved my
gleans
underarms.
additional
Sorry about that.
information, we probably would have a bipartisan moment. But we're not doing that. We're really debating the
No,
question
I
of the
don't.
authority
That's
of
funny.
this
You're funny.
committee.
You're funny, Daryl.
And just as Chairman Conyers
Daryl,
grew
where's your brother, Larry?
the real respect for
Your
this
other
committee
brother,
in the
Daryl.
Bates decision,
Where's
which
your
was
other brother,
taken
Daryl, who
not
I
just
always
through
thought was
his
like
time,
Devin
but was
Nunes.
continued. And today is what we
I'm
rely on
Daryl.
for whether
I'm
or not someone
Devin.
is to appear before
We're
this
the
committee
dump shit twins
from the White
from
House.
California.
We have to do the same thing here. The
Born
committees
and
of Congress
raised, I think.
may
I don't
be
know.
political
I'm
bodies,
assuming that.
but so is the White House.
I
And
really
in
did
fact,
think Daryl Issa
the other
was
side
no
of the
longer
aisle is
with us. I'm
constantly
sorry.
telling us so is the
I
Supreme
apologize
Court.
to the Issa family.
If we are political
It's
bodies, that
nothing
does
personal.
not change our constitutional
I
responsibility.
did it to a lot of people.
So I, for one, will be
No, I'm
voting
constantly
to
like,
hold in
"Weren't you already
contempt
dead?"
if we do not get that which we have asked for under some
thought you died
reasonable
like 2 years
terms,
ago.
which we have not even begun to discuss.
I call it the Kissinger
That
effect.
is what we're discussing
I
here
constantly
today.
thought Kissinger
I hope
was
that
dead.
the gentleman from California will think
Until he
again
finally was.
about where this body
Those documents
will
are in a
be
safe place, Butterfly
in 4,
says.
6,
They'll never
8, or
find
10
them, and if they
years,
do rubber
just
gloves, as will be
Chairman
necessary.
Conyers, Chairman
yeah.
Hyde, and
Girl,
other chairmen before
they
them
will
have
need
asserted
those
that
gloves.
Congress has a
The
right,
good ones,
and
the thick
consistently
ones,
the court,
you know.
at all levels, under all
God knows
types of
what
courts,
substances
have
are
held
on some of those
rights
boxes.
to be reasonable if they are in fact
Jiminy
pursuant
crickets,
to
am I
our
right?
obligation. And our obligation clearly
you know what? If,
is to oversee
you
the
better
Department
watch
of
it with
Justice.
those like
And I thank the gentleman
obligation
and yield back.
words.
Anybody else seek recognition?
Until he finally was, Oomph says.
Gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Chairman.
That's no
Just
gentleman.
quickly, just a few
I'm just
points to
kidding.
be made here. I mean, if we get down to the real issue,
My God, it's
you're
Van
afraid to
Poop.
reveal the demeanor.
Why
What
are
is
you
the
still
best
talking,
evidence
Van
here?
Poo?
Not just
Why?
what you said.
Nobody
how
wants
you
to hear
said
you
it.
anymore.
Did you ramble on? Did you have cognitive
He looks
thought
like
here?
a used Q-tip.
Were you just,
Like
you know,
he stuck
not
it
under
himself in
any
Trump's ear, and
particular
out he came.
control of what you were saying or doing?
That's what he looks like to me.
And
I'm
that's something
sorry.
the American people deserve to
I'm
know. It's
so
something we
sorry.
deserve to know.
I
And
deserve
that's
to
point
know.
number
I
one.
deserve to
Second
know what's
thing
in
is,
those boxes
there
in
is
the
an executive
hallway,
privilege
shit for
here
brains. Look at
because
him
it was
hiding
given
from the
up when the
boxes. All the
transcripts were given
Republicans
to
are
us.
hiding from
We
these
know that.
boxes.
So again, what are we afraid of? Are we afraid to hear?
I'm
the
afraid of the
audio?
children of the corn that are
Why?
standing behind that
Because I
guy
think
down
there's
in the
concern that it's gonna
whatever
be
lower
very
right or
revealing
whatever.
as far
Whatever.
as the
I don't know what
cognitive
direction
state
it is.
of this president. If there's no
It's my
problem,
lower.
if there's
That's
no
my
issue,
right? Yeah, that's my
just
lower
send
right.
it over.
No,
we don't
it's,
have to
well,
have this
it is,
hearing. You
but
know
it's
what?
my left
I
over
wish,
here
I
on
think there's a
camera. It
good
doesn't
number of us
matter.
wish we didn't need to have
doesn't
this hearing.
matter.
It just would have been simpler to say yes, abide by the subpoena, give us the information.
Wait, I gotta show
let us
everybody
look at
this
it.
shirt again.
It would
Hold
already
on.
be done. But it
Make
isn't,
sure everybody
and
sees
we have
it.
a right to it, and there's no executive privilege, there's no protection. The information was already given in a transcript. Now the audio needs to be given too. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Al. I have some short remarks. I find it ludicrous to think that my fellow members on the other side of the aisle believe that they have the ability to determine whether or not
Would you call it
someone
absurd?
is, mentally competent by listening to audio recording. I mean, that's all that you all want to have is just some audio so that you can probably splice and dice and then use it to mislead the public into buying your narrative. But the American people are not going for that. They see through the hollowness of this exercise that we're going through today. They know that the only thing you want to do is try to get something to embarrass the president with. And this is what you're reduced to after spending $20 million of taxpayer money compiling a data bank of information which reveals no wrongdoing by the president. You were hoping to find some, but you didn't, and now you're reduced to trying to find evidence that he is somehow unfit mentally for office when people can see the man doing his job every day. They can see what he's doing, they can see what he's done, they can see him in action, listen to him. We don't need further waste of taxpayer money going down this rabbit hole any further. I ask my colleagues to get serious about it. We got stuff that we need to be doing on behalf of the American people as opposed to sitting up here for 4 hours now debating the hollowness of a resolution that you all are offering, trying to hold Merrick Garland to account for not turning over an audio file that really has no relevance to what the American people are going through today. Please stop this and let's get to work doing something that benefits the American people. And I'll yield to the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I believe one of the members on the other side incorrectly said that there was something in her testimony that said the president was incompetent. He never said that. He never wrote that. No one has said or wrote that. He said he was a sympathetic character, elderly person who had a little problem with their memory. That's not saying you were incompetent. And nobody suggested that. The previous term we had, President Biden's first 2 years, has been compared to the 1964 Lyndon Johnson era as the most effective legislative actions, congressional actions in our country's history. The IRA, the quote-unquote bipartisan transportation bill, jobs and transportation bill, highways bill, the CHIPS Act, you name it. Biden got it done. He even got done finally after lollygagging monies for Israel and Ukraine. Far too late for Ukraine to resist the Russian expedited attacks, strengthened attacks while Ukraine was suffering without the equipment they should have had in the East. But they're still standing. We got them money finally, even if it was late, because Biden put it together. And we could have had and should have had a bill on immigration that the Senate was going to pass that would have dealt with immigration and not made it a political issue to dilly-dally up here for a year and let all these arguments that you make about these terrible people coming into our country continue to come into our country only if they advance the opportunity of having a terrible person become the President of the United States again. A person who has been said by more of his colleagues that he shouldn't get anywhere near the White House again. Almost all of his cabinet members. And the ones that haven't said that have gone to jail. Mr. Navarro, contempt. Mr. Bannon, going out of prison near you. Mr. Cohen went to jail for 2 years because he did what Mr. Trump asked him to do to work out the hush money payments to the porn star. He went to jail. You lay down with dogs, you get up with fleas. Be careful, my colleagues. I yield back my balance of my time.
Certified
Gentleman
badass.
from Texas is recognized.
I thank the chairman. Wanted to try to recenter the conversation just for a moment and might engage with a colloquy with the chairman on a simple point. When the Democrats were in charge of the committee in 2019,
I don't think he knows what that actually means.
as I believe the chairman has mentioned today, was it not true that they held the Attorney General of the United States, Attorney General Barr, in contempt for effectively redacting material from the Mueller report that he was legally obligated to redact?
Yes, it was grand jury transcripts.
And so that's the standard, just to be clear, set by our Democratic colleagues, was to hold somebody in contempt for doing what he was legally required to do under the law.
Yes.
And here we are having a conversation about an amendment, I believe, is what we're actually debating at the moment. An amendment to add language to clarify that we were in receipt of the assertion of executive privilege, that we received a mere minutes before we began this markup here today, and that this amendment asserts privilege, and it's asserting privilege after having, as the gentlelady from Wyoming was noted, effectively relinquished their claim to privilege, having provided the transcript. And that our position is that now have the transcript, that we want to be able to look at the actual audio or listen to the actual audio because of, to be very specific, the assertions by her throughout the entirety of her report that it was in fact the president's demeanor, the way the president was responding or his lack of response. And like, I'm trying to be careful, by the way. I mean, with all due respect to the assertion made about by the gentleman from Tennessee that, there were just some little problems with the memory. I mean, her report is littered and filled with concerns about the nature of the president's memory. I don't even want to go down that road. He's the president of the United States. I'm not looking to dive into that other than as it relates directly to this question about what we can take away from the actual testimony by the president to Mr. Hur. That's it. So back to recentering the question. All we're doing is debating this amendment that's talking about adding this language in about the assertion of executive privilege, which we are saying has already been essentially set aside by giving us the transcripts.
That's all I got.
And we believe that is our oversight function to be able to simply listen to the audio. Gentlemen, agree with that, and I yield back to the chair.
The only other part to that I would say is it was also leaked to the press. It wasn't just given to the committee. And that's, will the gentleman yield? Or go, gentleman from New Jersey.
What's going on?
Real quickly, I mean, we were alluding to what was exactly said, and this is right from the report, because they didn't want to go forward with the case. And the reason they didn't is because Biden would be seen as a, quote, well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory. Not a little bit of a memory problem, not a little tiny issue, such a big problem that they felt that he was such a sympathetic case and it was so sad they wouldn't go forward with the case because the jury would feel bad for him because of his cognitive state. But those are an exact quote, what I just read. I yield back.
To Mr. Roy. Recognition. I'll recognize myself just for real quick.
Really? Will you?
We've heard a lot of different reasons about impugning what motivations are on this side of the aisle, but we've been here for 4 hours, and nobody's ever defended the DOJ's reason for not turning it over.
The
reason for not turning it over is somehow it's going to have this huge chilling effect.
That's actually, there actually has been a
And
conversation.
the volunteering of cooperation with the DOJ, if you somehow release an audio
No, it's that you morons will use it as campaign fodder and AI bullshit and all
and I think
other
that's a level of sophistication that,
all
quite
other
frankly,
forms of
fails on its face in
nonsense.
common sense.
Because you
That is, I mean, the
already
fun of- we
show
talk
us
about
that's
waiving the
what you
privilege by
fucking do.
Giving the transcript, leaking
So
it to the press,
save
all of those
it.
things. But that's
Chip's
the
got
other
the
part of
pearls.
this, which is just
He's still
farcical-
holding on to them.
farcical on its
He's not
face,
going to let
is
him
that
go.
somehow
So you're going to have to
we are
calm
going
the
to
fuck
chill
down.
all of these DOJ
and
investigations
stop.
because of the medium in
No,
which we
it's
release
because
something
you guys
to
are
Congress after we have already
really
waived
manipulative
the privilege. And I think
assholes
for all
who
of
are
the different
trying
things
to
for 4
mind
hours
fuck
today,
an
nobody's ever
electorate
actually
into
said, I
voting
can
for
name
your
9 people
nonsense.
who would have cooperated
Even
except you gave them
though
a
you
transcript
have
instead of an
lost
audio recording.
midterm
And
after
because that doesn't
midterm.
exist,
And you
it's an excuse.
threw
and it's an
balls
excuse that we
in
got 1
on
minute before the
eliminating
hearing,
Roe.
which is why this amendment is important. And so with that, I
That's
yield back.
why you fucked yourselves, you fucking
question-
morons. So I get the Hail Marys,
I'd just like
but
to remind
save
the
it
committee
for the
that Donald
football
Trump
field
refused to be
because it
interviewed by the
doesn't
special
work.
counsel, and if he had been interviewed
And at worst,
recorded,
you're
he
going
could have
to
used that-
prison.
could have been used in his campaigns.
At
And I think this
best,
idea that this
you've
could be used
lost
politically
whatever meager legacy you
legal
tried
basis,
to eke
all you
out
need is
in
the
this
transcript.
lifetime.
The audio is needed for
No
politics,
takesies,
not for
backsies
information
at this
based
point.
on what this committee's
W-
jurisdiction
You've already, the horse left the barn. I don't know what metaphor is going to help you
Question occurs
understand
on
how
the
fucked
amendment.
you are.
All those in favor say aye.
Thank you.
All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Oh. I'm sorry. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Roll call's been requested.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Jordan?
Then
Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Issa? Mr. Issa votes yes. Mr. Gates? Mr. Biggs? Mr. McClintock?
My fault.
Mr. Tiffany?
I
Mr. Tiffany votes aye.
fear-
Mr.
I don't know
Massey?
all the words in the order, so I'll just sing whatever
Mr.
comes
Roy?
in mind.
Mr. Roy votes aye.
Losing
Mr.
my
Bishop?
time in this lane.
Ms. Spartz?
In my
Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Bentz?
But
Mr. Klein?
where
Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Armstrong? Mr. Armstrong votes yes. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Gooden votes aye. Mr. Van Drew. Mr. Van Drew votes yes. Mr. Nels. Mr. Nels votes yes. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore votes yes. Mr. Kiley. Mr. Kiley votes aye. Ms. Hageman. Ms. Hageman votes yes. Mr. Moran. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes yes. Mr. Hunt. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes yes. Mr. Nadler. Ms. Lofgren. Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson Lee. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff votes no. Mr. Swallow. Mr. Swallow votes no. Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu votes no. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Correa. Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Scanlon votes no. Mr. Nagoose. Ms. McBath. Ms. McBath votes no. Ms. Dean.
I don't even know.
Ms. Escobar.
I don't
Ms.
even
Ross.
know. No one is there.
Ms. Bush.
Sorry, Barbara. I'm really,
Ivy.
really, really fucking sorry.
Ms. Ballant. Ms.
I'm-
Ballant votes no.
Yeah, never mind. Jimmy Fallon is there? I'm just kidding. I'm not actually a huge fan of that song, TBH. I mean, I'm a huge fan of Barbra Streisand, so don't get me wrong. She is one of the reasons I sing
Clerk will
is
report.
listening to Barbra Streisand.
Mr. Chairman, there are
and
15
wanting to
ayes and 11
sing
noes.
That, just be
The
that
ayes have it, the
powerful,
amendment is adopted.
which I never have been. But
Question now is on adoption of
That's
the
the
amendment in
dream.
the nature of a substitute. This will be followed immediately by a vote on reporting the report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. And pin the chairs, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted.
why does he
A
keep
reporting
grabbing his
quorum being
nipple?
present. The question is
Why
on
does he keep
favorably
doing
reporting
that? Do
the
you guys
report
see
as
that? He
amended.
grabs his, what is that? His, right? He grabs his right nipple. Like every time he does that, he shifts in his chair, and I don't mind twitches. I have physical twitches
bills are on
too,
the
so
floor.
I don't,
The ranking member is on the floor managing those bills. He's not asking that the vote be delayed because of the time that's been put in. He would vote against it, and I just wanted to put on the record why it is rather unusual for us to be meeting, and I'm not even sure the rules permit it, but he would vote no, and that's why he is not here.
And I'm willing, and I think we communicated this to the minority staff. We're willing to wait for the chairman to come back for the final passage.
I think out of deference to the other committee members, he's not asking for that.
Okay. Okay. All those in reporting quorum being present, the question is on favor of reporting the report as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
We have a roll call vote, Mr.
Sure.
Chair?
The roll call being requested, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
Yes.
Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Issa? Mr. Issa votes yes. Mr. Gates? Mr. Biggs? Mr. McClintock? Mr. Tiffany?
Loud.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy?
Mr. Massive Asshole. Hey to everyone on Twitter. We got 37
Starks.
viewers total. Some of you are over
Mr.
here in the
Fitzgerald.
wonderful Lolo's
Mr.
Lounge on
Fitzgerald votes
YouTube
aye.
at Real
Mr.
Lolo,
Benz.
and we love you very much.
Mr. Klein.
Thank
Mr.
you so
Klein
much for
votes
coming,
aye. Mr.
and thank you
Armstrong.
Elmo for letting me in your
Mr.
back
Armstrong
door.
votes yes.
And
Mr.
thank you to
Gooden.
all the viewers over
Mr.
on
Gooden
Twitter.
votes yes. Mr. Van Drew.
Thank you for spending
Mr. Van
some
Drew
time
votes
with
yes.
us
Mr.
today.
Nels.
And
Mr. Nels votes yes.
let's see,
Mr.
I'm
Moore.
probably going to do
Mr.
a
Moore
story
votes yes.
time
Mr. Kiley.
tonight.
Mr. Kiley
So I'll do
votes
some
aye.
more
Ms. Hageman.
chapters in the Ministry for the
Ms. Hageman
Future.
votes yes. Mr. Moran.
So, or gaming. I'm not really sure,
Lee.
actually. TBH,
Ms. Lee votes
I
yes.
might do
Mr.
some
Hunt.
gaming tonight, but I might
Mr.
start,
Fry.
I don't know. I'm not sure what's
Mr.
going to
Fry
happen,
votes yes.
but I'll do something.
Mr. Nadler.
And then tomorrow
Ms.
night
Lofgren.
is the lounge.
Ms. Lofgren votes
I
no.
might not do something
Ms.
tonight.
Jackson
Actually,
Lee.
I'm so sorry, but you know,
Mr.
if you have
Cohen.
notifications on, you'll
Mr.
find
Cohen
out if I
votes
go
no.
live.
Mr.
So,
Johnson.
you know, it'll be
Mr.
whatever
Johnson
it is.
votes no. Mr.
And
Schiff.
then tomorrow night is
Mr.
the
Schiff
lounge
votes no.
trivia,
Mr.
and I don't know
Swallow.
what.
Mr. Swallow
I don't
votes
know.
no. Mr. Liu.
It's a whole new
Mr. Liu votes no. Ms. Jayapal.
world
Ms. Jayapal votes
for
no.
you
Mr. Correa.
and me.
Mr. Correa votes
I don't
no.
know.
Ms.
I don't know.
Scanlon.
It's kind of
Ms.
booty
Scanlon
weather,
votes no.
so I'm not
Mr.
sure we'll do
Nagoose.
anything outside. But
Ms. McBath.
I'd like to
Ms.
take
McBath
you
votes
guys
no.
back on
Ms.
the balcony, but
Escobar.
it's just been so fucking cold
Ross.
and not really anything to look at.
Ms.
Although
Bush.
no, that's not true. Downtown has been
Mr.
really
Ivy.
pretty.
Ms. Ballant. Ms. Ballant
Anyway,
votes no.
so let's see what else is coming up. I haven't really planned anything for the, but check the channel at Real Lolo on YouTube. check the channel because all the upcoming broadcasts are listed there. And so you can hit the notification. And if you hit the solid bell, make sure it's solid, then you'll get all notifications. And I don't think they're that annoying, although maybe they are. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't feel like I ever get them anyway, even if I do have solid bells. But hit the solid bell, baby. But yeah, you've got this
Have a
is
chance
the
to communicate with the ranking member and see what his wishes
Okay,
are
bye.
for being
Hold
recorded.
on.
And then we'll move into Mr.
Hold
Ice's legislation.
What?
Once we get an answer from the ranking member.
What? I thought that was the legislation. Wow. Let's see. While they're doing that, let's see what else programming wise. Well, let me look at it actually. Don't be lazy. Don't be a lazy bitch, please. It's terrible to be lazy. Okay, here we go. So we've got let's see. 5/28. On May 28th, we've got something with Georgia. We've got a Georgia thing.
maybe just a few
Harrison
minutes. We're gonna
Floyd
let Mr.
and
Nadler,
Kevion Tutty
before committee
have
vote
some kind of
on the
motions that are
report.
being
So we'll have
heard.
committee will just stand and.
Oh.
Committee will just take a break.
Take a break.
Second.
I'm gonna take a
Been corrected by
break.
the parliamentarian, and then
Take a
we'll
break. Take a
once
break.
Mr.
Take a
Natter gets
break.
here
Take a
votes,
break. Take a break. Take a break. Take a break.
we will move to Mr. Ice's legislation.
Okay.
For Republican members, we have food back there. If you haven't eaten, I don't know if we have enough for the Democrats.
What?
Yeah, there's probably some. There's probably some left.
Did he say that? Did he actually say that? Is that the weirdest little, dig? Like a diggity dig dig?
That was a weird fucking dig. What a dick. Right? Like, he's just the biggest dick in the world. Why do they have to be such dicks? I just don't understand that. That doesn't make any sense to me. Right? It just doesn't fucking make any sense to me. I don't know. This is such a weird time. Anyway, let's see. I wonder if anyone has any updates on let me see if I can get some updates. Hold on just a sec. Hold on a secky wick. Hold on a secky wick for me. Just a second. Let me see if there's anything going on. All right. Oh my God, Vivek Ramaswamy, who I really like to troll a lot. He's doing a live right now called "My Day in Court with Former President Trump." Here we go. I'm going to use the voice.
This is my day in court with former President Donald Trump. And I was going to tell you that was really, really fun. And I got to ride in a really, really big car. And then I went inside with a lot of people. And Tommy was there. And JD was there. And this woman named Alina. And she was super nice. I really liked her. So that was something that was super fun. And then we got to go have lunch afterwards at the Trump Tower, and that was super fun too. And everybody was like greeting us and waving. It was really fun. Yeah, there was a few people flipping us off, but other than that, there was just people that were really fun and really having a good time, and it was just really amazing. That was my special day in court with former President Donald Trump. Thank you.
That's my impression of pretty much anybody who was standing like children of the corn behind Dumpity Dump Dump. Let me see. What do we got going on here? Lara Trump she already calls the debate rigged. That's right, folks. She doesn't care. Hold on. Let me do this. I'm going to do what I thought I was going to do. Hold on. Oh, I'm so sorry. That was annoying. I didn't mean to be annoying. I really didn't. Do 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 do. Hold on just a second. Oh man, that is not what I want. I want the other thing. Oh, no, well, maybe that is what I want. I don't know. Is it? Is it? I don't know. I don't know. Oh, well, okay. Never mind. Never mind. All the J6 supporters were there. The funny thing is that was a waste of their time, actually, if you think about it, because there were no witnesses other than the clerk reading the amendments. And so, psych, you didn't even get that much airtime. So you pretty much just wasted your time hearing words that you don't understand what they mean. So you just fried your brain for another 4 hours, achieving fuck all, like you've done for the last whatever many years, like a fucking Roadrunner cartoon. Roadrunner. If he catches you, you're through. Roadrunner. Roadrunner. Ba-da-bum-bum-ba-da-bum. Pow, 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 pow. Children of the corn. It's the children of the corn. Like the never-ending story. It's a bunch of political porn. Children of the corn. Look how they promote him. Even though in real life no one would ever talk to them. Well, maybe Tommy
Ms. Ross, you're
Tuberville,
not
because
recorded.
that state is crazy.
Ms. Ross votes no.
Sorry. Chicanery!
Ms.
Yes!
Escobar votes no.
Now, mendacity. Give it to me, baby. I had a little meltdown over mendacity earlier. It's a whole thing. Carry on, carry on. Carry on my wayward Congress. Carry on my wayward Congress. Can you see what you have? I can't even remember the tune. Oh my God! I don't want to fuck myself up. Carry on my. Whoops. Oh! That's not it. Carry on my wayward son.
Mr. Massey, you're not recorded. Mr. Massey votes yes.
Mr. Massive Asshole. Mr. Massive Asshole. How are you? How would you like to be recorded? Don't you cry no more. Kansas. Oh my God. I forgot they were even a band. Wow. How sad.
Was the gentlelady recorded?
Ms. Bush, you're not recorded.
There'll be peace when you
Ms. Bush votes
are
no.
done. I think that's it. Raise your weary head to rest. Don't you cry no more. Okay. Yeah. Wait. Carry on my wayward Congress. Can't you see what you have done? Pray for your redemption. Your redemption, Christians. You'll be I can't remember now. The mendacity of the GOP rings loud and clear. Unfortunately, the cult sees it differently. Yes, butterflies. And you know what? I want to divide the cult into two groups. I want to divide the cult into true believers, actually subdivide, right? I want true believers in the messaging because a lot of the worldviews that are parroted by, I'll just call it Trumpism, reflect their worldview, and they feel like, finally, my worldview gets a mainstream platform, right? So that's one group for me, and those folks, I either need them to go back under their rocks ideologically and not and continue not voting like they normally do because they don't understand how to vote or want to engage in something that was for someone else and not for themselves. So that group, I've kind of like, whatever, you do you, and you just don't stop us from getting voting rights passed and other things to protect people's rights under the law. So that's one group. Then there's the other group who have been somehow manipulated into and really mind fucked by the messaging that's come through, but which has been very, very powerful. And, I can feel great sympathy for those individuals, especially if they're willing to rethink the worldview that has been supported and expressed and endorsed by the right wing of any political party in this country, including the Tea Party, et cetera, et cetera. So that is another piece. And then I think of a group as complicit, that they see the game, and what
Bishop
the
votes
game
aye.
is for them is to shove as much of the lies through and endorse them as normal truths in order to retain or gain power and influence. Period. Full stop. Because the end game that has been described and instilled from the think tanks and other members of, the whatever ocracies you want to attribute them to, or archies you want to attribute them to, is that they need to consolidate. They recognize that climate change is real, resources are shrinking, and they want to make sure they've got more than their share of the pie, right? So in order to do that, they have a couple of visions. One of them includes privatization of services, hence the charter movement. That is an attempt to privatize education so that you can actually indoctrinate kids, so that you can give preferential treatment to white evangelical schools within whatever laws you create, so that you can destroy teacher unions and you can go ahead and get rid of the Department of Education, so that you have no standards or manufactured standards on what comprises an education. Okay? So that's just the Department of Education. Then what they want to do is privatize the security, because if you see Eric Prince or anybody, right, they've made it their business to be the mercenaries for governments around the world, including ours. True story. So then you've got those folks who see this as an opportunity to privatize the police services, to militarize them. Oh, yeah, and by the way, leeching into the military. He just talked about it the other day, using National Guard. It's already here, folks. I'm not making shit up. I'm just reporting what's being said. Oh, and then there's healthcare. We can talk about healthcare too. Have you seen Oscar or other companies like that? Oscar is actually Jared Kushner, by the way, just so you know. He's either an investor or, I don't know, one of the founders. I'm not sure. So let me tell you, the thing is that they want to privatize healthcare too, because then they can charge you what they want. And they can disparage or create further disparities between healthcare provisions in different parts of the country. So that they can also control immigration. Katie Britt is co-sponsoring a bill to create a national registry of pregnant women. And in her bill, she says outright, again, folks, I just report what they say. I don't. In that bill, she says that the birth rates are down. And that's why we need to know. So there's no boogeyman. There's no conspiracy theories. There's no nothing. There's just what is in front of us. There's just what they do. It's just how they spend our money. Roe is gone. And if that wasn't your wake-up call, that something is incredibly wrong with how much airtime MSNBC and others give Donald Trump and his nonsense, while we have no idea, we should talk about the people. Okay, if you want to talk about Trump's court trial, I'll talk about it. I want to talk about the people in the room. What about Boris Epstein? Can we talk about what his crimes are? Can we talk about Arizona and what's happening there? I have news stories. Can we talk about Mary Flynn trying to become the chair of a board of trustees for a hospital, one of the largest hospitals, I believe, Jay Rance could correct me, in Sarasota, Florida? Can we talk about Mary Flynn, who talks about people draining babies for adrenochrome? Seriously? Unironically? Can we talk about what's happening in Florida? Because also, if you haven't noticed, Ron, whatever the fuck his name was, is trying to create a biodome of what these guys envision, which is privatized military, his own little private army or whatever it is, and it's not the National Guard. It's not, he has other shit going on. His outreach to foreign governments. He's creating a fucking a model.
Mr. Nadler votes no.
The clerk will report.
I mean, I'm willing to see evidence and follow the evidence, but can we just start with the theories and follow it from there, journalists?
The ayes have it. The report is ordered
and stop
to be
talking about
reported to the House members. Will have 2 days.
If Michael Cohen got emotional during a part, who cares? I don't care. I don't fucking care.
We now call up.
All right, I'm done. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Project 2025 scares the fuck out of me because Roe is gone. That's all I'm saying. I'm going to get a shirt like that.
Pursuant to notice, I call up HR 7803.
By the way, speaking of shirts, on the website, loloslounge.com, loloslounge.com. Go to my website, please.
For other purposes,
welcome to all the viewers on Twitter.
And move that the committee reported favorably to the House. The clerk will report the bill.
On loloslounge.com, I have a couple of merchandise pieces. I'm not making any money on these. There's it's basically the cost that the company said they cost to list on the website.
In short,
so
this bill is a
I'm not
win
making
for
any money.
small
I just wanted the
businesses
designs.
and
But
long
here's
overdue.
one.
Right now, small businesses may qualify for reduced application fees with the United States Patent and Trademark Office when filing for patents or trademarks. Under 35 U.S.C. Section 41 and 123, a small business may claim small entity or micro entity status. For example, the cost of filing a utility patent is $320. A small entity, however, is charged only $128, and a micro entity is charged only $64.
I don't know. I think it's stupid expensive, so I apologize. But I promise you, I'm not making any money on it.
Set them. However, when Congress passed
I'm
the
trying to make them as cheap as possible.
American
But
Innovation
I really
Act
like
in
it.
2023,
I wanted one just as I like the design.
USPTO director
I think Gal made that AI.
punitive fines on
I think we
entities
decide. I love
falsely
that AI of
asserting or
Maryland.
certifying their entitlement to these reduced
Anyway,
fees.
so that's
We did
available
that
on the
with good
website,
intent.
loloslounge.com,
However, the fine,
loloslounge.com.
is
It's a
in the
work in
amount
progress.
not less than
Don't hate
three
me.
times the reduction of fees. Right now, there is no exception provided by law for an entity that made an error in their filing in good faith. An example of good faith error is if an employee is mistakenly categorized as a contractor. Another example is if a good faith mistake is made regarding the belief as to the number of employees qualifying under the entity. The impact of these punitive fines can be harmful to small businesses, and if they had no intent, we do not want them fined, we want them corrected. The harsh fines may deter them from seeking benefits of small or micro entities, since their status of savings is far less than the possibility of a treble fine. To ensure small businesses take advantage of reduced fees, this bill gives the director authority to waive such penalties if an entity demonstrates they had a good faith belief. I am pleased to introduce this bill with my ranking member, Mr. Johnson, and I hope we will all support it. We believe it's a technical and correcting one by giving the authority to the PTO to waive the fees in a good faith mistake. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the ranking member for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. H.R. 7803 makes a minor technical change to give the Patent and Trademark Office the flexibility to decide when to penalize patent applicants for false certifications of eligibility for fee reductions. When Congress passed the Unleashing American Innovators Act as part of the government funding package for fiscal year 2023, we did so with the intention of making patents no longer the sport of kings, but an opportunity for inventors to make a decent living. Innovators should not have to work for a big tech company, major manufacturer, or any other powerhouse of industry to be able to file for a patent. But that is exactly what often happens. Financial hurdles associated with obtaining and owning a patent, from hiring a lawyer to search for prior art,
What, we move
to paying
on?
standard application fees, prevent individuals from seeking patents for their inventions.
Was I
Barriers
asleep
to
the whole
entry like
time?
these hurt everyone, but above all, they hurt women, veterans, and minorities who often do not have the resources to go it alone. The result is that fewer ideas make it out there into the American innovation space. All of our talent becomes siloed in just a few companies, in just a few industries, and prospective creators shelve their ideas for another day. The Unleashing American Innovators Act sought to disrupt the current state of play by making a series of good government changes to the way the PTO works, including by increasing the discount on fees for small and micro entities, while also imposing penalties for making a fraudulent certification to obtain that discount. But I'm sure many here will be shocked to learn Congress sometimes makes mistakes. And in creating these new fee waivers and associated penalties for trying to abuse said waivers, we neglected to consider that applicants, too, can make honest mistakes in their applications. If innovators are too afraid to apply for financial exemptions because penalties for honest mistakes can lose them a chance at a patent, then all our improvements may as well simply not exist. Failing to account for good faith mistakes harms the exact same people that the Unleashing American Innovators Act sought to help. Individuals and entities that can barely afford filing fees certainly do not have the financial resources to weather a hefty fine. Moreover, unlike large entities, for these filers, the prospect of losing the patent associated with an erroneous application could very well mean losing everything. Smaller entities, therefore, are the most likely to avoid the risk of applying for the very programs that exist to help them. H.R. 7803 would correct this minor error. Under this legislation, a USPTO director would no longer be forced to fine a good faith actor that erroneously asserts that they are entitled to a fee reduction for small or micro-entity status. By allowing for honest mistakes in the application process, this technical fix will ensure that everyone has a
Seems
seat
like a
at the table.
no-brainer.
I thank Congressman Issa and Congressman Johnson for their leadership on this legislation, along with Congresswoman Ross, the original sponsor of the Unleashing American Innovators Act. I urge all members to support the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back without objection. All other opening statements will be included in the record. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm a proud co-lead on this bill with Chairman Issa. This bill is a technical fix that would allow the Unleashing American Inventors Act to work as intended, thereby, as the title says, unleashing the power of America's smaller and medium-sized inventors. The American Innovators Act lowered the barriers to entry for individual and small inventors by, among other things, creating a reduction for the application fees for small and micro entities. To protect against abuse, the legislation imposed fines on companies that applied to these programs fraudulently. But because it failed to give the USPTO director the ability to waive the fines in case of a good faith mistake, the legislation inadvertently disincentivized the use of the fee reduction programs for small and medium-sized entities that were not sure if they qualified. As members of Congress, it was never our intention to penalize these small and medium-sized inventors who are vital to our economy and to our innovation landscape, but who lack the resources of the mega corporations. This bill would fix the law to allow them to apply for reduced patent application fees if they think they might qualify without fear that they will face a crippling fine. The fix will allow innovation to flourish for inventors in my hometown of Atlanta and all over the country, and I urge my colleagues to support it, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. He seeks recognition. Reporting quorum being present, the question is on favorably reporting the bill. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is ordered to be reported favorably to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. Without objection, the bill will be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute, incorporating all adopted amendments, and the staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes.
Blah, blah, blah. It's the Jim Jordan Show. Blah, blah, blah. Are you ready to go? Blah, blah, blah. It's the Jim Jordan Show. Blah, blah, blah. It's really gonna blow. Doot, doot, doot. That's my theme song for him. I hope I remember it. I probably won't. What did I say? It's the Jim Jordan Show. Oh, man. Damn it. I hate my brain. Anyway, happy Thursday. Hey, happy Thursday. That's what I need to say to you. Happy Thursday. I hope you have an amazing rest of your Thursday. It's right before Friday. You're almost there. You're practically there. You're basically there. You're basically there. So you're in Friday. Happy Friday. I'm not even going to say happy Thursday. Fuck Thursday. Fuck Thursday. Happy Friday. I'll see you tonight on Friday. I hope it's sunny. If it's sunny, I'll go out on the patio maybe. Be nice to see a sunset or something, wouldn't it? I do still have to go to the beach. Max is going to kill me. As it is now, many rural counties have 0 clinics or hospitals. Yes. Thank you. Come on now. Still got Thursday stuff to do. All right. Sorry. Sorry. I didn't mean to radicalize you against Thursday. No, I'm just kidding. It's a pie sop. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think this is just about ready to wrap. But yeah, no, I know tomorrow's Friday. Yeah, today's still Thursday for those of us here in this part of the hemisphere, or whatever that's called. What's it called? Is the hemisphere like just north, south? Whoa, I just blew my own mind there for a second. And I'm not trying to be funny. Is hemisphere just north, south? Is there another word for east, west? Or is it east, west hemisphere? The east hemisphere? Is it right? It would still be hemisphere, right? Any half a sphere. Okay. All right. Okay. I mean, I really just kind of blew my mind there for a minute and just thought, oh my God, is there another word for east, west? I may have heard Western Hemisphere. Oh, yeah. Yeah, but I hadn't heard it today. Production team, please edit that out. Wait. What are we doing, Jim? Come on. People have Thursday things to do. What the fuck? What do you think we are? Sitting around waiting for your ass? No, I don't think so. I don't think we are. Whoops. I don't think we are. I hope you can still hear me. I think I pulled. Don't pull the cord. Please don't step on the daisies. Please don't pull the mic cord. Boom, boom. Please don't pull the mic cord. Let's see. While we're waiting, let me make sure. Let's see. Okay, so probably not tonight. No, maybe tonight. I don't know. We'll see. I'm not sure. I might not read tonight. I'm sorry. Maybe I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. There's not enough nights in the week. Can I just say that? There's not enough nights in the week. And actually, I'm going to do some gaming on Saturday morning. I do think I'm going to do that. Because I want to start doing some gaming during the day. Because I'm really enjoying it a little bit more now with this latest game, the What Remains of Edith Finch. So we're playing that on Play with Lolo, which is another program in the Lolo-verse. Oh yeah, that's right. Let me talk about the Lolo Media Empire. So the Lolo-verse, the Lolo Media Empire, the empire that is Lolo Media, contains the following. The Daily Down Lolo, as you are experiencing at the moment, which is where we go over congressional hearings, trials, and other newsy news typey eventsies. What? They took away Friday?
That concludes the committee's business for today. The committee's adjourned.
Well, you just wasted our fucking time. Thank you very much, bitch. Okay, anyway, let me go back to what I was saying. So you're in the Daily Down Lolo right now, and then we also have Lolo's Lounge, which is Fridays at 6:30 p.m. Pacific time, and it contains spaced out trivia and other fun things. Last week we churned butter. Okay, we do a lot of different things in Lolo's Lounge. Okay, so then that's coming up, and then Saturday morning I might do Play with Lolo, which is gaming where I just fail at games. Don't get your hopes up because I suck at fucking video games, but I like to play, so it doesn't matter. So if you can handle it, come on in. It's pretty fun. And then I have Bedtime with Lolo, which is where we take a book that we want to read. This time it's The Ministry for the Future, which is a science fiction book about climate crisis. And it's a really, really good book. We're only a little bit into it, actually. Very short chapters. It's about 100 very short chapters. So you're still got time to get caught up on all the chapters before you come into the next session. and join us at Bedtime with Lolo. I read it in hushed tones so that you can fall asleep, and then I also provide commentary. And I definitely encourage people to buy the book and read the book on their own as well, and support the author on that. We don't do donations or anything like that during those shows. And then also, I got music I got to work on. I got a video I'm supposed to make that I'm going to work on, and I got a lot of stuff. So I'll probably be working on some stuff this weekend but I really would, I kind of am a hankering. I got a hankering to play a game. 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 Longitude and latitude, yes. That I got. I just fucked up the hemisphere. I just fucked up. It's a brain issue. I mean, it's just a brain. Oops. That's not.
That wasn't it.
No. All right. Never mind. I'm fucking it up. Okay. All right. So I will see you later. Have the best Thursday. And I'll see you Friday. Okay? That's it. I'm done. Lolo out. Oops. Oh, man. Hold on just a minute. Oh, man. Okay, wait. I want to do this again. Hold on. Wait. I got to come back. Hold on. I got to come back. Wait. No, I got to come back because I fucked it up. God damn it. I always fuck it up. Okay, sorry about that, everybody. But what happened to the chat? Okay, anyway. Bye. I think you're awesome.
We'll make you laugh and think. We bring the drink, no censorship, no missing it with attitude and sass. We shake up the status quo. Daily down low. The comedy news you gotta know. Daily down low. Breaking all the rules, spreading laughing like a bunch of crazy fools. We're punk rock rebels, turning heads in the biz. So join the chaos and let the craziness begin.
Stupid, dumb.